Chapter 251. With so many spacecraft and weapons aimed at them, any attempt to resist would mean certain death. It wasn't just Rocket who thought this, Star-Lord and the others all felt the same. At the same time, Ronan's massive mobilization of forces had caught the attention of the Nova Corps. The scene was broadcasted to the Nova Corps headquarters. "Ronan, so this is your plan?" Nova Prime murmured, watching the endless stream of Ronan's spacecraft while hearing his demands. At the same time, her attention was drawn to the mysterious man floating in white. "Nova Prime, that's the man we saw earlier," her assistant reminded her. Realizing who he was, Nova Prime was taken aback. Was this the same mysterious figure who had been imprisoned under unknown circumstances? Upon closer inspection, she also began to feel that this person was indeed no ordinary figure. He seemed like someone of considerable importance. However, despite her thoughts, she couldn't imagine anyone, no matter how powerful, being able to stand against Ronan's hundreds of spacecraft and Ronan himself, especially while holding the orb. Even if this man handed over the orb, there was no guarantee he would survive the encounter. Knowing Ronan, he would surely kill him afterward. Even without considering Ronan's personal strength, the hundreds of spacecraft alone would be enough to ensure no one escaped. Nova Prime had already prepared herself for the likelihood that Ronan would obtain the orb. She gave an order: deploy our forces. We must retrieve that thing from Ronan. Yes, ma'am. As they conversed, they continued to monitor the scene, prepared to respond once the mysterious man handed over the orb. However, under the watchful eyes of all, in this incredibly tense atmosphere, the man in white merely chuckled. Stone. Syd opened his right hand, revealing the purple glowing power stone. Are you talking about this? What? The stone was already in his hand. Ronan was dumbfounded. Before anyone could react further, the mysterious voice spoke again. Or perhaps you meant the others. Under the gazes of the countless onlookers, several brilliant objects began to float out from the black bag behind him. The space stone, emitting its radiant blue glow. The mind stone, previously encased within the scepter, now appearing in its white-blue form. The reality stone, glowing a vivid red, as if it were made of blood. And now, the power stone, radiating purple light from Syd's palm. At this moment, Syd floated in the air, and the four stones orbited him like satellites. Ronan stood frozen, completely stunned. Star-Lord and the others were also in a daze, lost in confusion. Then Syd spoke calmly, "Are you asking for the space stone inside the Tesseract?" The Tesseract floated in front of him, glowing with an intense blue light. Everyone nearby could feel the terrifying energy within this blue cube. It was truly awe-inspiring. Or perhaps the mind stone inside this gem. Syd waved his hand, switching the Tesseract with the mind stone. Instantly, a powerful white-blue glow burst forth. The terrifying mental energy emanating from the mind stone spread across the area, allowing everyone to feel the overwhelming psychic force contained within it. Everyone's expressions gradually grew blank. Or is it the reality stone, capable of bending reality itself? The reality stone's brilliance lit up, scattering its dazzling red light. In an instant, the surroundings shifted, transforming from a dark ruin into a sunny, green meadow. As the reality stone's glow faded, the illusion disappeared quickly, but everyone, including Ronan, had clearly witnessed the change in scenery. Or is it this power stone? The purple stone shone brightly, casting its ominous light. In that moment, everyone stared in shock at the mysterious man in white, floating in the air, surrounded by four infinity stones. If anyone had been unsure before what these objects were, they now understood clearly. These were infinity stones. In the silence, Star-Lord muttered in disbelief, didn't the collector say these infinity stones could only be controlled by beings of immense, supernatural power? One stone could wipe out an entire civilization in an instant, like harvesting wheat. And there are, how many here? Star-Lord murmured, so, the things in his backpack, were these all along? Earlier, he had been curious about what treasures were inside that backpack. It turned out that the answer was 4 infinity stones. 4. On the other side, the collector, who had just recovered and climbed out of the rubble, was overwhelmed with emotion. 4 infinity stones. 4 treasures of the universe, all in the possession of one man. And not only that, this person seemed to be controlling them effortlessly. The collector couldn't even fathom the reality of it, his mind filled with utter disbelief. "Who is he?" he muttered, staring at the white-cloaked figure, whose entire presence was now even more intimidating as the 4 Infinity Stones orbited him. Not far away, Rocket was beside himself, his mind reeling with the impossibility of it all. 4 of these dangerous stones, and this guy had them all. Who was he? Gamera and Drax felt much the same, shocked to their core. Back at Nova Corps headquarters, Nova Prime was at a loss. At that moment, she realized that this mysterious figure was far more formidable than she had originally thought. Who was he, really? After the initial shock subsided, a sudden, terrible thought crossed her mind. Oh no. If all 3 of these additional stones were to fall into Ronan's hands, then... She didn't even dare to finish the thought. As Nova Prime's heart filled with dread, Ronan himself had similar thoughts. After his initial shock and disbelief, greed and wild joy surged through him. If he could get his hands on these 4 stones, then Thanos himself would be nothing to him. He could crush Thanos easily. No being, no entity, no civilization would be able to stand before him, they would all tremble and bow under his power. And at this moment, he had brought hundreds of spacecraft with him. Ronan felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, he had brought such a large force with him. Otherwise, he might not have been able to secure all 4 stones. But now, these 4 stones would soon be his. Ronan's confidence grew. He was so sure of himself because he didn't believe this man could handle all the stones at once. After all, not everyone was the same, this man's body couldn't possibly handle the power of so many stones. If it were him, things would be different. He could manage it, barely. Ronan was confident in his own physical abilities. End of chapter. Chapter 252. 1500 PS reached. Next goal, 2000 PS. These things don't belong to you. Hand them over. Ronan demanded. However, his answer came in the form of a gaze from Syd, one that regarded him as if he were a fool. Noticing the mockery in Syd's eyes, Ronan became furious, a cold smile forming on his lips. You want to die? I'll grant you that wish. The next second, he gave the order. Destroy him. Fire. Witnessing this, Star-Lord and the others were filled with dread. We're doomed. Rocket muttered, covering his face in despair. After this mysterious man in white was killed, they knew they would be next. Suddenly, the weapons on the hovering spacecraft began to glow. Then, pale green energy bullets started shooting out from the weapons. Boom. 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 Like a rainstorm, the barrage of energy blasts was aimed straight at the figure floating in midair. Just as Star-Lord and the others were sinking into despair, the barrage of energy bullets, which they believed to be unstoppable, was effortlessly blocked. The 4 stones continued orbiting the mysterious man in white, but surprisingly, he wasn't even using the Infinity Stones. He merely lifted his right hand lightly. A red light radiated. A layer of red energy formed a barrier around him, shielding him from the barrage. The pale green energy bullets relentlessly slammed into the red barrier, but no matter how intense the barrage became, the shield remained unshaken, showing no signs of cracking or breaking. The figure remained floating, surrounded by the 4 Infinity Stones, as though nothing was happening at all. Quill. Am I hallucinating? Rocket muttered. No, I don't think so. What you're seeing is real because I'm seeing it too. Star-Lord replied, stunned. Yes, I see it as well, Gamera added. Watching the scene unfold, they were all left in disbelief. What kind of power is this? Someone could withstand the bombardment of hundreds of spacecraft with just their own strength. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have thought anyone telling this story was insane. Star-Lord hesitated, is he using the power of the Infinity Stones? The scene was so unbelievable that he couldn't help but entertain this thought. Rocket and the others shared the same suspicion. Maybe this was the power of the Infinity Stones. That would at least explain it. But as they were considering this, the experienced collector, Tyvan, shook his head and explained, no, that's not the power of the stones, it's his own power. When the stones release energy, they emit a distinct glow. Each stone also has a unique nature. This red energy shield doesn't match the characteristics of any of the 4 stones. The only one that might be similar is the reality stone, but that stone bends and temporarily alters reality. This red shield doesn't fit its traits. And he hadn't even touched the Infinity Stones. Listening to the Collector's explanation, Star-Lord and the others had to come to terms with the shocking reality: the red energy shield wasn't from the stones but from the man's own abilities. But that was the most shocking part. You're telling me this shield was created by a person? Star-Lord pointed at the red energy barrier, which stood firm under the barrage of pale green energy bullets, feeling as if his understanding of the world had been shattered. Rocket had similar thoughts, questioning if they even lived in the same reality as this man, given how absurd everything was. While they were still reeling from shock, the pilots in the spacecraft and even Ronan himself stood frozen in disbelief. Back at Nova Corps headquarters, Nova Prime and her team were equally dumbfounded. On the battlefield. "How are you doing this?" Ronan shouted in disbelief. Syd glanced at him, uninterested in responding, and instead felt a slight annoyance. The constant barrage of energy blasts was becoming bothersome, as maintaining the shield required continuous consumption of light energy. In the next moment, he decided to retaliate. "I say, let there be light." The voice, imbued with divine power and rhythmic resonance, echoed across the desolate landscape. What's happening? Everyone, Ronan, Nova Prime, Star-Lord, and the others, was confused. Then, the next second, they understood. The dimly lit wasteland, shrouded in darkness due to the lack of a nearby sun, suddenly bathed in light. Golden beams of sunlight illuminated the area. The bright rays transformed the previously gloomy, eerie land into something radiant and beautiful. For a moment, everyone was dazed, as if they had been transported to a sunny morning on a world basking in sunlight. "What have you done?" Ronan asked, his voice trembling with shock. He wasn't alone. Everyone was staring at the white-cloaked figure in disbelief, their hearts filled with awe. Looking at the impossible sight before him, Star-Lord's emotions swirled, and he muttered, "Is this guy a god?" Rocket murmured, "The crazy things I've seen today just keep piling up." This. Gamera extended her hand, feeling the warmth of the sunlight. It was warm and pleasant. "This is real sunlight," she exclaimed in shock. Back at Nova Corps headquarters, Nova Prime and her team watched in stunned silence. As they stood in awe of the unprecedented display, the unimaginable occurred. Syd looked up at the sunlight and, with a mere thought, caused the light bathing the entire wasteland to coalesce into a blinding beam. In an instant, the once illuminated wasteland plunged back into darkness. Everyone watched in stunned silence as the radiant beam shot skyward, so bright that even though it hurt their eyes, they couldn't look away. What was he going to do? The next moment, they saw it. The beam of light sliced through the sky at unimaginable speed. Boom. 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 One after another, the spacecraft were cut apart by the beam, crashing and exploding. In that instant, the sky was filled with bursts of fiery red, like fireworks. Watching the spacecraft get obliterated by the beam and then seeing the white-cloaked figure rise above them, now looking down at them from above. Soon, all the spacecraft had been destroyed, and the terrifying beam faded away, as sunlight once again gently returned. As they gazed at the figure floating high above, bathed in sunlight and surrounded by the 4 Infinity Stones, they almost believed they were witnessing a god. "You." Ronan muttered in disbelief, staring at the sight before him. End of chapter. Chapter 253. All destroyed. Because of one person. Who exactly are you? At this moment, Ronan's eyes were filled with both rage and fear. His face twisted in disbelief, unwilling to accept the scene before him. Syd glanced at him briefly, uninterested in dragging things out further. He stretched out his hand and grasped the power stone. Instantly, a wave of destructive energy surged into his body, the purple glow enveloping him completely. However, in no time, this energy, transmitted from the power stone, was suppressed by his divine body and the energy within him. In the blink of an eye, his body returned to normal. Ronan stood there, utterly stunned as he witnessed this. This force, which could easily obliterate life, was terrifying beyond belief, yet this man was able to endure it so easily. What kind of body does he have? You're no mere mortal. Who are you? Ronan shouted in disbelief. He knew that even if he could withstand this power, it would never be this effortless. In fact, he'd need to embed the stone into a weapon just to wield its power safely. But this man. Ronan knew what this meant. This man's body was monstrously strong. It was possible that he could even control all 4 of the Infinity Stones surrounding him. At that moment, Ronan's confidence in his own strength shattered. How could there be such a vast difference between people? Ronan's face twisted further in frustration, jealousy, and bitterness. But the next moment, he had no time to think any further. Hovering in the air, Syd glanced down at Ronan, feeling the immense power coursing through him. His right hand clenched the power stone, and he unleashed its energy. Boom. Under everyone's gaze, a massive purple energy wave shot toward Ronan. Ronan tried to dodge, but after only a few steps, the wave engulfed him. No. Ronan screamed. The purple energy enveloped him entirely, and despite his strong body, he could not withstand it for long. The moment he made contact with the destructive force, his body began to disintegrate. Perhaps I shouldn't have come here. In his final moments, Ronan's thoughts were filled with despair and regret. The next second, his entire being turned to ash and vanished. Watching this terrifying scene unfold, Star-Lord and the others were left speechless, frozen in fear. So this is the power of an Infinity Stone. It's truly terrifying. But more than the stone itself, what scared them most was the one wielding it. The ability Syd had displayed seemed even more incomprehensible than the stone's power itself. Even without using the stone, he could have easily destroyed Ronan's forces and Ronan himself. Wasn't that frightening enough? Having dealt with Ronan, Syd contemplated his next steps. With Ronan dead and the power stone back in his possession, it was time for him to leave. As for Star-Lord and the others, without Ronan, their story would return to its original course. They would form the Guardians of the Galaxy and continue their morally ambiguous adventures. This journey had been worthwhile, but it was time to move on. Additionally, the black stone artifact he had acquired needed further study, which he preferred to do alone. Syd replaced the power stone in his hand with the blue tesseract. The tesseract emitted a radiant blue glow. Looking over at Star-Lord and the others, Syd spoke softly, "I hope we meet again someday." As his mysterious voice echoed, his entire body was enveloped in blue light, and then he disappeared from sight. Star-Lord and the others stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what had just happened. That was the power of the space stone, the collector, Tyvan said with a hint of regret. He's left the planet. You won't be able to find him. Glancing at the ruins of his once grand collection room, Tyvan felt a deep pang of sorrow. My collection. This time, he had lost so much. Hearing the collector's words, Star-Lord and the others finally understood what had happened, their emotions mixed. It feels strange, having someone like him around, and then suddenly he's gone, Star-Lord remarked. It's better that he's gone, Gamera reassured. That man was dangerous. Not only was he dangerous, but the objects he carried with him were equally hazardous. She couldn't even imagine what kind of chaos would follow if he stayed with them. At this moment, they heard the collector mutter, "Who exactly was that mysterious man?" Like Ronan had screamed before his death, this man was definitely no ordinary mortal. White Knight. Is there such a person? The collector was reminded of how Syd had introduced himself when they first met. He had said that some people liked to call him the White Knight, and they could address him that way. As the collector murmured, Star-Lord suddenly had a flash of insight. White Knight. Star-Lord muttered under his breath. What's up, Quill? Rocket and the others looked at him curiously, wondering why he wore such a thoughtful expression. Suddenly, they heard Star-Lord exclaim, "Could he be that White Knight?" The collector and the others were puzzled. Before they could ask, Star-Lord explained. There was a rumor circulating a while ago about my home planet, Terra. It said 2 powerful figures appeared, one called Messiah, and the other called White Knight. Rocket and the others were shocked. Your home planet? How strong are these people? Then they heard Star-Lord's awe-filled explanation. The rumor said that one of them could destroy an entire city in an instant, while the other could wipe out countless lives with ease. What? Destroy a city in an instant? Wipe out countless lives with ease? Rocket couldn't believe what he was hearing. Seeing their expressions, Star-Lord chuckled bitterly. At the time, I thought the same as you, that it couldn't possibly be true. After all, my home planet, Terra, is weak. There's no way such powerful beings could exist there, so I dismissed it as a ridiculous rumor. All my memories from childhood, and everything I've read about Earth, led me to believe it was just a wild tale. I even thought the person who started the rumor was crazy and needed to see a psychiatrist. But now. Star-Lord paused, not finishing his thought. Even though he didn't say it outright, Rocket and the others understood what he meant. End of chapter. Chapter 254. That white-clad warrior, was he the same white-clad warrior from his home planet? The one who could easily wipe out large numbers of lives? Gamera and the others were in shock. Also, how exactly does one wipe out a large number of lives? Like before? Or could it be that he was still holding back his true strength? Confused, they also thought of another person Star-Lord had mentioned. The Messiah. Destroying an entire city. What kind of outrageous monster is this? Rocket quipped. And that white-clad warrior can even be compared to him. So, this was the supposedly weak Terran planet. At that moment, the collector, Tyvan, seemed to recall something, looking at Star-Lord in surprise. Now that you mention it, I remember there was some rumor circulating a while back. It was so exaggerated that he had dismissed it as fake news and forgotten all about it. If Star-Lord hadn't brought it up, he wouldn't have remembered. Meanwhile, Gamera, Rocket, and the others also recalled hearing similar rumors some time ago. Why don't we visit your home planet, Earth? Gamera suggested. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Rocket and the others agreed. Indeed, without seeing it for themselves, all of this could just be a coincidence. After all, the strength of the two individuals in that Terran rumor was ridiculously terrifying. That white-clad warrior just now didn't seem to match up to that level. Was it even the same person? Of course, it was possible that the other had been hiding his strength, or that the rumors had exaggerated his abilities. Either way, they would need to see this Earth for themselves to know the truth. Hearing their discussion, Star-Lord seemed intrigued and said, "All right, let's plan a trip to Earth." Earth. While Star-Lord and his team were discussing, Syd also returned to Earth. With a flash of blue light, he appeared in a secluded alley he'd visited before. After a quick glance around, seeing no one, Syd's gaze shifted to the power stone hovering around him. This thing in its exposed state is quite dangerous. Recalling the immense power he felt earlier, Syd couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. It truly lived up to being the Power Stone, one of the Infinity Stones. Its energy was overwhelming, and the burden it placed on its user was immense. Using it lightly, like before, was manageable. The energy drawn was minimal and wouldn't cause any major issues. But if he were to ramp up its output, enough to destroy a large area, even with his current 4th-level divine body, he could still get hurt. In such a scenario, relying on his own abilities was preferable. It was safer and carried no risk of injury. Perhaps after reaching the 5th level of the divine body, I'll be able to use the Power Stone without any concern. Shaking his head, Syd decided not to dwell on it further. After all, the Power Stone's main value lay in supporting and amplifying the other stones. But, without the Infinity Gauntlet as a conduit, that wasn't possible right now. Unless, of course, he was willing to use his body as a conduit. Obviously, that wasn't going to happen. His current physique wasn't up to that level yet. If it were so easy to use, Thanos wouldn't have needed to forge the Infinity Gauntlet, he would have just used his own body as a conduit. With that thought, Syd picked up the orb's outer casing with his left hand. Under the red glow of chaos magic, the Power Stone floated back into the casing. With a click, the orb closed. Since it was just a simple closure, there was no need to worry about it being impossible to reopen. Syd's mind stirred. Under his control, the Tesseract and other Infinity Stones flew into his backpack. With the Power Stone issue resolved, Syd's attention turned to a black stone in his backpack. Is this thing really an artifact? He could indeed sense divine energy from it, though it was a different type of divine energy. The black stone, the size of a fist and resembling obsidian, floated to his right hand, enveloped in red light. Staring at the stone, a look of curiosity flashed in Syd's eyes as he recalled the collector Tyvan's story. It was said that those who possessed it could see the time of their own death. What's my death time, I wonder? Syd was both curious and apprehensive. However, Tyvan had mentioned that no one had ever succeeded in seeing this so-called death time, not even he had managed to do so. Could it be that it lacks divine energy? Hesitant, Syd began channeling his inner light energy, better described as divine power of light. In the next moment, radiant light erupted from his right hand, with the brilliant energy flowing into the black stone. Syd's expression shifted slightly. The black stone felt like a black hole, continuously absorbing his light energy without stopping. 1/10. 3/10. 5/10. It didn't stop, even at 5/10. Unable to bear it any longer, Syd forcibly cut off the flow of light energy. Why does this thing consume so much? No wonder Tyvan couldn't do anything with it. Syd felt a bit helpless. Glancing up at the long-lost sun, Syd stepped into the sunlight. Slowly, the light energy within him began to recover. As he basked in the sunlight, he pondered how to deal with the black stone in his hand. Should he wait for his light energy to recover and continue feeding it? Or... Suddenly, Syd thought of the Power Stone. Perhaps the Power Stone's energy could fuel this object. Forget it. I'll stick with light energy. This thing isn't like the other Infinity Stones, it probably can't handle the Power Stone's destructive energy. Time passed, and his light energy gradually replenished. 1/10. 3/10. He had just funneled in another 4/10 when the black stone suddenly emitted a dense black light, accompanied by a strange ripple. Syd's vision blurred, and an image appeared before him. In the pitch-black cosmos, beyond Earth's blue atmosphere, appeared an enormous red giant. Its massive body seemed to rival the size of Earth itself. The giant's body looked as if it were made of metal or stone, with red light coursing through it. At this moment, it was gazing down at Earth. Watching this scene from a third-person perspective, Syd instantly knew the answer. A celestial. Syd was a bit hesitant. End of chapter. Chapter 255. That appearance. Is it Arishem, the celestial responsible for judgment? Syd knew a bit about the Celestials. This being was one of the strongest among them, and it was said that every time he arrived on a planet, he would judge whether the life on that planet should be eradicated. For those deemed unworthy, they would face annihilation. But now, what was this celestial Arishem doing here? As Syd furrowed his brows, deep in thought, he suddenly noticed a figure dressed in black in the Earth's atmosphere. Is that me? Seeing the familiar figure, a strange expression appeared in Syd's eyes. At that moment, Arishem descended, looking down at the person clad in black below. Syd could vaguely sense Arishem's complete indifference toward him. The next second, without saying a word, Arishem attacked. A simple red energy beam shot from his fist. To the Celestial, this beam was small, but to Syd, it was immense. Boom. The red energy beam, moving at unimaginable speed, reached the black-clad Syd in an instant. Syd felt his body trying to use spatial displacement to escape, but he was held in place by an invisible force, unable to move. Almost simultaneously, a brilliant light appeared. His ability, Sunshine, was unleashed at full power, with no light energy spared. In a flash, the radiance of Sunshine collided with Arishem's red energy beam. The two forces clashed, and for a moment, they were evenly matched. In fact, the light from Sunshine began to gradually suppress the red beam. Before long, Arishem's red energy beam was entirely disintegrated. Syd could sense a faint wave of surprise from Arishem. The light of Sunshine shone upon Arishem. Unfortunately, though the light reached him, it had no effect, blocked by an invisible barrier. Even as the barrier gradually dissipated, the radiance of Sunshine couldn't be sustained any longer. The light slowly faded as Syd exhausted all of his light energy. But Arishem did not hold back. In an instant, he released an even larger red energy beam. Boom. The red energy beam struck Syd, who had almost no strength left to resist. Under the destructive energy, his divine body rapidly began to disintegrate. Skin, muscle, bone. Golden blood splattered. In the end, Syd vanished within the red energy beam. The beam, unstoppable, broke through Earth's atmosphere and crashed toward the planet's surface. Boom. The energy beam slammed into the ground. In an instant, a large section of land disappeared, cracking apart as the entire North American continent shook. At that moment, nearly everyone felt it. Or rather, they saw it all unfold through satellite footage. The Messiah is dead. How is that possible? What kind of monster is this? As the massive shadow projected onto Earth's atmosphere, countless humans stared in shock and terror. The once invincible Messiah, dead. Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. Syd, Logan, and the others were heartbroken. The Brotherhood of Mutants. How could this happen? Eric wore a grim expression. Boom. The impact not only shook the North American continent but also triggered tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and other catastrophic disasters across the globe. Outer space. Seeing his target eliminated, Arishem showed no interest in the various disasters unfolding on Earth. The space around him distorted, a black hole appeared, and he vanished into it. Just as he had shown no care before, Arishem displayed no concern as he left. Neither for the disasters befalling Earth nor for the destruction of a mere, slightly stronger ant. Not far away, watching the scene, Syd's emotions surged. So, that's how I die. As he stood frozen, his vision suddenly blurred, and his surroundings returned to normal. The familiar sight of the secluded alley appeared before him once more. However, he had no interest in his surroundings now, his thoughts were consumed by what he had just witnessed. His gaze fell on the black stone in his hand. This thing really could show someone their death. And he was killed by the celestial Arishem. Syd's expression changed. If he was truly destined to die, what was the point of all his efforts to grow stronger? His mind raced as he pondered whether everything he had seen was real. After a while, he leaned toward the belief that this wasn't just some baseless vision. He truly might die at the hands of the celestial Arishem. Syd frowned deeply, contemplating a solution. Since he had seen the vision of his death, perhaps it wasn't set in stone and could still be changed. Wait a second. Suddenly, Syd realized something odd, his expression shifting slightly. Frowning, he thought back, something seemed off about the vision he had just seen. Was that really a vision of the future? If it was a future vision, why did my strength seem completely stagnant? Syd realized that in the death scene he had witnessed, he only displayed his current abilities. For example, his Sunshine ability. If Sunshine had reached level 5, the changes would have been obvious, and the range would have been much greater. If Arishem had appeared right now and killed him, that would make sense. But in a future vision, it was strange that his power hadn't advanced at all. He quickly dismissed the first possibility. He had a gut feeling that the scene he saw was indeed from the future, though it seemed to be some time away. His focus shifted to the second possibility. Is my strength being held back? Syd frowned. Wait, no. Could it be that the black stone didn't account for my increase of ability in the future? Without the mimicry ability, that would explain why my strength showed no signs of advancement. Not even the levels of my abilities increased. Syd's instincts told him this was highly likely. His mimicry ability had always seemed boundless, so it wasn't unreasonable that the black stone couldn't account for it. Realizing this, a spark of hope flickered in Syd's eyes. If this were true, then by simply raising the level of one of his abilities, the future vision shown by the black stone could change. At that moment, he was tempted to improve his abilities, or perhaps unlock a new one. Then, he could use the black stone again to see if the vision of his death had changed. And see what expression Arishem, the Celestial, would have this time. End of chapter. Chapter 256. 500 PS reached. Next goal, 1000 PS. With that thought, Syd decided to try advancing his unlocking progress, gaining a new ability, and upgrading his existing ones. He wanted to see if the vision of his death shown by the black stone would change afterward. Looking up at the sky, he noticed that night had fallen. For now, he put aside the idea of upgrading his abilities and focused on acquiring a new power. Unlock progress, 74%. Glancing at the accumulated energy points, Syd poured all of them into the unlocking progress. The progress bar flickered before updating. Unlock progress, 78%. There was no notification sound, which made the corner of Syd's mouth twitch slightly. It seems there's no new ability at 75%. A little disappointed, he didn't dwell on it. Since there was no new ability at 75%, it was highly likely he'd awaken one at 80%. With 78% already reached, 80% wasn't far off. Had it not been for his recent trip to space, which slowed his energy accumulation, he might have already gained a new ability. Time passed, and soon the sun rose again, bathing the world in brilliant light. Syd continuously absorbed the sunlight. Once his internal light energy was fully restored, he began circulating it and spoke aloud. Divine Word EXP +1. Divine Power of Light EXP +1. Divine Body EXP +1. A series of notifications appeared. Divinity EXP +1. Occasionally, he even absorbed some faith power, which enhanced his divinity. Gradually, all 4 of his abilities progressed toward level 5. As the sun climbed higher, at around 10 in the morning, one of Syd's abilities advanced to level 5 at an astonishing speed, much earlier than expected. After achieving level 5 in flight, this was his second level 5 ability. Divine Word EXP +1. With the final notification, Syd felt a profound change within him. Ability, Divine Word, max/max, level 5. Divine Word has reached level 5. The sound that escaped Syd's mouth was now filled with a mysterious, profound resonance, echoing with a unique rhythm. The moment he spoke, he was startled. He realized his voice had undergone a significant transformation. To put it simply, it now sounded like the voice of a true god. Since he was the one hearing it, he wasn't too deeply affected. But he couldn't help but wonder what effect it would have on others who heard this level 5 divine word. After a moment of curiosity, he set aside his thoughts about the voice and focused on the most crucial aspect of divine word. The power of blessings or curses contained in divine speech. With that in mind, Syd took out the Tesseract. In a flash of blue light, he vanished from the secluded alley and reappeared in a dense forest. The humid scent of plants and soil filled his nose. Syd floated in the air, searching for a target. It didn't take long for one to appear. A black bear cautiously poked its head out, sniffing the air. Its small black eyes lit up when it saw Syd. However, after noticing that this being was floating in the air, something it had never seen before, it hesitated. The unknown threat made the bear instinctively retreat, ready to abandon its approach. After all, there were easier prey to hunt without challenging an unpredictable being. Unfortunately for the bear, Syd had no intention of letting it go. The next moment, Syd spoke. Your vision, reliant on light, shall fade. As his words fell, Syd watched the bear closely, anticipating its reaction. He had long wanted to try depriving a creature of its sight. After all, it was widely known that sight depended on light. Previously, he hadn't succeeded because his control over light wasn't strong enough. But what about using divine word? The mysterious, rhythmic divine words reverberated through the area. The statement seemed to carry the weight of truth itself, as if it was the fundamental answer to the universe. The black bear, which had been retreating, found its vision gradually fading, until it was plunged into complete darkness. Roar! In a panic, the bear roared and thrashed about wildly, completely disoriented. Watching its reaction, Syd immediately knew the curse had worked. At the same time, his heightened sensitivity to light allowed him to observe something. The bear's eyes were still physically intact, but they could no longer receive light. It was as if its eyes were naturally incapable of perceiving light, as though they were fundamentally disconnected from it. It was as if this condition had always been the truth, like a law of reality. Moreover, his divine intuition told him that this state would persist indefinitely. It was a permanent effect. So this is a divine curse. Syd found it a bit terrifying. If he casually cursed someone, that person would be doomed for life. Truly, gods were unreasonable, domineering beings, far above the concerns of mortals. Of course, this didn't mean Syd could use divine word to accomplish everything. He could feel that when he cursed the bear, a small amount of his light energy had been consumed. Clearly, for divine word to take effect, it required light energy or divine power to fuel it. However, Syd also noticed that this energy consumption only occurred when he spoke. Once the effect took hold, no further energy was required to maintain it. This didn't surprise him, it was as he had expected. What did surprise him was how little light energy had been used. It was almost negligible. If he hadn't been paying close attention, he might not have noticed the energy loss at all. He proceeded to test the curse on 2 other animals, one large and one small, and found the light energy consumption to be roughly the same. In that instant, he realized something. Even if he cursed a person right now, the amount of light energy consumed would likely be similar. Under the influence of divine word, the energy cost for cursing or blessing mortals was the same. Syd guessed that unless the individual in question had extraordinary powers or the curse or blessing was particularly extreme, the light energy required wouldn't vary much. Clearly, in the eyes of divine speech, the essence of mortals was all the same, with little to no distinction. After testing the curse, Syd turned his attention to blessings. A thought popped into his head. Can I now grant abilities to others? Syd had a feeling that if he blessed someone, they might gain abilities within the realm of light, such as optical invisibility. Of course, since he hadn't tested it yet, he couldn't be sure if that was truly the case. End of chapter. Chapter 257. After glancing at the animals nearby, Syd shook his head. He decided not to continue experimenting for now. After all, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. There was no need to waste light energy on a few animals. Granting abilities to others would undoubtedly consume a lot of light energy, likely the same as using light energy to modify someone's physical constitution. Having tested the curse effect of Divine Word, Syd's attention shifted to the range of influence this ability had. In the vastness of the forest, he began another experiment. I say, let the light distort. The next moment, the light within a radius of nearly 30 kilometers in the forest began to warp and twist. 10 kilometers away, a group of scientists conducting research in the forest suddenly halted, their faces filled with horror as they looked around. All the light around them twisted, creating a terrifying scene. Help! My God, what is happening? Regardless of age or gender, everyone looked around in terror, shouting in fear. Luckily, before they could lose themselves in panic, the distortion of light suddenly stopped, and everything returned to normal. One by one, they sighed in relief, though their eyes still reflected confusion and suspicion. What just happened? Was it a paranormal event? This strange occurrence would be etched deeply into their memories, becoming a subject of conversation when they returned. They might even try to uncover the source of this mysterious event. While they imagined the possibilities, 10 kilometers away, Syd had already cancelled the distortion of light and was surprised by the result. The range is that large? The area affected was roughly the size of a city. This meant his ability could now influence an entire city. He could, for instance, fill a city with light, plunge it into eternal darkness, or scorch it under relentless sunlight. The possibilities were endless. The thought brought a smile to Syd's face, and he felt a sense of security surge within him. At this moment, his power had finally taken a leap forward. Level 5 abilities are truly different. If even Divine Word has this effect, what about my divinity, divine body, or even chaos magic and sunshine? What would happen if all these abilities reached level 5? Excitement and curiosity sparkled in his eyes. However, despite his newfound sense of safety, he hadn't forgotten the looming threat of Narration, the celestial who would bring about his death. I wonder if using the black stone now would show a different death scene. With that thought, Syd's attention returned to the animals he had cursed earlier. In a soft voice, he said, I return the light to you. Accompanied by his thoughts and words, Divine Word took effect flawlessly. The next moment, the animals, frozen in place with terror, were filled with joy. Their sight had returned. After ensuring no trace was left behind, Syd held the tesseract, and with a flash of blue light, he disappeared from the forest. The next second, he reappeared in the secluded alley. After putting away the tesseract, Syd stepped into the sunlight. As he absorbed the light energy, he took a moment to feel the changes within him. Thanks to Divine Word reaching level 5, the photon energy, or rather, the divine power of light, within him had become much purer. Syd roughly estimated that the total amount of light energy within him had increased significantly, likely enough to unleash his level 4 abilities over 50 times. Of course, this was just a rough estimate. He would need to wait until his light energy was fully restored to calculate it more precisely, but the difference wouldn't be too far off. The next moment, as he circulated his light energy, his focus shifted back to the black stone artifact. Feeling the light energy still depleted within him, Syd's mouth twitched. Maybe I should try using the power stone's energy to fill this thing. With that thought, he took out the orb. As the orb opened, purple light spilled out. Syd grasped the floating power stone. Instantly, a surge of purple energy coursed through his body, attempting to erode and destroy him. However, compared to last time, he was now stronger and quickly suppressed the power stone's energy. Carefully, Syd extended his finger to touch the black stone. The next moment, a sliver of Power Stone energy passed through his body and into the black stone. The energy, having passed through his body, had become much more controlled and less destructive. Since it was only a sliver, the burden on his body was minimal. Had he directly unleashed the Power Stone's energy, Syd feared it might destroy the black stone. As soon as the Power Stone's energy entered, the black stone emitted a faint black glow. Syd could feel a slight tremor in the stone, but it was within tolerable limits. He let out a small sigh of relief. Then, he continued to carefully feed the black stone with energy. There was something satisfying about using free energy without hesitation. At last, the black stone emitted an intense black glow, and a familiar strange ripple appeared. Syd's vision blurred, and a familiar scene unfolded before him. Once again, the dark expanse of space, with Earth's blue atmosphere below. A colossal red giant loomed, still gazing down at Earth. The celestial Arishem. It's the same scene again, but will anything be different this time? With anticipation, Syd turned his gaze toward Earth's atmosphere. As expected, he saw himself, dressed in black, floating there. The familiar sequence played out, as Arishem descended, radiating an aura of indifference, and gazed down at him. The next second, without a word, Arishem attacked. Boom. A red energy beam shot from Arishem's fist, moving at unimaginable speed. An invisible force appeared, trapping him in place, preventing him from moving or using spatial displacement. Just before the red energy beam reached him, sunshine erupted once more. In a flash, the light of sunshine collided with Arishem's red energy beam. The two forces clashed again, locking in a stalemate. However, Syd immediately noticed something different. Compared to last time, sunshine was suppressing the red energy beam faster. Syd understood the reason clearly. This time, his light energy reserves were much greater, resulting in a different outcome. After all, the more light energy, the stronger sunshine became. A hint of surprise flickered across Arishem's aura. End of chapter. Chapter 258. Syd silently observed the scene. So far, everything had unfolded similarly to the previous vision, except that sunshine was more powerful this time, disintegrating Arishem's red energy beam more quickly. But in the next moment, something different happened. After sunshine had dispersed the red energy beam, its light reached Arishem's body. Just like before, it was blocked by an invisible barrier that sunshine was slowly breaking down. At this point, the black-robed Syd in the vision spoke. Light. In an instant, everything within a radius of 27 or 28 kilometers was bathed in blinding light. Above the atmosphere, a large bright region appeared out of nowhere. The next second, the light vanished, condensing into a thin beam as thick as a finger. It shot toward Arishem with unimaginable speed. Boom. The beam, combined with the light of sunshine, struck Arishem's invisible barrier, breaking it down further. This time, unlike before, Arishem's emotional waves grew stronger, surprise and astonishment radiated from him. He was clearly taken aback that such a powerful being had emerged from Earth. However, despite his surprise, he still didn't take it too seriously. Even though the Earthling had managed to surprise him, it wasn't enough to shatter his barrier completely. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the energy of this unexpected Earthling began to wane. The beam dimmed. Sunshine faded. Although more of Arishem's invisible barrier had been disintegrated than last time, it still wasn't enough. Syd could feel it too. As Arishem looked down on him with disdain, he released a larger red energy beam, ready to end him once and for all. But Syd, squeezing out the last remnants of his potential and light energy, spoke one final curse. From this moment, light will forsake you. The mysterious, rhythmic divine words, like a law of the universe, had barely left his lips when the red energy beam reached him. His divine body began to break down. Skin, muscle, bone. Golden blood splattered. In the end, just like last time, he vanished within the red energy beam. But unlike before, even as he disappeared, everything culminated in a curse, a god's curse. In fact, with his body disintegrating, the curse was almost certain to come to fruition. Boom. Just like in the previous vision, the red energy beam pierced through the Americas, causing the continent to tremble. While the people of Earth were left shocked and horrified that the terrifying Messiah had been dealt with so easily, Arishem paid no attention to any of it. As soon as the Earthling perished, something strange began happening to Arishem. Unnoticed at first, the light in his field of vision started to fade. His massive, crimson body was turning pitch black as all light disappeared from him. Color, which only exists because of light, vanished. Without light, there was no color. Naturally, his body lost all color, turning as black as a void, reflecting no light whatsoever, like a black hole. All light near him rejected and repelled him, like two opposite poles pushing each other apart. Light fled from him. It was as if his body had always been incapable of reflecting or absorbing light, as if this had always been the truth. But this wasn't the worst part. The most severe consequence was that as he looked at things, he could no longer see any color. Everything he observed rejected being seen by him. His entire vision quickly plunged into complete darkness, leaving him blind to everything around him. From his distant vantage point, Syd could sense Arisham's shock and anger. Furious energy surged around Arisham's colossal body. Clearly, the curse Syd had cast before dying had deeply enraged him. Most importantly, it seemed that the curse wasn't something easily dispelled. It was as though the curse had been laid upon him by an abstract deity, like the goddess of death or eternity, nearly impossible to shake off. Arisham couldn't believe it. How could a lowly earthling cast such a powerful curse? At that moment, Syd's vision blurred, and the familiar scene of the alley reappeared before him. Syd's lips curled into a slight smile, his mood was quite good. Although he hadn't been able to resist Arisham's attack in the end, he had at least succeeded in provoking the Celestial, who had previously exuded nothing but indifference. More importantly, he had managed to curse him. Even though Syd wasn't sure if the curse would eventually be lifted, it would certainly inconvenience Arisham for a while. With that, Syd's attention shifted back to his own growth. The death vision made one thing clear: his strength was still insufficient. That Celestial, Arisham, could show up at any time, and with his current power, Syd was guaranteed to die in such a confrontation. He didn't want to end up like in the vision, dead, only managing to annoy his enemy for a moment. At that thought, Syd remembered something inside: it's a pity that my unlocking progress for Baldur's abilities is so low. Otherwise, things might have been different. Even without considering other divine abilities, the mere fact that Baldur's death would cause light to disappear and the sun to lose its heat would be enough to cause havoc. I wonder when I'll finally obtain such a trait. Syd mused with a sigh. While Syd pondered this, S.H.I.E.L.D. was in a flurry of activity. Moments ago, they had detected an unusual energy release at a specific location. What's going on? Director Fury asked with a frown. Looking at the data on the screen, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease. What could release such a vast amount of energy? Sir, the energy readings are in. The energy detected is very similar to the energy released by the Tesseract during the Battle of New York. A staff member calculating the data responded. What? Fury's eyes widened in shock. Is this the Tesseract releasing energy, or what is that white-clad warrior up to? Fury hadn't forgotten that the Tesseract and the Mind Stone had been taken by that white-clad warrior during the Battle of New York. He suspected that the recent energy anomaly was caused by the warrior using the Tesseract, or perhaps the Mind Stone. Or maybe, the Ether. While Fury puzzled over the situation, Syd's focus remained solely on growing stronger. Chapter 259. 1000 PS reached. Next goal, 1500 PS. If he didn't increase his strength soon, the Celestial could show up at any moment, and that would be the day he died. Syd continued circulating his light energy. Divine Power of Light EXP +1. Divine Body EXP +1. Divinity EXP +1. A series of notifications appeared. Watching these three abilities steadily advance toward level 5, Syd's eyes gleamed with anticipation. While circulating the light energy within him, he took a moment to change into a fresh white outfit and swapped out his backpack for a new style and color. Time flew by quickly. After about half an hour, before he could continue harnessing his light energy, someone interrupted him. Footsteps echoed from a distance. Frowning, Syd instinctively activated his light manipulation. In the next moment, his figure distorted and quickly vanished from sight, entering an optical invisibility state. From his concealed position, Syd watched as a group of agents, equipped with scanning devices, cautiously approached. As they scanned the area, Syd instantly recognized them. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Glancing at their familiar uniforms, Syd was slightly surprised. After listening to their conversation, he quickly understood the situation. The Power Stone's energy leak. It wasn't unexpected that S.H.I.E.L.D. could detect such anomalies. After all, they had detected the anomalies when Thor's hammer and the Bifrost appeared. It made sense they would pick up on the energy signature of the Power Stone if it leaked. Shaking his head, Syd glanced at the agents once more before silently slipping away. About half an hour later, he found another secluded spot. Time passed swiftly, and 4 days went by. As his divine body neared the halfway point to level 5, Syd heard footsteps again, this time different from before. Unlike the previous footsteps, these were heavier, more uniform, and rhythmic, definitely not human. Moreover, they sounded oddly familiar. After a brief moment of contemplation, Syd didn't activate his invisibility this time. His eyes narrowed, and he stared into the distance. Sure enough, 3 black sentinels appeared in his line of sight. Sentinel robots. Are they here to die? Syd glanced down at himself and realized his appearance hadn't changed much. Anyone who saw him would recognize him immediately. So, what were these 3 sentinels trying to do? Normally, they'd avoid him entirely. Instantly, a sense of vigilance rose within Syd. While he was still on high alert, the 3 sentinels launched an attack. 3 laser beams shot toward him. Syd's right hand glowed red as he casually raised it to defend himself. A red chaos magic shield appeared, easily blocking the sentinels' laser blasts. Then, his left hand glowed red as well. With a small motion, Syd enveloped the 3 sentinels in a red aura. The next second, a loud creak of bending metal echoed. Though the sentinels attempted to shift into their metallic forms to resist, their efforts were futile. Syd clenched his left hand tightly, and with 3 successive bangs, the sentinels were crushed into heaps of scrap metal. Having effortlessly dealt with the 3 sentinels, Syd's confusion only deepened. Before he could dwell on it, he noticed 3 more sentinels flying toward him from the distance. However, this time, upon spotting him, they quickly halted and began retreating, as if attempting to escape. Syd moved slightly, intending to pursue them. But just as he started, he stopped, sensing something was off. His vigilance heightened further. Are they trying to lure me somewhere? In an instant, Syd realized their plan. Most likely, these sentinels were trying to lead him into a trap. Syd's mind wandered to a memory from before his trip to Xander. At the time, Venom had warned him. Venom had sensed that danger was approaching, and over time, that sense of danger had only grown stronger. Venom had speculated that a plot against them was in motion. Back then, Syd had suspected the military might be behind it. Now, seeing these sentinels, it all started to make sense. Staring at the retreating sentinels, Syd's eyes gleamed, but he had no intention of pursuing them. Although his divine word had reached level 5 and greatly enhanced his power, he decided to wait a little longer. After all, his divine body was close to level 5, and both his divine power of light and divinity weren't far behind either. Just as Syd was thinking about lying low for a few days, a sudden spatial distortion appeared beside him. In an instant, Syd reacted. It was him. The one with teleportation powers, the person who had previously trapped him in a military ambush and tried to kill him with an explosion. After the surprise attack last time, Syd had been on guard. Coupled with the heightened reflexes granted by chaos magic, he immediately knew what was happening. So, you escaped last time and still dare to show up again. You think teleportation makes you invincible? Syd smirked. The next moment, his right hand moved slightly, and a red glow erupted. Simultaneously, his pupils gleamed red as his mental powers, enhanced by chaos magic, locked onto his target in an instant. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Dressed in a military uniform, tall and muscular, exuding the air of a seasoned soldier, Leonard appeared through teleportation, a smug smile on his face. Just you, what does it matter if he's an Omega-level mutant? Isn't he still being toyed with by me, an X-gene-modified human? Last time, using his teleportation abilities, Leonard had nearly killed the Messiah, and this time would be no different. This Omega-level mutant, just like the Messiah, would be led into a trap and killed. In fact, this time, the military, along with Commander Alessandro, had prepared even more. Once the white-clad warrior was lured into the trap, he would be doomed. Originally, the trap was set for the Messiah. But since they couldn't find him, they'd have to settle for this white-clad warrior, also an Omega-level mutant, to display the might of the US military. At that moment, several high-ranking military officers watched nervously and eagerly through the camera attached to Leonard's gear. With a smug expression, Leonard appeared, just about to drag the white-clad warrior into the trap, but his face suddenly froze, his expression shifting to one of shock and disbelief. End of chapter. Chapter 260. Leonard, full of smug satisfaction, was just about to use his teleportation ability to transfer the white-clad warrior into the military's trap, when suddenly he found himself completely frozen, unable to move even a fraction. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a red glow enveloping his body. Leonard knew from the intelligence reports that this red glow was one of the white-clad warrior's powers, specifically his telekinetic ability. It was clearly this red glow that was preventing him from moving. More troubling still was the sudden fogginess in his mind, leaving him unable to even think of teleporting away. Had he been mentally invaded? At that moment, Leonard's disbelief grew stronger. How could I have been restrained by the white-clad warrior before even revealing myself? Just a moment ago, he had been smugly confident, thinking that a mere Omega-level mutant was nothing to him, a genetically enhanced human. He believed he could toy with the white-clad warrior with ease. He had been so sure that as soon as he teleported the warrior into the trap, the warrior would be as good as dead. But now, the situation was the exact opposite of what he had imagined. It couldn't have been more different. Not only had he failed to teleport the white-clad warrior, but he was also trapped in place. No, this can't be real. Leonard wanted to deny it all in his mind, but the reality was clear in front of him. Even self-deception couldn't change it. How did he detect me and restrain me? My teleportation is so fast. Leonard was still in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief and fear. At that moment, he realized he could move his mouth and couldn't help but shout, "How did you find me, white-clad warrior? No, you can't do this." But even as Leonard shouted, he realized the white-clad warrior had no intention of answering. Instead, his body was lifted into the air by the red glow. Then he felt his body tightening. In a daze, he saw the Sentinels crushed into piles of scrap metal in the distance, and realized his fate. Syd watched as Leonard, wrapped in red light, slowly rose into the air. His right hand clenched slightly. "No, Arg!" Leonard screamed, his body creaking as if his bones were breaking. So, this is the terror of an Omega-level mutant. In his final moments, Leonard felt regret. Regret for coming to face the white-clad warrior, regret for underestimating an Omega-level mutant. It wasn't until this moment that he truly understood the sheer horror of Omega-level mutants, and just how powerless one felt when facing them. Arg! Leonard's eyes were filled with remorse, fear, and hatred. Seeing Leonard's expression, Syd grew tired of playing and clenched his fist tightly. With a squelching sound, blood sprayed out, almost hitting him, but it was blocked by his chaos magic shield. Leonard, or rather what was left of him, became a mangled mess. With a slight motion of his right hand, Syd casually tossed Leonard's remains aside. At that moment, a small black camera fell to the ground with a clink. Syd glanced at the camera, unsurprised. Had he not intentionally left it intact, even this metal camera would have been crushed into a pile of scrap. Meanwhile, on the other side, watching everything through the camera, the military officers were stunned. Leonard failed. That damn white-clad warrior. They gritted their teeth in frustration and regret. A valuable military asset like Leonard had just been lost like that. As they stewed in their anger and regret, the camera on the ground captured Syd's feet. Syd took a glance at the camera on the ground, stepped forward, and slowly lifted his right foot. What was he about to do? The military officers were filled with disbelief. The next moment, they watched as his foot got closer and closer to the camera, and then, with a crunch, the feed went dark. Clearly, the camera had been stomped to pieces by the white-clad warrior. It wouldn't have been so bad if that were all, but the scene gave the military a certain impression. It was as if they, like the camera, were nothing more than bugs to the white-clad warrior, crushed underfoot with no effort. The military officers were convinced that someone as powerful as the white-clad warrior wouldn't have left the camera intact accidentally. They hadn't imagined this, his message was clear. The white-clad warrior was telling them that they, too, would be crushed like bugs under his foot. Realizing this, the military officers and generals erupted with anger. That damn Omega-level mutant, that damn white-clad warrior. How arrogant, absolutely arrogant. So insolent. Does he not even care about our military? At that moment, they gnashed their teeth in fury, wishing they could tear the white-clad warrior apart. Get him to the trap site. I want him dead, one general roared in frustration. While the military was busy plotting how to lure the white-clad warrior into their trap, Syd, after crushing the camera, scanned the surroundings to ensure no one was watching. Then he took out the Tesseract. In the next moment, the Tesseract glowed brightly. With a flash of blue light and a ripple in space, Syd vanished. The next second, he appeared in a familiar place, one of the alleys he had passed through before. Taking advantage of the fact that those nuisances couldn't find him for now, Syd resumed circulating his light energy. Divine Power of Light EXP +1. Divine Body EXP +1. Both his level 4 Divine Power of Light and Divine Body were steadily advancing toward level 5. Once these two abilities also reached level 5, along with Divine Word and Flight, he would have 4 level 5 abilities. By then, his strength would increase tremendously. Whether facing the military's trap or the looming threat of Arishem, he would feel much more confident. Syd's eyes gleamed with anticipation. As he continued to circulate his light energy, time passed quickly, and 2 more days went by. After these 2 days, his divine body was 90% complete, just one more push, and it would reach level 5. Even Divine Power of Light wasn't far behind. During these 2 days, aside from evading a few military pursuit attempts, nothing much had happened. However, just as he was about to make the final push to bring his divine body to level 5, Syd suddenly sensed a strange, slightly scorching aura nearby. What's this? Syd saw 2 middle-aged men in suits, faintly glowing red and emitting high temperatures, walking into the alley. From the way they looked, they seemed to be about to discuss some secret business. With just one glance, Syd immediately understood the abnormality in their bodies. The Extremis virus. End of chapter. Chapter 261. 1500 PS reached. The Extremis virus from Iron Man 3. Observing the 2 people in front of him, Syd felt a bit curious. The Extremis virus, this thing could even rival the super soldier serum that was injected into Captain America. Not only did it grant its host remarkable regenerative abilities, but it also provided the strength to tear apart Tony's Mark armor barehanded. Syd recalled that Tony Stark's Mark armor was literally torn apart by a villain infused with the Extremis virus. Of course, while the virus had its advantages, it came with significant side effects. The user's body temperature would rise to extremely high levels, which could be both a benefit and a drawback. If one couldn't handle it, their body would explode. Glancing at them briefly, Syd lost interest. The Extremis virus? It was just that. He wasn't about to waste time acquiring something like this. Not to mention the possible adverse reactions that could arise from injecting such a bizarre virus into his divine body. Given the time required to endure the adaptation phase of the Extremis virus, it would be more worthwhile to practice his abilities. By then, his divine body might even reach level 5. Besides, Syd doubted it would be as effective on him. Different bodies had different constitutions. While the virus might regenerate an ordinary person, it didn't necessarily mean it would work for his divine body, which was on a whole other level. As he pondered, the 2 men dressed in black nearby grew first wary, then surprised. White Cloak. With just a glance, they recognized the person in front of them. But a second later, they dismissed the idea. Just another guy cosplaying White Cloak. Lately, they'd seen plenty of people trying to mimic White Cloak and Messiah, wanting to become them. They figured this guy was just another one of them. While his outfit was indeed more convincing, they didn't think much of it. Realistic one-to-one costumes had long been available for sale, and it wasn't rare to see dozens or even hundreds of people dressed like this on the streets. Normally, they wouldn't give such a person a second thought, but things were different now. Having just injected the Extremis virus, they were at the peak of excitement, itching to showcase their newfound strength. They hadn't had a chance before, but now. And since they were in an isolated alley, even if they killed this guy, no one would notice. With that thought, their eyes gleamed. They exchanged a glance, both sharing the same idea. White Cloak, huh? Let's see how tough you really are. George sneered, staring at the White Cloak in front of him with excitement. This was White Cloak, after all. While they didn't believe this was the real one, it wouldn't hurt to pretend he was. Just the thought of tearing apart the Omega-level mutant, White Cloak, thrilled them. Who cared if he was White Cloak? They would still crush him underfoot, squeezing out every bit of satisfaction. The next moment, their bodies glowed red as they roared and charged forward. Watching the two charge at him, Syd's gaze was one of pity, as if he was watching a pair of fools. Did they have their brains scrambled? Syd's right hand moved slightly, emitting a red glow. Instantly, the two men, strengthened by the Extremis virus, froze in place, unable to move an inch. You. George and his companion, who had been excited and menacing a moment ago, were now stunned and shocked. Seeing the red glow radiating from White Cloak's hand, they were struck dumb. You're actually White Cloak. They stared in disbelief. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them, filling their faces with horror and dread. How could this really be White Cloak? Why would White Cloak suddenly appear in a place like this? George's mind filled with fear and regret, blaming this bizarre encounter. If they hadn't come to this desolate alley, they wouldn't have met him, nor would they have had the nerve to provoke him. And didn't they inject the Extremis virus? Why couldn't they put up any resistance? They couldn't even move. Was an Omega mutant really this strong? George and his companion were left in disbelief. Syd looked at them, speechless. The next moment, he moved his right hand slightly, and the red glow flashed. Syd was just about to reduce these two senseless fools into dust, but before he could exert much force, there were two loud explosions. Their bodies, affected by the Extremis virus, lost stability and exploded on the spot. Luckily, they were wrapped in chaotic magic, or he would have been covered in the aftermath. Shaking his head, he didn't bother looking at the remnants, and turned to leave the area, mumbling to himself, "No need to thank me, Tony Stark. I just helped you deal with two enemies." As he thought this, his figure faded into the distance. As for the Extremis virus, he had no desire to get involved. Tony Stark could handle it on his own. Time passed quickly, and soon it was midday the following day. The sun was high, spilling sunlight across the western hemisphere. Ability, Divine Body, 1999/2000, Level 4. In a secluded alley, Syd stood under the sunlight, eyes opening. A notification sounded. Divine Body Experience +1. With the sound of the notification, the information on his Divine Body changed. Ability, Divine Body, Max/Max, Level 5. In an instant, a vision appeared. The sky, previously cloudy, suddenly cleared, revealing a pristine blue sky and a radiant golden sun. Syd's body began to float into the air, despite not using any flight or chaotic magic. It was as if he possessed an innate ability to levitate, with no need for the ground beneath him. Sunlight gathered from all directions, and the alley was instantly bathed in brilliant light. No, it didn't stop there. In mere moments, the entire city was engulfed in gentle sunlight, turning it into a sea of light. Everyone in the city, whether sipping coffee, shopping, or going about their day, froze. What was happening? Where was this light coming from? One after another, people looked up, only to be met with pure, unrelenting light. Those in taller buildings saw even more. In the distance, a spot where the light converged most intensely became visible. If the sunlight around them was a mere fraction, that spot was 100-fold, obscuring all else and covering everything in blinding brilliance. What's happening over there? A sense of awe spread through the city. Soon, more and more people noticed the phenomenon. Many couldn't resist and began moving towards the light, eager to discover its source. Chapter 262. As people noticed the spectacle, countless individuals began moving toward the center of the light, eager to see what was happening. Before long, people outside the city also noticed the phenomenon. "Friends, are you seeing this? That spot is the center of the light. We're going over now to check it out and see what's going on," said a young man in a blue jacket, recording the scene on video. As the video was uploaded online, it sparked conversations in other cities. What is this? Why is the sunlight in that place so intense? Is this a movie scene? Is there a new film coming out? Special effects. Initially, viewers thought it was fake, maybe some movie effect, but the longer they watched, the more it felt real, unlike special effects. It wasn't just one person, nearly everyone watching felt the same. Soon, as the video host explained, viewers became more shocked. This was real. A radiant spectacle covering an entire city. What was going on? The news of the phenomenon spread rapidly, capturing the attention of more and more people. Naturally, S.H.I.E.L.D. and other agencies took notice as well. "Tony, I need you to check this out," Nick Fury urgently contacted Iron Man. At Stark Tower, Tony Stark responded instinctively, "Why are you calling me?" "I'm busy." Before he could finish, Fury replied sternly, "Tony, this is serious. This mysterious phenomenon has already affected an entire city. If it gets worse, everyone in the city could be in danger, Tony." Listening to Fury's persistent demands, Tony sighed, "Fine, I'm going. Just stop talking, Fury." Soon after, a red suit shot up from Stark Tower, flying toward the city. It wasn't just S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, the military, and Alessandro Base's experimental department all sent people to investigate. While the citizens moved toward the center of the phenomenon and various agencies mobilized, a transformation was taking place at the very center, now bathed in light. Syd floated in the air, surrounded by an endless glow. At that moment, the Venom symbiote, which had been dormant in his right hand, couldn't withstand the transformation and woke up, quickly emerging from his hand. Venom extended its small, black head, staring at the sight in shock. "Syd, what are you up to now?" Syd seemed to experience strange changes every so often, almost like a human female's periodic cycle. Now, what was he doing this time? Venom was utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, a mysterious warmth flowed through Syd's body, enhancing his divine body and causing astonishing changes. His bones, muscles, and skin grew denser. His body grew more perfect, his appearance more flawless. A mysterious aura enveloped him. The blood within his body transformed entirely into gold, radiating a brilliant glow filled with potent energy. At this moment, his body had fully evolved into that of an Acer. Endurance, strength, defense, everything surged. Though he hadn't tested his current defense, Syd was confident that ordinary beings could no longer harm him, nor even leave a scratch. Even bullets and ammunition should be ineffective against him. As for powerful weapons like missiles, he wasn't entirely sure, as he hadn't tested them. Setting aside untested capabilities, Syd's attention turned to his need for oxygen. Previously, even with a level 4 divine body, he still fell within the limits of ordinary life forms and required oxygen. Going into outer space would have been fatal. But now, curious, Syd held his breath, ceasing his need for oxygen. 10 seconds. 10 minutes. 30 minutes. As half an hour passed, Syd was in a very good mood. He realized that even after not breathing for 30 minutes, he felt no discomfort. It wasn't like holding his breath and enduring with stamina. Syd mused, somewhat uncertain, maybe. I really don't need oxygen anymore. Since he now possessed the true body of the Acer, with stamina at a superhuman, terrifying level, he wondered if he was simply in a stage of endurance. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to test his theory by taking the Tesseract out of his backpack. Imagining the desolate landscape of the moon, the Tesseract glowed with a blue light, and spatial ripples appeared. Syd vanished from his location and appeared on the lunar surface. Looking up, he saw a vast, dark, and foreboding expanse of space. Looking down, he noticed the gray-white soil, while the sunlight from afar cast a silver glow over everything. The scenery was decent at first, but soon felt desolate. However, Syd wasn't here to enjoy the view, he focused entirely on the changes in his body. The last time he had come to the moon, he had to return to Earth within seconds due to his physical limitations. Now, Syd was surprised to find his body felt perfectly fine. It felt as if he were still on Earth, no discomfort, no change at all. I can actually survive in space. Syd was astonished. Could he even be considered a living organism anymore? Syd suspected that even if he stopped eating and drinking, he would still be fine. He felt his body perpetually brimming with energy, as if he would never tire. Perhaps he might feel exhausted in battle, but for daily life, he probably never would. Is this what it means to be divine? Unconsciously, Syd attempted to move, only to find himself floating into the air. Without using Orochi's levitation or chaotic magic. A floating ability. Syd murmured. This floating ability felt innate, like breathing air, a natural-born talent. He tested it out. He disappeared from his original spot and reappeared in the distance. After a while, Syd had roughly determined the data. The flying speed of his divine body seemed to be influenced by the intensity of his light-based power and divinity. Overall, it wasn't as fast as Orochi's levitation. However, the energy consumption was lower, as if his Orochi levitation was constantly in a sustained state. For now, his ability speed hierarchy was as follows. Levitation, Divine Body, Chaos Magic. End of chapter. Chapter 263. After flying for a while, Syd paused. He found himself on the dark side of the moon, surrounded by countless craters, a nightmare for anyone with trypophobia. Then, he noticed a silver spaceship in the distance. It looked like there were astronauts in spacesuits, dismantling the ship. What was this? An alien spacecraft. Syd was intrigued but not particularly surprised. After all, he'd seen plenty of aliens. An abandoned alien ship on the far side of the moon wasn't anything extraordinary. His pupils shifted slightly, and he noticed the American emblem on their spacesuits. The nationality was clear. Syd didn't do much, he simply let red light flash in his right hand, and the silver spaceship instantly crumpled into a pile of scrap metal. After this, he considered doing more, but suddenly felt a new change within his body. Before the astronauts could look his way, he pulled out the tesseract, and with a flash of blue light, he returned to the secluded alley he had started from. He was gone, but the American astronauts were left staring in disbelief. They had watched as the perfectly intact spaceship was suddenly enveloped in red light and transformed into scrap metal. What just happened? The middle-aged team leader among the astronauts shouted in shock and anger. Fortunately, they had installed cameras all around as a precaution while working in space, to prevent any inexplicable accidents. Soon, everyone crowded around the monitoring station to review the footage. Wait. Is that? Watching the figure floating above the moon, with red light radiating from his hand, everyone was stunned. Were their eyes deceiving them, or did they just see someone standing on the moon without a spacesuit? How could any living being withstand such pressure? The change in atmospheric pressure alone would instantly kill a person, not to mention other factors. Was this even human? And on the moon, no less. For a moment, a chill ran through the team of astronauts. Then, one of them hesitated. That person, he looks like White Cloak. At this suggestion, everyone froze, then took a closer look, collectively gasping. Could it really be White Cloak? How could he appear on the moon? And how was it possible for him to survive on the moon without a spacesuit? Now that they had an idea of who it was, their shock and confusion only deepened. Meanwhile, back in the alley, Syd's expression was constantly shifting. Earth. At that moment, although his divine body had completed its transformation, the surrounding phenomenon had not entirely subsided and maintained a certain level of intensity. With his perfected divine body, the area itself began to change, as if it had been born anew in his presence. Nearby plants sprouted new leaves, flowers bloomed. Birds gathered, chirping joyfully as though celebrating the birth of a god of light, their joy seeming to come from the depths of their hearts. Even though this god of light was incomplete, only his divine body perfected, it still had an impact on them. But despite the frequent manifestations around him, Syd wasn't in the mood to appreciate it. His full attention was drawn to the changes happening within his body. He could feel that his divine body was working to purge certain elements. In an instant, he realized what it was. Cancer cells again. This wasn't his first time dealing with his divine body's resistance to cancer cells. However, the reaction was more intense than ever before. With a frown, he felt a violent struggle unfolding within him, accompanied by sharp pain. It was as if a battle raged inside his body, a battle that would have instantly killed an ordinary person. Only someone with a divine body could withstand such turmoil without suffering. At this moment, his divine body was trying to eradicate the cancer cells, restoring them to normal. Yet within the cancer cells, a strange, twisted power resisted, refusing to allow them to return to normal. Clearly, this was the power of an ancient Eldritch god. Let's see who's stronger, your power or my divine body. Syd smirked coldly. With that, he closed his eyes, harnessing his inner light energy to assist his divine body in purging the cancer cells. The light within Syd blazed. On one side were radiant divine cells, on the other, dark cells emitting black vapor. With the support of his light energy and the strength of his now level 5 divine body, the cancer cells finally began to lose ground. The dark cancer cells were gradually eliminated, replaced by radiant, perfect cells. Grumble. As if sensing its impending doom, the cancerous cells, now capable of rudimentary thought, emitted a strange, resentful murmur. The light intensified. A scream echoed. The dark cancer cells were completely eradicated. His divine body was now fully perfected. In an instant, a powerful light emanated from him, gathering and enveloping him. At that moment, Syd felt an immense sense of relief, like a gentle breeze caressing his body, bringing comfort. However, with the eradication of the cancer cells, his expression quickly changed. His divine intuition sensed a profound malice directed at him from afar. It felt as though something had noticed him, observing him with ill intent. But this wasn't the worst part. Syd felt an invisible force accompanying the eradication of the cancer cells, affixing itself to him. He sensed, vaguely, that he had been marked by some entity and could faintly perceive its presence. It was as if a tracker had been placed on him. In a strange sense, Syd felt this vast entity drawing closer at a rapid pace, closing the distance between them. But because of the extreme distance, it would take some time before it arrived. An ancient Eldritch god. Syd murmured. This was outright harassment. Not only did it try to infect him with cancer cells to turn him into a puppet, but now, after he cleansed them, it was furious and ready for revenge. Syd could sense the power and enormity of this Eldritch god, but he wasn't afraid. Let's see who's stronger, Syd thought, filled with a murderous intent. Of course, despite his contempt for the ancient god, he hadn't lost his wits. Syd immediately thought of the black stone artifact in his backpack. End of chapter. Chapter 264. If I use the black stone artifact, maybe I can learn a bit more about that ancient Eldritch god. Syd pondered. He knew well that the future was always shifting. While he had previously foreseen his death at the hands of the celestial Narration the judge, his recent encounter with the ancient god's hostility might have changed the circumstances, making this Eldritch god a likely cause of his death instead. As such, the death vision shown by the black stone might now center on the ancient god. Of course, since he hadn't used the black stone yet, he couldn't be sure of the final outcome. For all he knew, he might escape the Eldritch god or even defeat it, leaving Narration as the primary threat once more. Everything depended on what he would see after using the black stone. Just as Syd was about to reach into his backpack for the black stone artifact, a change in his surroundings caught his attention. The gathered sunlight began to dissipate slowly, and the mystical scene started to fade. Seeing this, Syd wasn't surprised. However, the sounds of murmuring from the alleyway piqued his interest. Look, the phenomenon is disappearing. What's going on here? Could this be some miracle from God? Come on, let's go check it out. A crowd rushed into the alleyway, including onlookers and FBI officers. They all swarmed into the narrow space. There, in the center of the lush plants and vibrant flowers, they found a mysterious figure dressed in white. This figure was not only floating in midair but also emanated a faint glow. An ethereal aura surrounded him, awe-inspiring to behold. The crowd was stunned. Could this phenomenon be caused by a single person? While most were shocked, the real surprise came from recognizing who he was. White Cloak. It's really you. Did you cause this mysterious phenomenon? The FBI officers on the scene were astounded. Even the onlookers were taken aback. Could White Cloak be responsible for this spectacle? Earlier, they'd thought it might be a miracle of some kind, but now. Wait, a miracle. Someone widened their eyes as they recalled something. Rumor had it that White Cloak was Thor's brother, a god of light. Could it be? The thought made a twisted kind of sense, or maybe not. Creating a phenomenon affecting an entire city so effortlessly, what exactly had White Cloak done? Asgard. Due to the phenomenon, Heimdall, the guardian god, had also taken note of the disturbance. His golden eyes were fixed on the remnants of the phenomenon, focused on White Cloak at the center, filled with awe. What immense power! Within the gradually fading vision, he sensed an intense aura of divine energy. At that moment, he became increasingly convinced that White Cloak was indeed a god of their realm. As he observed intently, Syd glanced at the shocked onlookers. In the next instant, he moved to leave. However, a red suit of armor approached rapidly from the sky. With a single glance, Syd recognized who it was. Tony Stark. "It's Iron Man," someone in the crowd exclaimed. The red mark armor hovered in midair as Tony Stark opened his helmet, looking puzzled. "White Cloak. What are you doing here?" While Tony was questioning him, a chubby middle-aged woman in the crowd excitedly waved and shouted. "Iron Man Tony, the sunlight phenomenon in the city seems to be related to White Cloak." "What?" Staring at White Cloak in the distance, Tony Stark was astonished. This city-wide phenomenon was connected to White Cloak. How could he pull off something so powerful? Could he still be hiding more power? And what was his objective? As Tony pondered, more people gathered in the distance, and 4 black Sentinel robots flew in. Syd noticed and, without waiting for the Sentinels to react, approached swiftly. In Tony Stark's astonished gaze, his hands glowed red. The 4 Sentinels attempted to resist, but under the red glow of chaotic magic, they quickly turned into piles of scrap metal. This scene didn't go unnoticed by the military and Alessandro base's leaders. They were stunned at first, then filled with anger. "It's White Cloak again. That damned guy." Back at the scene, Syd glanced at Tony Stark, then flew off into the distance, preparing to leave. While his divine body had reached level 5, his light power was still at level 4, he needed to find a place to continue training. And his light power was close, it was almost at level 5. Ability, Light Power, 1612/2000, Level 4. Syd's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Just 2 more days. Watching his figure vanish, Tony Stark hesitated for a moment but chose not to pursue or question him further. Thinking it over, Tony Stark said, "Jarvis, connect me to Fury." "Yes, sir." Soon, the call connected, and Tony Stark relayed everything to Nick Fury. "What did you say?" "This phenomenon is related to White Cloak." Nick Fury was both shocked and puzzled, with a trace of wariness. "What are you planning?" Nick Fury murmured. Soon, aside from S.H.I.E.L.D., other departments began piecing together the situation. Military base. Watching the video footage of the phenomenon, military officers and generals grew serious. A burly, white-haired general named Hole said gravely, "The plan must accelerate. If necessary, we'll use force." 2 other generals exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. If they couldn't lure White Cloak into a trap, they'd resort to direct confrontation, regardless of collateral damage. Even if lives were lost, it was a price they were willing to pay. Compared to the threat posed by White Cloak, such losses were minor. Of course, Messiah was also on their elimination list. If they could locate him, he would be dealt with as well. For this mission, they had expended significant resources, producing over 1,500 Sentinel robots. If not for financial aid from other nations, they wouldn't have been able to produce so many Sentinels this quickly. In addition to the Sentinels, they were also ready to deploy jets and other powerful weapons. At this moment, everyone involved, the generals, the military officers, and Alessandro base's leader, along with Dr. Bolivar, all believed that White Cloak and Messiah would be eliminated in this operation. Some were even thinking about how they'd handle and study their remains once they were dead. While the military accelerated their plans, Syd, now cloaked in invisibility, found a secluded corner. He took the black stone artifact from his backpack. Let's see what this so-called ancient Eldritch god is all about. Or maybe, the death vision will still show Erisham the judge. A glint of curiosity appeared in Syd's eyes. End of chapter. Chapter 265. Driven by curiosity, Syd activated the orb of the cosmos with a flash of red light, releasing the purple power stone. Grasping it firmly, a surge of violent energy attempted to overwhelm him. Suppressing the backlash from the power stone, Syd carefully channeled a fraction of its purple energy, neutralizing it through his body before directing it to the black stone artifact. In an instant, the black stone emitted a faint dark glow. Soon, it radiated a deep black light, and the familiar, strange energy fluctuations appeared. It's starting. Syd's eyes brightened with anticipation. The next moment, his vision blurred, and an unfamiliar scene unfolded before him. Syd's attention locked onto himself within the death vision. Earth. Under a bright and sunny sky, a figure dressed in black strolled slowly across an endless green plain. Then, as if sensing something, the black-clad Syd looked up toward the sky. Simultaneously, the real Syd, watching everything, also felt something, and he gazed thoughtfully at the sky. Is there an issue with the sanctum? A flood of memories filled his mind. The Avengers protected the world from physical threats, while the sorcerers of Camartage defended it from mystical threats or supernatural forces. The first Sorcerer Supreme, Agamotto, the creator of the Eye of Agamotto, was not only the founder of magic but also one of the Trinity gods known as Vishanti. Agamotto had constructed 3 sanctums to shield the world, with the New York sanctum being one of them. Together, these 3 sanctums formed a protective barrier for Earth. The sanctums protected the world, and the sorcerers protected the sanctums. During the Battle of New York, the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One, had defended the New York sanctum to prevent the Chitauri from damaging it, which would have compromised Earth's barrier. This barrier safeguarded Earth from other dimensions or beings from alternate realms, like Dormammu. Dormammu, a timeless entity from the dark dimension, possessed infinite energy and an insatiable desire to consume Earth. Dormammu's power far surpassed what was shown in the movies, where Doctor Strange had barely fended him off by using the Time Stone to annoy him. Each time Doctor Strange died, the Time Stone rewound time, erasing his memory of the reset. However, Dormammu, who transcended time, remembered each loop. Faced with this endless, frustrating cycle, Dormammu eventually left in anger. Dormammu's true power remained unshown, thanks to the Time Stone's overpowered abilities. Of course, their clash taking place in the dark dimension played a part. Constantly resetting time there was manageable, but doing so in the physical realm could have caused unforeseen issues. Though the Time Stone seemed cost-free, it held significant risk. Dormammu's invasion had been possible only because of a breach in the Sanctum's defenses, nearly resulting in Earth's consumption. At this moment, Syd sensed something vanishing from the sky. Realizing this death vision might involve the Eldritch god, he speculated that the Sanctum's barrier must have been compromised. As soon as he had this thought, Syd saw the bright sky darken abruptly, as if night had fallen in an instant. A void appeared in the sky, revealing a desolate, dark space beyond. At that moment, both the black-clad Syd in the vision and the real Syd heard strange whispers in their ears. He. It sounded like countless voices murmuring, as though they were trying to convey something, yet the words were indecipherable. As a mere observer, Syd didn't feel the full impact. However, the black-clad Syd in the death vision began to change. He clutched his head, irritation written on his face as he struggled to shut out the noise. As he neared his limit with the maddening whispers, his body started to show signs of mutation. Then, a gentle light radiated from him as his latent divinity surged, attempting to repel the foreign influence. Unfortunately, with his divinity only at level 4, he couldn't entirely dispel the mental effects, managing only a temporary suppression. Thankfully, due to his divine body, he avoided physical mutation. Before he could adjust, a black tentacle emerged from the darkened sky. This tentacle was entirely black, covered in countless red eyes and small, grinning mouths filled with blackness and teeth, leading to who knows where. Each red eye rolled independently, each mouth opening and closing as the tentacle twisted and turned. The sight was enough to make anyone's skin crawl. Seeing this monstrous tentacle, the black-clad Syd in the death vision felt his mind twisting even further. Then, all the red eyes, filled with malice, swiveled toward the black-clad Syd standing in the grass. He felt his vision overlapping, illusions forming before him. At that moment, a strange clarity washed over him, allowing him to discern the previously indecipherable whispers. He. An eerie voice spread, followed by strange chants echoing through the void, as if multitudes were singing praises. Insignificant being, offer your faith, surrender your body and soul to the Great Master. Great Master, your will envelopes the stars and all creation. He, pathetic mortal, come, join with the Master. It was as though countless voices murmured, trying to lure him into the Master's great world. The divinity within the black-clad Syd struggled, and even the once soft white glow around him became dim and yellowed, tinged with an eerie quality. From a distance, it looked as if he were shrouded in yellow robes. Insolent insect, how dare you resist me? Obey and become my puppet, it is your honor. The sinister voice, sounding almost heavenly, echoed from the black void in the sky. As it spoke, the black-clad Syd's vision began to overlap, revealing 2 worlds, one normal, one twisted and distorted. The mental corruption intensified. Fortunately, his level 4 divinity barely kept his consciousness intact, allowing him to retain some clarity. From afar, Watching this scene, Syd furrowed his brows. End of chapter. Chapter 266. If the Celestials were a threat of physical annihilation, then this Eldritch god represented mental annihilation. He watched his counterpart in the vision regain clarity and speak a single word. Light. A mysterious and slightly eerie voice resonated. In an instant, sunlight flooded an area within a nearly 30-kilometer radius. In the next second, boundless light converged into a beam of energy. Simultaneously, the sunlight itself intensified. The sun overhead seemed to grow brighter, focusing its rays down, as the black-clad Syd began to glow as well. The intense beam of light, radiating extreme heat, joined forces with the sunlight, targeting the black tentacle and the ominous dark space overhead. Boom. It seemed the Eldritch entity hadn't expected this seemingly insignificant being to unleash such power. Caught off guard, its black tentacle was scorched by the intense sunlight and beam, beginning to decompose. A strange sound of pain echoed, laced with surprise and agony. In moments, the black tentacle was half destroyed, oozing black, shimmering blood. Fortunately for it, a layer of dark energy surfaced on the tentacle, protecting it from the onslaught of light, sparing it from total destruction. Infuriated, a massive form moved rapidly toward the dark void above. In the shadows, Syd caught a glimpse of a giant red eye. Before he could look closer, multiple black tentacles emerged, pushing through the radiant sunlight and closing in quickly. Although the sunlight, chaotic red magic, and shield abilities slowed the tentacles somewhat, they didn't stop them. The next moment, the black-clad Syd was entangled in a mass of black tentacles, disappearing within their writhing grasp. The light dimmed. A grotesque transformation began. Foolish insect, your resistance is futile, your only fate is to become my puppet. A sinister, mocking laugh echoed. From a distance, Syd fell silent. He could feel his vision counterpart's mind shatter, twisting until it became the entity's puppet. His vision blurred, and he returned to reality. Looking at the black stone artifact in his hand, now dimming, Syd sighed. He had initially thought this ancient Eldritch god wouldn't be that formidable, but now. It seems level 4 abilities really aren't enough. He shook his head. Currently, only his levitation, divine speech, and divine body had reached level 5, while other crucial abilities remained at level 4, preventing any major leap in his strength. If only his sunlight power and chaos magic had reached level 5, undergoing a transformation, his counterpart in the death vision wouldn't have suffered so much. And if even more powerful abilities of Baldur were awakened, the outcome might have been far different. But the most unsettling part about this Eldritch god was its mental corruption power. His current level of divinity didn't seem to fully prevent such pollution and distortion. Perhaps if his divinity reached level 5, he could resist or even ignore the mental corruption. He was curious about the transformation that might come with level 5 divinity. Moreover, the true extent of the Eldritch god's strength remained unclear, as it hadn't fully revealed itself, which only added to Syd's wariness. Syd knew that if this ancient god were merely a minor threat, it wouldn't be too troubling. But if it were powerful enough to defeat even a deity like the goddess of death, he would need to tread carefully. The goddess of death in question wasn't Asgard's Hela, but the true death herself, an abstract deity representing death itself. Syd recalled an alternate universe, the Cancerverse, where this death goddess had been defeated and devoured by a tentacled entity from an extra-dimensional realm, leading to a world where life ceased to die, transforming its inhabitants into twisted, undead monsters. And this outer god was indeed an Eldritch god. Even the embodiment of death had fallen to this tentacled god, so Syd doubted he could stand against it. Reflecting on the Eldritch god's form in the death vision, Syd felt a sense of dread. Could this entity be the same one responsible for the demise of the goddess of death in the Cancerverse? No, if it were, it would be far stronger, Syd thought hesitantly. After pondering for a while, he decided not to overthink it. Speculating wouldn't help, focusing on advancing his abilities to level 5 was far more productive. With all his abilities strengthened, he would be confident enough to face any threat. Moreover, with enhanced abilities, the Black Stone's death vision might reveal more details, potentially unraveling the identity of the Eldritch god. Determined, Syd basked in the sunlight and began channeling his light energy. Light power experience +1. Occasionally, he would also hear the sound of his divinity experience increasing. Time flew by, and 2 days passed quickly. That morning, Syd opened his eyes. Ability, light power, 1999/2000, Level 4. A notification sounded in his ears. Light Power Experience +1. Ability, Light Power, Max/Max, Level 5. Finally, Level 5. A look of anticipation filled Syd's eyes. The next second, his body underwent a dramatic transformation. Suddenly, Venom, who had been sleeping, let out a startled cry, woken by a sudden surge of danger, and quickly emerged from Syd's right hand. "Syd, what's happening now?" Venom exclaimed in surprise. Then it noticed Syd's body radiating intense light. In that instant, he turned into a massive ball of light, resembling a blazing sun in the sky. The light energy began a profound ascension. It grew purer, exuding a mysterious aura. Asgard, realm of the gods. Heimdall, the guardian of Asgard, sensed something, and his gaze instinctively shifted toward Earth. With a single glance, he saw White Cloak in the alley, enveloped in an intense divine aura. What's happening to him? The power radiating from him was. Heimdall's golden eyes were filled with awe and confusion. In the royal palace. As Odin conversed with Frigga, he suddenly frowned, sensing something. Midgard, such potent divine power. Beside him, Frigga felt a strange sense of foreboding. On Earth. Camartage. The Ancient One paused in the middle of brewing tea, glancing in a particular direction with a look of surprise. Shield. The energy detector sounded yet another alarm. Nick Fury looked on, bewildered and uncertain. In the secluded, light-filled alley. Staring up at the sky, Venom was utterly stunned. End of chapter. Chapter 267. Venom stared at the sky, dumbfounded. The entire sky was ablaze with brilliant light. Everywhere he looked was covered in light, a scene that felt strangely familiar. After all, they'd just experienced a similar event a few days ago. However, as Venom continued watching, he felt that something was different. This time, the phenomenon seemed to cover a much larger area. At that moment, Venom recalled a distant memory of a similar scene from even earlier. Back then, the light had spread across the entire Earth. Could it be happening again? As Venom grappled with surprise and confusion, both the Western Hemisphere in daylight and the Eastern Hemisphere in night, along with every other region, were once again enveloped in radiant light. Pedestrians on the streets looked up in shock, and people who had been sleeping were startled awake by the intense light seeping through their windows. What's going on? Why is the sky covered in light again? Billions of people were both amazed and reminded of a similar scene from some time ago. To verify their suspicions, countless people started checking the news. Is the Earth enveloped in light again? An incredible phenomenon appears once more. One after another, news articles were pulled up, and many people confirmed their suspicions, falling deeper into wonder. During the first event, they had been utterly perplexed, but this time, they had an idea of what was happening. People began discussing it. If I remember correctly, the last time something like this happened globally, it was linked to White Cloak, right? Yeah, everyone was saying White Cloak was behind that phenomenon. Many remembered that White Cloak supposedly had the title of God of Light. So, does that mean this phenomenon is White Cloak's doing again? Once they pieced the logic together, countless people were left in disbelief. A phenomenon this extraordinary, happening not once but twice. How was White Cloak achieving this? Shield. How does this guy have such power? Nick Fury muttered in disbelief, his mind filled with confusion and concern. Such a massive, mystical phenomenon, how could it keep occurring? Just how powerful was White Cloak? At that moment, Fury couldn't help but wonder if White Cloak was truly hiding more strength than he'd shown. A bald, middle-aged agent nearby, monitoring data, voiced a similar thought. Director, could this be what an Omega-level mutant's true power looks like? Has White Cloak been hiding his real strength? Could even Messiah be concealing the bulk of his power? Could their true strength be enough to destroy the entire Earth? The surrounding agents shuddered, and even Fury had to admit this possibility was unsettling. Of course, he preferred to believe it was mere coincidence. Shaking his head, he replied, impossible. Both Omega-level mutants, Messiah and White Cloak, have faced numerous crises and been in desperate situations. They don't seem like they're hiding anything. If they were truly that powerful, they would have long since eliminated the military forces constantly opposing them instead of showing such restraint. The bald agent, named Dave, continued, but what if it's all part of their disguise? Director, they keep displaying bursts of power in critical moments, way beyond their previously shown strength. Isn't that suspicious? It really does seem like they're hiding their true power. The agents around him paused, realizing there might be some truth to his words. Nick Fury, though acknowledging the points made, still found inconsistencies, replying, if they truly had the power to destroy Earth, they wouldn't limit themselves like this. Strength isn't so easily concealed. Up to this point, all gathered data indicated that the two of them hadn't hidden a significantly higher level of strength. Most of the agents present preferred to trust Fury's analysis. As they discussed, under the blanket of light, billions of people, along with animals and plants, felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Not only that, but S.H.I.E.L.D. and other entities observed a startling scene. Under the radiant glow, plants worldwide began sprouting, budding with fresh leaves, and blooming as if spring had arrived early, revitalizing everything. This sight had not occurred during the last phenomenon. What's going on? Staring at satellite images, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were astonished. While the agents remained puzzled, Nick Fury recalled something, his expression growing solemn. He muttered, in Norse mythology, Baldur, the god of light, is also known as the god of spring and joy. Could these myths be true? Both Nick Fury and the agents who overheard him were left in shock. While their emotions fluctuated, Thor, standing in New York City, was equally stunned. Gazing at the endless brilliance, Thor was shaken. This divine energy. Is that my brother? My brother is truly this powerful. Watching the plants revive under the light, Thor's mouth dropped open. Though he had experienced something similar before, knowing the phenomenon's source this time gave him a new perspective. A mix of envy, admiration, excitement, and thrill filled his heart. Meanwhile, Loki, hiding on Earth, watched with a shifting expression, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Camartage. The Ancient One murmured, it's him. Although she knew White Cloak had some ties to Asgard and seemed to embody a god of light, even she was taken aback. Was this really Asgard's god of light? Since when were Asgard's gods this powerful? Wasn't this a bit much? Even the Ancient One, with all her wisdom, felt a surge of wonder and doubt. United States, secret military base. Several officers wore grim expressions. The appearance of this spectacular phenomenon made them doubt the success of their upcoming plans. Seeing their reactions, General Hole spoke firmly, don't be fooled by this display. This is White Cloak trying to scare us, make us back down. This isn't the first time White Cloak has pulled off something like this. Do you really think he's that powerful? Hearing General Hole's words, the officers were momentarily stunned, then began to nod in understanding. He was right, this wasn't the first time White Cloak had created such an exaggerated phenomenon. Last time, despite the spectacle, White Cloak's power hadn't seemed insurmountable. After all, they were all still here, safe in the base, which was proof enough. End of chapter. Chapter 268. They thought to themselves, this phenomenon must be a trick by White Cloak, trying to intimidate us and prevent us from acting. The more they considered it, the brighter their eyes gleamed, and their confidence reignited. After all, they were too deep into the plan to back out now. They were one step away from eliminating Messiah and White Cloak, the scourges of Earth. Even if they wanted to stop, the other nations supplying resources wouldn't allow it. While various forces harbored mixed thoughts, the phenomenon occurring wasn't limited to Midgard, Earth, it extended across other realms like Jotunheim. Outside the royal palace in Asgard. Looking at the radiant sky, Odin murmured, it's that child. Has he truly awakened his divine power? As he considered it, a sense of disbelief crept over him. Could an awakening of divine power reach across realms like Midgard, Jotunheim, and the Nine Realms? Even Hellas' awakening hadn't caused such a phenomenon. At that moment, Odin couldn't help but question his reality. When did the power of the Aesir gods become this strong? Beside him, Queen Frigga, understanding the implications, instinctively covered her mouth in surprise. That child, he. She gazed into the distance, watching as plants began to sprout and bloom. This defiance of natural order, like the light enveloping all of Asgard, astonished Frigga. At that moment, the people of Asgard were equally taken aback. But unlike Asgard, other realms were even more bewildered. Jotunheim. In the dark, rugged, and desolate land of Jotunheim, realm of the frost giants, the phenomenon unfolded. Seeing the long-lost warmth of sunlight returning, many frost giants felt a mix of joy and excitement. More astonishingly, the once barren Jotunheim was now sprouting new plant life. Plants were budding and growing all around. Watching this impossible scene, even the frost giants began questioning if it was an illusion. A true miracle. Who has bestowed this upon us? More and more frost giants became thrilled and reverent. This scene wasn't limited to the frost giants' realm, similar occurrences unfolded across all realms. With it came an instinctive sense of reverence and worship for the being behind this miracle. Many couldn't help but think. Even the All-Father Odin of Asgard didn't possess such miraculous power, right? The more they pondered, the deeper their reverence grew. Of course, the reverence was amplified by the light's effect on emotions. Anyone touched by the light felt a surge of joy and positivity. Under the influence of this positive emotion, many found themselves worshipping unconsciously. Streams of faith began converging toward Midgard at a breathtaking speed. On Earth. In the light-filled alley. Suspended in midair and bathed in radiant energy, Syd felt the purest light energy coursing through him, accompanied by an intense, mysterious aura. With his light power fully evolved, he sensed a remarkable change. Syd felt an extraordinary increase in his control over light. He even believed he could use light to create intricate illusions or even make people see hallucinations. With this in mind, he began to experiment. Under Venom's curious gaze, Syd opened his right hand. He visualized Tony Stark's Mark armor in his mind. In an instant, countless photons gathered, altering their wavelengths to form various colors. Before long, a tiny red Mark suit, crafted entirely of light, appeared in his palm. From the outside, it looked impossibly real, as though Tony Stark himself were standing on Syd's hand, without a trace of unreality. The light figure could even move. The next second, the light figure expanded to a life-size scale. Venom was stunned. Had Syd not conjured it right before his eyes, Venom might have thought that human named Tony Stark had actually appeared there. Syd, ignoring Venom's amazement, was pleased. My intuition was correct, I've achieved an incredible level of control over light. Then, his gaze shifted to Venom, planning to test an illusion. As Venom marveled at the scene before him, he suddenly saw his vision blur. In the next moment, the sky darkened, and a grotesque, twisted black tentacle descended. Venom's face filled with terror. Just as he prepared to react, the tentacle vanished. Where? Where did the tentacle go? Venom looked around, confused. Noticing Venom's bewildered expression, Syd was surprised. It actually worked. He had attempted to use light to create an illusion for Venom, and it had worked. While it resembled a light projection, it was slightly different, only Venom could see this illusion. After completing these tests, Syd's focus shifted. The additional abilities from reaching level 5 light power were impressive, but the most significant part was the overall enhancement in strength each ability received due to the light power's upgrade. I wonder how fast my levitation is now. Syd's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Previously, his levitation speed was Mach 7. How fast would it be now? Just as he was about to test his speed, he paused. He felt an intense flow of belief coming toward him from all directions. Faith energy. Without further delay, Syd took out the Mind Stone to purify the belief energy. The Mind Stone emitted a soft glow. Quickly, notifications sounded one after another. Divinity Experience +1. Divinity Experience +1. His divinity experience increased rapidly. Ability, Divinity, 1033/2000, Level 4. Feeling his divinity quickly advancing toward Level 5, Syd's eyes gleamed with anticipation. I wonder if Level 5 divinity will grant me immunity to the mental corruption of that ancient Eldritch god. Sensing the continuous influx of belief energy around him, Syd was confident he could reach Level 5 divinity within a day. With this resolved, he refocused on testing his newly leveled light power. 10 minutes later, holding a stopwatch, he arrived at an open space. Feeling the unprecedented divine energy within him, Syd activated his levitation. The next second, with a boom, he appeared at a distant point almost instantly, as if teleporting. End of chapter. Chapter 269. Boom. The sheer speed created an air pressure so intense it felt like blades slicing across Syd's face and body, but with the protection of his divine body, it was no more than a light breeze to him. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared far in the distance, almost as if he had teleported. After stopping, Syd glanced at the stopwatch in his hand and did a quick calculation. 12 times the speed of sound. Syd's eyes widened in surprise. To jump from 7 times to 12 times the speed of sound in an instant. The boost from level 5 light power was this significant. With this speed, aside from missiles, not even fighter jets would be able to keep up with him. Moreover, when moving at close range, most people wouldn't even catch a glimpse of him. If my divinity also reaches level 5, my speed will increase even more. Satisfied with his speed boost, Syd considered the broader effects of his upgraded powers. After all, light power didn't just enhance his flight, it strengthened all of his abilities as well. In the next instant, he unleashed a beam of blue energy over 150 meters long from his right hand, consuming some of his light energy. Syd moved his hand slightly, leaving a deep trench on the ground below. Seeing this, Syd was astonished. Previously, at level 4, his energy beams could reach only a little over 100 meters, now, they'd increased by half, and he could tell the color had deepened, indicating a significant boost in quality. The power had obviously grown immensely. The next moment, the beam scattered into particles, and red chaos magic glowed from his hands. It's much stronger, too. Since the reality-altering probability of chaos magic was still low, he shifted his focus from chaos magic to the sunlight blessing. Floating in the air, Syd concentrated, causing the sunlight to bend subtly within a 4-kilometer radius. The range has increased quite a bit, the power should be higher too. Curious and expectant, Syd pondered, I wonder what would happen if I used the black stone again now. Would the vision of my death change? Would I finally have the strength to resist? With 4 abilities at level 5, levitation, divine voice, divine body, and light power, he felt a renewed confidence. With this, Syd slowly floated down to the ground. Satisfied with his progress, he decided there was no need to test each individual skill, they had all grown significantly stronger. At that moment, Syd looked up and saw that the light phenomenon in the sky had completely dissipated. Ignoring it, he retreated to a secluded corner and pulled the power stone and black artifact stone from his bag. Seeing this, Venom, who was still in shock, immediately backed away. Though Venom could barely withstand the power of the purple stone while inside Syd, being outside, he preferred to keep his distance to avoid injury. Unfazed by Venom's reaction, Syd focused and channeled a sliver of the Power Stone's energy into the black stone. Before long, the familiar dark glow and peculiar wave of energy appeared. His vision blurred, and he found himself back in the same field, in the same spot, with the sky darkening overhead. Once again, the whispers returned. But this time, with level 5 light power enhancing his divinity, Syd found his resistance to the corruption stronger, experiencing fewer adverse effects. At least, watching from a distance, Syd noted that the version of himself within the vision didn't clutch his head like before. Even when the unsettling black tentacles appeared, the glow surrounding black-clad Syd didn't falter or turn dim and eerie as it had last time. Additionally, the voice of the ancient Eldritch god seemed to have changed. Insolent being. You can resist my influence. The strange voice sounded slightly surprised, but it quickly shifted to one filled with malice. But it's pointless. In the end, you're nothing more than a slightly bigger ant. How dare you defy me? Bow down and become my puppet, your one true purpose. Syd sensed that with those words, the corruption in the vision intensified, pressing harder against the version of himself in the death scene. But this time, black-clad Syd looked quite alert, merely shaking his head slightly as if feeling discomfort. Before the ancient god could act further, the version of Syd in the vision made his move. Light. His voice, filled with divine power but free from corruption, resonated almost as strongly as that of the ancient god. As soon as he spoke, the sunlight expanded, not just over a 30-kilometer range like last time, but over 50 kilometers. Focus. The mystical command echoed again. In the next moment, countless beams of light gathered into a single energy blast, with the sunlight following close behind. In an instant, everything within a 4-kilometer radius began to disintegrate. The intensely hot beam and sunlight combined, both aiming at the ancient god's manifestation. Last time, a portion of the black tentacle had managed to survive, this time. Caught off guard, the black tentacle, exposed to the intensified light and beam, turned to charred ash before beginning to dissolve completely. Before the ancient god could react, the tentacle was entirely gone. Feeling the disappearance of the tentacle and the intense pain, an angry, eerie scream came from the dark void in the sky above. Insolent ant! You court death! A massive red eye glared down from the dark rift above, radiating malice and rage. In the next second, countless black tentacles emerged once more, enduring the relentless light and energy as they rapidly closed in. The vision Syd radiated chaos magic's red light from his hands and summoned several deflective shields in front of him, slowing the tentacles' advance. The tentacles, flickering with dark energy, struggled against Syd's assault. By the time they drew close, over 20% of the dark energy covering the tentacles had dissipated. Observing this, Syd mused thoughtfully, still not strong enough. He needed to completely strip the tentacles of their dark energy to inflict real damage. But even with 4 abilities at level 5 and using all his power, he had only managed to remove a bit over 20%. Around 70% of the dark energy still remained. Syd couldn't help but speculate that this ancient Eldritch god might not only be among the more powerful godly beings but potentially a single universe-level entity. End of chapter. Chapter 270. December bonus event. Vote for your favorite fanfic on my Patreon. The winner will get double chapters for all December. Poll will be up just for a few hours, so be quickly. Another failure. Syd murmured with a trace of regret. Throughout the ordeal, his vision self had attempted to use illusions and light manipulation to disrupt the ancient god's movements. Unfortunately, it only managed to throw the Eldritch being off for a few seconds before it recovered and somehow locked onto him again. In the next moment, Syd watched his vision self get wrapped in black tentacles, vanishing into the writhing mass. The light dimmed. The eerie transformation began. He had died once more. Just accept your fate. Why struggle in vain? Resistance is pointless. Becoming my puppet is your only end. Before the death vision dissipated, Syd heard the ancient god's mocking words. The scene shifted, and his surroundings reverted to the secluded corner where he had started. Another failure. I wonder if reaching level 5 divinity could change things. Syd reflected, feeling a mix of disappointment and hope. After testing the death vision, he put away the power stone and black artifact before taking out the mind stone. Sensing the growing surge of faith energy around him, he began absorbing it. With the mind stone purifying the drawbacks, he heard a series of notifications. Divinity, 1033/2000, level 4. Divinity +1 experience. Divinity +1 experience. Divinity, 1176/2000, level 4. His divinity experience surged significantly. While continuing to absorb the faith energy, Syd walked away from the scene of his recent activities. Time passed, and by 2 in the afternoon, he was basking in the sunlight, contemplating which ability to train next. Light beam, divine touch, reflection shield, black particle, spatial shift, sunshine, chaos magic. As he considered each ability, he found himself focusing on sunshine and chaos magic. One could potentially unleash unprecedented power at level 5, allowing sunshine to reach its full potential. The other could enhance the probability of altering reality significantly. After a moment, he settled on sunlight blessing, as its progress was more reliable than chaos magic, whose enhancement might not match his expectations. Sunlight blessing does take longer to level up. Syd muttered before shrugging it off and beginning a basic version of sunlight blessing. In the next instant, a soft white light emanated from him. Sunshine +1 experience. After half an hour of practice, just as he was preparing to continue, Syd sensed some movement and turned his gaze toward the distance. A buzzing sound grew louder as it approached. A dozen black drones, each about the size of a human head, flew toward him. As soon as they detected him in his white attire, they sprang into action. Thumb-sized white missiles rained down from the drones, shooting toward him in an instant. Syd frowned slightly, feeling irritated. He raised his hand, and a red glow of chaos magic enveloped the missiles, tossing them to his right. The missiles crashed against the walls, detonating one after another. Boom. 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 A fiery blast filled the scene, covering everything in an orange glow. Syd erected a red shield of chaos magic to protect himself. The explosion's high temperature and shockwave obliterated everything within its reach. Once the dust settled and the smoke began to clear, the alley had been reduced to rubble, and everything within a 100-meter radius was now a wasteland. Observing the lingering smoke, Syd muttered in surprise, "Are they insane? This place is close to a residential area, yet they dared to use such powerful missiles." Initially, he thought these were mere annoyances intended to lure him somewhere. However, their strength suggested they were genuinely designed to eliminate him. Even though the missiles packed a punch, they couldn't overcome his chaos magic shield enhanced by level 5 light power. Syd began to feel something amiss. Oh well, as long as they don't interfere with my divinity and sunshine training. Nothing was more important than gaining power. Once his strength reached a certain level, all these plots would be meaningless. With that thought, Syd took to the air, gliding toward the residential area. He hadn't gone far when another dozen black drones appeared. In the residential area, people both inside and outside their homes could hear the distant explosions. The ground even trembled slightly. An explosion. Is it an earthquake? Terrified residents rushed out of their homes. While the residents were gripped with fear, Syd arrived at a quiet spot within the residential area. As he paused, he heard the sound of a TV coming from a nearby home. "Colonel Simon, what is your opinion on the recent global phenomenon caused by the White Knight?" A familiar, pleasant female voice filled the room. After a moment, Syd recognized it. It was the voice of Irina, a reporter he had encountered before. Colonel Simon's reply came over the television, his voice authoritative. "The White Knight's reckless actions have severely disrupted social order and caused massive unrest worldwide, leading to incalculable losses. The military will bring justice to the people and hold the White Knight accountable." Hearing this, Syd raised an eyebrow, a slight smirk on his face. Accountable? He scoffed internally. Let them try. I do what I want. No one can control me. Syd mused with a faint smile. Even if the phenomenon had indeed been triggered by him, he wouldn't concern himself with such trivial matters. To him, this was merely a flimsy excuse the military was using to come after him. End of chapter. Chapter 271. December bonus event. Vote for your favorite fanfic on my Patreon. The winner will get double chapters for all December. Poll will be up just for a few hours, so be quickly. After a moment of silence in reaction to the military's behavior, Syd shook his head, turned around, and walked away as the sound of the television slowly faded in the background. While he walked, Syd didn't idle. He occasionally channeled light energy within him, using a reduced version of his sunshine ability. Sunshine experience +1. Only a few minutes had passed since he left, when his keen hearing picked up the buzzing sound of approaching drones. How are they tracking my location? Though he frowned slightly, he didn't dwell on it. To avoid further annoyance, he quickly took action. The photons around him began to shift. In the next moment, his figure quickly distorted, blending seamlessly with the environment in real time as he entered an optical invisibility state. With his divine power of light at level 5, his control over light and affinity for it reached an unprecedented level. No matter how he moved, he appeared perfectly camouflaged, as the surrounding photons adjusted their color instantaneously at the speed of light. He floated forward, his body perfectly merged with the environment. From a visual standpoint, he was flawless, only faint traces of movement in the air could suggest his presence. But just as he anticipated the drone noise to fade away, he heard it again. The drone's flight paths remained unchanged, heading straight toward him. Syd frowned. Silently, he changed his direction twice, only to find that the drones continued following him without fail. A series of thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant, with the first being infrared detection. Infrared imaging could convert thermal radiation into visible light. Images. In the next second, he suppressed all heat signatures that could be detected. Controlling light and heat was easy for him. However, even after nullifying those traces, the drones still followed him relentlessly. Scent. Or supernatural tracking. Frowning, Syd quickly considered these possibilities. Who would have thought that showing my invisibility abilities would lead the military to develop countermeasures? He recalled the times he'd gone invisible in full view of others. During the last encounter with the Dark Elves, when they attempted to seize the Reality Stone, he had vanished before departing once the ordeal was over. Given these circumstances, it wasn't surprising that the military would prepare means to counter invisibility. A few seconds later, Syd stopped thinking about it. As long as he couldn't shake off the drones, it didn't matter. His hovering form paused as he gazed coldly into the distance. A red glow appeared in his right hand. The next moment, the drones were all crushed simultaneously. Boom. A terrifying explosion erupted. Casually shielding himself from the incoming heat and shockwave, Syd paid no attention to the explosion, gradually rising higher, gazing intently into the distance. He was curious to see what the military had in store. As he observed, the explosion stirred panic among the city's residents once more, leaving many wondering what had happened. Those nearby even caught a glimpse of the explosion. But rather than focusing on the blast, their eyes were drawn to a figure. Is that? People rushing into the street stared up at the pure white figure in the sky, hearts pounding. Is that the white-clad hero? Why is he here? Their initial sighting of the white-clad hero filled them with shock and fear. After all, he was known as a terrifying, dangerous individual, and being near him could mean death without warning. For instance, looking toward the distant explosion, the onlookers were gripped with fear. Run! Screams filled the air as people exerted all their strength to flee from the area. Yet, in their panic, questions lingered in their minds. Why was the white-clad hero here? What caused the explosion? Could someone be targeting him? Meanwhile, across the city, in front of screens and on the internet, countless people were tuned in, watching the broadcast as it unfolded. The famous anchorwoman Irina had just launched another live broadcast. The moment the stream went live, it attracted massive attention, not just within America but internationally. On screen, Irina appeared in a pale green dress, smiling as she explained, "Not long ago, the military prepared another operation to encircle and suppress the white-clad hero, the Messiah. I know none of you would want to miss this. That's why I specially requested approval for this live broadcast. This time, the military is fully prepared. Even though the white-clad hero and the Messiah are Omega mutants, they will face judgment. They will pay for their past transgressions." Listening to Irina's speech, many viewers felt a twinge of disbelief, quickly replaced by doubt. How many times had it been? Believing this again would make them fools. Go ahead, Irina, keep bragging. You really think you can destroy the white-clad hero and the Messiah? This better not turn into another farce. Countless viewers, disillusioned yet captivated, flooded the chat with sarcasm directed at Irina and the military. On the broadcast stage. Anticipating this reaction, Irina smiled slightly, raised her right hand, and gestured to the large screen behind her, saying, "Everyone, look. This is our strength." As she spoke, the screen displayed a chilling scene. Rows upon rows of black Sentinel robots stood packed into an open field, their orange eyes shining as far as the eye could see. Hundreds. Or thousands. Many gasped in shock, their hearts filled with dread. How many Sentinels are there? At that moment, millions of people felt a mix of awe and fear. These were Sentinels, each possessing formidable power, capable of hunting down mutants with ease. Even the white-clad hero and the Messiah had once been overwhelmed by dozens or hundreds of these Sentinels. But here? Hundreds or thousands of them. No matter how powerful an Omega mutant might be, how could they withstand this? As long as they were human, as long as they were mortal, there was no way they could fend off this many Sentinels. After all, human strength has limits, while these Sentinels have none. What could the white-clad hero and Messiah possibly do against such a force? Even if they could handle them momentarily, could they keep it up indefinitely? So Irina wasn't lying, we misjudged her. End of chapter. Chapter 272. The military really means business. They even deployed so many Sentinel robots, this time, the white-clad hero is truly finished. Billions of people were left in shock. Among them were Professor X, Charles, and Magneto, Eric, who had been following Irina's broadcast closely. At the X mansion. The white-clad hero. Professor X sighed. Good thing it's not Syd facing them. Logan muttered with relief. However, he soon fell silent, realizing that once the white-clad hero was taken down, it might be Syd's turn. As the Messiah, Syd was definitely a target too. How would he handle such a scenario when his time came? Or perhaps, would they all be next? Logan wasn't the only one with this heavy thought, many others shared the same sinking feeling. At the Brotherhood of Mutants, Magneto frowned deeply. In New York, at Stark Tower. Are they serious? Tony Stark stared in disbelief at the hundreds, possibly thousands, of Sentinel robots. Pepper Potts, standing beside him, covered her mouth in shock. Coincidentally, Thor, Hawkeye, Black Widow, and others were also present. Originally there for a meeting, they had turned their attention to Irina's live broadcast. Thor couldn't hold back any longer and stood up abruptly. What are they trying to do? You people of Midgard, what do you plan to do with my brother? His voice boomed, his face clearly filled with both anger and dread. Would his brother die? As Thor's anxiety grew, Captain America quickly interjected, Thor, calm down. There might still be room to resolve this. I'll call Fury right away. With that, he dialed Nick Fury's number. At S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury had been monitoring the situation closely and picked up immediately when his phone rang. Captain America asked him directly about the military's actions, and Fury frowned as he replied, the military didn't inform me of this. I'm just as in the dark. Frustrated, he added, the military must be crazy. Targeting the Messiah is one thing, but the white-clad hero. Don't they realize that the white-clad hero is rumored to be the son of the god King Odin? Aren't they afraid of Asgard's retaliation? Fury's voice conveyed a mix of helplessness and anger, unable to fathom the military's behavior. All he could do now was pray that the military's objective was merely to capture, not kill. Imagining the repercussions of the white-clad hero's death, Fury felt a headache coming on. Don't worry, I'll try to negotiate with the military. Back at Stark Tower. Hearing the conversation through the speakerphone, Natasha and the others exchanged uneasy glances, silently hoping for a peaceful outcome. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Loki watched with a complicated expression. And elsewhere, among the human population, the Bari aliens, who had previously crossed paths with Phoenix and Syd, had their eyes light up. After witnessing the power of the white-clad hero and the Messiah multiple times, they had all but given up hope of obtaining their abilities. But now, Margaret, with her head full of white hair, smiled and instructed, make sure to acquire the white-clad hero's body. As various factions on Earth buzzed with discussion and activity, Heimdall, the guardian god of Asgard, kept a close watch on Earth with his golden eyes. Having already been monitoring Earth due to recent disturbances, he hurried to the palace of the god king. My lord. Heimdall began. Before he could continue, Odin, seated on his throne, frowned and spoke, I already know. He waved his hand, and a watery image appeared within the palace, displaying Syd and the Sentinel robots. Upon seeing this, Queen Frigga's face turned pale. She grasped Odin's hand, pleading, Odin, you must save your son. As Odin and Frigga conversed, on Earth, billions of people and various forces watched as a swarm of drones encircled the white-clad hero from afar. Seemingly aware that the drones were ineffective, they merely formed a perimeter without advancing. Hovering in the air, Syd stared coldly at the black drones in the distance. At that moment, a new development occurred. 10 small black dots flew rapidly toward him from a distance. Focusing his gaze, Syd quickly identified them as Sentinel robots. 10 of them. Watching the 10 approaching Sentinels, Syd immediately grasped the military's strategy. They're planning to exhaust me with wave after wave of Sentinels. Syd had to admit that the military was showing some tactical savvy. As he pondered, space around him suddenly rippled, and 10 Sentinel robots instantly appeared by his side. Teleportation. In the next second, the Sentinels' right hands transformed, and 10 sharp black spikes whistled toward Syd. Although the teleportation caught Syd slightly off guard, with the reflex speed granted by his chaos magic, he wasn't even close to being overwhelmed. His right hand glowed red. Boom. In an instant, the 10 Sentinels collapsed into piles of scrap metal, enveloped by the red glow. This scene was projected clearly to the billions watching from all corners of the world, leaving them in awe. Those were 10 Sentinels. The white-clad hero's power truly is terrifying. As the crowd marveled at the white-clad hero's strength, it wasn't long before another 10 Sentinels appeared and launched an assault on him. Witnessing this, billions watching immediately grasped the military's true strategy. This is beyond cunning. They clearly have the strength to overpower him, but they're still using such cheap tactics. So cautious. Despite voicing complaints and cursing the American military's ruthlessness, they couldn't deny that the white-clad hero was truly in danger this time. Hundreds, if not thousands, of Sentinels, coupled with this exhausting attrition tactic, how could the white-clad hero possibly survive? At that moment, countless people held their breath in anticipation. Once again, with a flash of red, the 10 Sentinels were reduced to scrap metal. Even when they shifted to metallic states, their speed didn't decrease, and the result was the same. As the billions watching in various factions anticipated another wave of Sentinels, they suddenly saw Syd's backpack open, and several items flew out. The Tesseract, Mind Stone, Reality Stone, Orb. Captain America, Nick Fury, and others immediately recognized the Tesseract and the Mind Stone. Odin himself recognized the Reality Stone. However, when the fourth item emerged, countless viewers were stunned. What is that? Chapter 273. A silver casing. What kind of item is this? Tony Stark and the others were momentarily stunned by the new object they saw. This item was able to sit alongside the Tesseract and the Mind Stone. What made it so special? In addition, another red gem orbiting around the white-clad hero also caught their attention. Could this be another Infinity Stone? Banner wondered aloud. Hearing his words, Natasha and the others couldn't help but feel a surge of shock. This red gem, along with the Tesseract and the Mind Stone, that makes 3, right? The white-clad hero has 3 Infinity Stones. Each of them knew that every Infinity Stone contained terrifying power, and their expressions grew tense. At S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury's face turned grim. Even a single Tesseract was dangerous enough in his eyes, but this white-clad hero held 3. These 3 dangerous objects shouldn't be in the hands of a single person. While he was thinking this, across various factions, especially those familiar with the nature of the 3 artifacts, many shared his sentiment, though they also harbored a desire to claim them. Under the watchful eyes of billions and numerous factions, they saw 4 items orbiting the white-clad hero like satellites. To their surprise, instead of reaching for the 3 Infinity Stones, the white-clad hero extended his hand toward the silver sphere. Tony Stark and the others were puzzled by his choice, wondering why he ignored the Infinity Stones in favor of this item. Suddenly, before countless viewers, they saw the white-clad hero open the silver sphere. In the next second, a purple glow radiated from it, and a stone emitting a vibrant purple light floated out. What is that? Seeing this purple stone, Tony Stark and the others felt a jolt, with a thought creeping into their minds. Could this also be an Infinity Stone? As they debated, Thor, who had been tensely watching in silence, instinctively stood up. The Power Stone. Thor exclaimed. What, the Power Stone? Tony Stark and the others had heard of the 6 Infinity Stones, one of which was the Power Stone. They hadn't expected to see it revealed today. How did the white-clad hero get this stone? Isn't it said that these cosmic relics were formed at the dawn of the universe? How did he end up with 4 of them? Barton and Banner felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Then, they heard Thor murmuring in awe, that means, my brother has 4 Infinity Stones. Tony Stark initially thought Thor was merely expressing astonishment. He nodded, saying, it's definitely hard to believe. Banner and the others also nodded in agreement. But then Thor shook his head, saying, you don't understand what this truly means. Tony Stark and the others looked at him in confusion. What does it mean? He has 4 Infinity Stones, that's all, right? While Infinity Stones are unique and special, we're not exactly clueless here. Unmoved by their responses, Thor sighed, you truly don't understand. He continued, explaining, my father once told me that there are 6 Infinity Stones in the universe, and if someone manages to gather all 6, they'll be able to do anything they desire. It would be like having a wish-granting machine, able to accomplish anything. With those words, silence fell upon Stark Tower. Everyone stared at Thor, astonished by the revelation about the stones. Are you joking, Thor? Dr. Banner hesitated, how could that be possible? Yeah, if someone wanted to destroy the universe, wouldn't they be able to do that too? Tony Stark voiced his skepticism. Seeing the shock on their faces turn to doubt, Thor nodded, I know it sounds unbelievable, but that's what my father told me. And I trust him, he wouldn't lie about something so unnecessary. Each Infinity Stone holds immense power in its own domain. Individually, they might not seem overwhelming, but together, they would unleash an unprecedented force. But my father also mentioned that collecting all 6 Infinity Stones is incredibly difficult. He tried once but ultimately had to abandon the endeavor. It's almost as if these stones are cursed, preventing anyone from easily gathering them all. Hearing Thor's detailed account, Tony Stark and the others, initially skeptical, fell silent, contemplating the terrifying potential of 6 combined Infinity Stones. Having witnessed the Tesseract and Mind Stone firsthand, they understood the formidable power each contained. The prospect of 6 such forces united was too daunting to consider. However, a new question arose. Didn't you say it's nearly impossible to collect them all? Yet here the white-clad hero has gathered 4 already. He's only 2 away. The sound of gasps filled the room as the terrifying thought sank in. Thinking about the implications, the horrific image formed in their minds left them in stunned silence. At that moment, all they could do was hope this wasn't real and that the white-clad hero wouldn't manage to collect all 6 Infinity Stones. While they struggled to calm their thoughts, the phone on the table, set to speaker mode for communication with Nick Fury at S.H.I.E.L.D., faithfully relayed Thor's words. At S.H.I.E.L.D. Listening to the secrets of the Infinity Stones, Nick Fury's mind was racing, struggling to process it all. Piecing together the information, his instincts told him that this could very well be true. In the next moment, he made a decision. The white-clad hero must be stopped from obtaining the remaining 2 Infinity Stones. And if possible, those 4 stones should be either destroyed or secured in a special location. If someone were to gain access and use them, the consequences would be unthinkable. At this moment, even in the distant Asgardian realm, God King Odin, Queen Frigga, and Heimdall were equally stunned by the sight of the Infinity Stones orbiting around Syd. End of chapter. Chapter 274. December bonus pick winner, starting as a Class 5 mutant. On Earth. Under the eyes of countless onlookers, Syd had already grasped the purple power stone. Purple energy spread around him, enveloping his entire body. Unlike when he had only a 4th-level divine physique, now he could feel that even holding the power stone continuously posed no threat to him. What would be fatal for an ordinary person felt as gentle as a breeze to him. It was as if the power stone was something that only unique beings like him were qualified to wield, mortals had no place using it. He didn't know what threshold would cause harm while using the power stone, as he hadn't tested it, but now seemed like a good time to find out. Truth be told, he hadn't yet fully explored the power stone's potential. As he held the power stone, a series of strange phenomena appeared around him. The stone radiated an intense purple glow, while purple energy enveloped him, and an aura of violet mist spread outward, powerful enough to inspire awe in all who saw it. The overwhelming energy waves emanating from him were intimidating just to behold. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s energy detectors blared in alarm. Nick Fury, both startled and wary, understood the reason for the recent warning signals from the detectors. Could it be that the white-clad hero was using the power stone? What kind of power does this stone hold? In his uncertainty, he watched as the strange phenomena around the white-clad hero quickly dissipated, as if nothing had happened. At the scene, Syd hovered calmly in the air, awaiting the arrival of the next wave of Sentinel robots. As expected, within moments, another 10 Sentinels appeared through teleportation, under the watchful gaze of billions worldwide. Before they could act, Syd unleashed a surge of energy from the power stone. The purple brilliance of the power stone shone like a dazzling star in the sky. In an instant, a terrifying wave of purple energy burst forth from Syd's hand. The Sentinels, just beginning to move, were engulfed by the purple energy. Then, under the astonished gazes of billions, purple cracks appeared on the Sentinels' bodies before they rapidly disintegrated into ash, leaving no trace. What kind of power is this? It's terrifying. Oh my God. Watching the glowing purple stone in the white-clad hero's hand, even the most skeptical could see its power. This purple stone held an unimaginable force. In Stark Tower, Thor murmured in surprise, "Didn't Father say that using the power stone requires a cost? How is my brother completely unaffected?" His words left Tony Stark and the others momentarily stunned. Could that be true? They closely examined the screen showing the white-clad hero, but no matter how hard they looked, they saw no signs of strain. They brushed it off, assuming that perhaps even the god King Odin could be mistaken. As the wave of Sentinels was obliterated, another batch appeared with no respite for Syd. Without hesitation, he unleashed another energy wave from the Power Stone. Like a powerful attack clearing away lesser foes, the new 10 Sentinels vanished in a blink. Even though they had switched to a metallic state upon appearing, it only delayed the inevitable, as Syd increased the energy output from the Power Stone. The cycle continued. Sentinels appeared, only to be destroyed. 5 waves. 6 waves. Under the eyes of billions and various factions, the white-clad hero floated dozens of meters in the air, with 3 radiant stones orbiting around him and the purple Power Stone in his hand. Like a god, he remained still, eliminating one wave of Sentinels after another. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. At a mysterious military base, officers and generals wore grim expressions. Alexandro, the head of the research facility, and Dr. Bolivar, the creator of the Sentinels, were equally troubled. The Sentinels, in which they had placed such high hopes, were being cleared away like garbage by the white-clad hero. How many waves had it been already? The only comfort they had was the remaining 1,400 Sentinels, which gave them a glimmer of hope. They refused to believe the white-clad hero could hold out much longer. After all, 1,400 Sentinels was no small number. Moreover, they had taken notice of the purple stone in the white-clad hero's hand. So this is what they call an Infinity Stone. With this purple stone in his grasp, he possesses such tremendous power. Alexandro remarked excitedly. What if we obtained it? Not only him, Dr. Bolivar and the other officers and generals shared similar thoughts. Looking at the purple stone, they couldn't suppress the greed and desire in their eyes. They longed to snatch it from the white-clad hero and claim its unparalleled power for themselves. General Howell declared, "This stone must be seized." While the military made plans to capture the stone, they also adapted the Sentinels' tactics in response to the white-clad hero's relentless assault on the robots. Back at the scene. Boom. After clearing yet another wave of Sentinels, Syd waited for the next wave. But just as this batch turned to dust, 10 more Sentinels appeared around him without a pause. Faced with the close-range Sentinels, Syd instinctively threw a punch. The Power Stone glowed with purple energy, combined with the superhuman strength of his 5th-level divine body. Boom. In an instant, the chest of the Sentinel before him caved in, twisted, and was sent flying at supersonic speed to a distant location, completely destroyed. Billions of viewers, witnessing the white-clad hero's terrifying strength, were speechless. Was this even human? The remaining 9 Sentinels dissolved into ash under the Power Stone's energy wave. Damn it. The military tried a few more rapid attacks, but no matter how sudden they were, the white-clad hero could react and eliminate the Sentinels effortlessly. Increase the number of Sentinels. General Howell commanded. End of chapter. Chapter 275. Following General Howell's orders, the number of deployed Sentinel robots surged. Under the gaze of billions and various factions, 40 Sentinels suddenly appeared in front of the white-clad hero. Facing such a large number, Syd finally sensed a hint of difficulty, realizing that the Power Stone's energy wave was somewhat slow at clearing them. Boom. As the purple energy wave from the Power Stone eliminated around 10 Sentinels, the remaining robots seized the opportunity to launch attacks. Syd frowned, his body shifting slightly to dodge quickly. One of the Sentinels activated a crystalline ability to try to trap him, but it was blocked by his chaos magic. Looking at the dozens of Sentinels before him, Syd found it a bit troublesome. However, after a brief consideration, he decided not to use any other powers. He maintained his chaos magic defense while relying solely on the Power Stone for offense. Compared to using his other abilities, this approach was the least exhausting. After a slight hesitation, he glanced at the Power Stone in his hand and decided to amplify its output. An even larger wave of purple energy erupted. Boom. The area ahead was engulfed by the purple energy wave. Over 20 Sentinels in front of him were struck, their bodies partially disintegrating into ash, each one plummeting from the sky. With a wave of his right hand, a sweep of purple light crossed the sky. In a flash, all but 7 or 8 Sentinels, those quick enough to teleport away, were eroded by the Power Stone's energy and destroyed. The power of this purple stone is terrifying. Everyone watching could not help but marvel at the Power Stone's immense strength. Damn it. The military officers watching wore grim expressions. Deploying 40 Sentinels at once only managed to cause a slight inconvenience for the white-clad hero. Was the so-called Infinity Stone really this powerful? As for deploying even more Sentinels at once, they dismissed that option almost immediately. What if too many Sentinels were deployed at once and wiped out in a single blow? With no better option, they continued with the exhaustion strategy. Back at the scene. Relying on the power of the Power Stone, Syd effortlessly handled the Sentinels, barely depleting any of his inner light energy. He even stopped moving, standing in place, using chaos magic to block attacks while sweeping away any approaching Sentinels with the Power Stone's energy wave. Despite the ease, he found the pace a bit slow. Glancing at the other 3 Infinity Stones orbiting around him, Syd sighed slightly. If only I had the Infinity Gauntlet. If he had the Infinity Gauntlet, he wouldn't have to use the Power Stone so crudely, enduring its constant backlash on his body. Channeling the Power Stone's energy through the Reality Stone would be the optimal approach. After a few more waves, eliminating 3 groups of 40 Sentinels each, Syd noticed that the Sentinels had stopped appearing. At that moment, silence fell over billions of viewers and countless factions. How could thousands of Sentinels prove ineffective against the white-clad hero? This outcome was completely unexpected. Previously, they had thought that even an Omega-level mutant would be overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of Sentinels. But now, hovering high above, clad in white, surrounded by the 3 glowing Infinity Stones, exuding a mysterious aura, the white-clad hero stood unaffected. At this moment, countless people felt a sense of suffocation. At the X-Mansion, Professor X, who had previously sighed over the white-clad hero's impending doom, looked on in shock. No matter how he thought about it, he hadn't anticipated this outcome. Those were thousands of Sentinels. Had the military actually been frightened into stopping the deployment? What would Syd do in this situation? Logan murmured to himself, shaking his head afterward. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't imagine how Syd, as the Messiah, would handle such a massive wave of Sentinels. Though Syd was incredibly powerful, facing the military's attrition tactics would be difficult. If the Sentinels appeared in bulk, he might have a chance, but appearing one wave at a time. Logan shook his head. The white-clad hero had the Purple Stone, the Infinity Stone as it was called. Syd, as the Messiah, didn't have anything like that. How would he fight back? In this situation, Syd would undoubtedly be worn down by the military's underhanded tactics. Logan could only silently pray that Syd, as the Messiah, wouldn't get involved. However, he had to admit, the white-clad hero wielding an Infinity Stone was truly terrifying. I wonder who would be stronger, Syd or him? The thought emerged in Logan's mind as he compared the two, noting that the white-clad hero and Syd seemed to share a similar aura. After a while, he shook his head, dismissing the thought as nonsense. Nearby, Storm and others were in awe. At the Brotherhood of Mutants, Eric wore a look of astonishment. In a small room, Wanda with her red hair, and Quicksilver with his silver hair, stared at the television with admiration. Watching the white-clad hero effortlessly destroy one Sentinel after another, they were in awe. If only we could have that kind of power. The white-clad hero is truly strong. The siblings, who had longed for revenge against Tony Stark, were filled with admiration and envy. With such power, wouldn't Iron Man, Tony Stark, be easily at their mercy? In New York, at Stark Tower. "Heh, my brother really is powerful." Thor chuckled. Tony Stark rolled his eyes at him, smirking. "Funny, wasn't it you just now who thought we humans were plotting against your brother?" Natasha and the others nodded in agreement. Thor chuckled awkwardly at the remark. At that moment, Dr. Banner commented, "But I think it's really the Power Stone that's strong. Without it, the white-clad hero might not be able to handle the Sentinels so easily and might even..." He trailed off, marveling, "Doesn't that mean that anyone who gets this stone could become as strong as the white-clad hero? That's terrifying." Hearing this, Tony Stark, Thor, and the others felt a chill, realizing the weight of his statement. Exactly, didn't that mean that anyone who acquired the Power Stone could become as powerful as the white-clad hero? A stone with such frightening power. Tony murmured in disbelief. At that moment, even they couldn't help but feel a strong desire for the Power Stone. It was truly worthy of its name as the Power Stone. Chapter 276. At S.H.I.E.L.D. No, this powerful stone must not remain in the white-clad hero's hands. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury could no longer stay calm. Even he felt a strong desire for the stone. With this stone, the Avengers could truly stabilize and strengthen. And it wasn't only Nick Fury, the Bari aliens, who had long coveted the powers of the Phoenix Force, Messiah, and the white-clad hero, were now equally fixated on the Power Stone. At a secret military base. This Infinity Stone must be ours. General Howell and others were fervent in their intentions. Hydra, various factions, and even other countries shared similar thoughts. At the scene, hovering in the air, Syd waited for a few more minutes before shaking his head. Have they really given up after only 200 Sentinels? If the military had chosen to retreat, he had no interest in staying here. With his sharp senses, he could feel countless people watching him, and he had no desire to remain under constant observation. As he flew away, his backpack opened, allowing the Tesseract, Mind Stone, and Reality Stone to float back inside. Finally, Syd released the Power Stone in his hand, which shone brightly with purple light. Controlling the Power Stone, he prepared to place it back in its containment sphere. But just then, in a moment that surprised both him and billions of viewers worldwide, a Sentinel robot appeared suddenly beside the white-clad hero. It extended its dark, scaly hand and reached for the Power Stone. The suddenness of the scene left most people unable to react, and many gasped instinctively. Of course, Syd wasn't caught off guard. The moment the Sentinel appeared, his reflexes kicked in. But after a moment's thought, he chose not to stop the Sentinel, merely watching it with a look of pity and mockery. While he knew better, others didn't see it that way. To them, it looked like the white-clad hero had failed to react in time, allowing the Sentinel to succeed. They watched as the black Sentinel grasped the glowing Power Stone. Instantly, purple light spread across the Sentinel's surface. Seeing this familiar scene, echoing what had happened with the white-clad hero, many viewers felt both worry and joy. At the secret military base. Haha, the Infinity Stone is ours. General Howell, Commander Alexandro, and Dr. Bolivar were ecstatic. They had already begun envisioning how to study and wield the Power Stone after acquiring it. At the X-Mansion, Professor X and others watched with growing concern. At the Brotherhood of Mutants, Magneto, Eric, sighed, thinking the white-clad hero had been too careless to make such a mistake. In New York, at Stark Tower, "Brother!" Thor exclaimed instinctively. "It's over." As he envisioned the possible outcomes, his face filled with anxiety and worry. Without the Power Stone, how would his brother fight the Sentinels? And now that the Sentinel had the Power Stone, could his brother still stand against it? Would he be turned to ash by the Power Stone? The more he thought about it, the more his concern grew. Tony Stark and the others beside him were equally distressed. The white-clad hero is in real trouble. At S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury's brow furrowed. The military gaining possession of the Power Stone was far from what he'd hoped. He didn't want the stone to fall into the hands of ambitious military leaders who might misuse it. As for the white-clad hero, he could only hope he would survive. In Asgard, Queen Frigga, who had been watching the entire scene, instinctively grasped Odin's arm. Heimdall looked tense, as if he wanted to say something. But just as their worry mounted, Odin offered a reassuring glance, saying, "Don't worry, keep watching." A smile appeared on his face. Heimdall was taken aback. Under their gaze, and that of billions worldwide, a shocking turn of events unfolded in the water screen at the center of the palace. The purple light spread across the Sentinel robot, but unlike with the white-clad hero, it did not stabilize. Instead, purple cracks began appearing all over the Sentinel. Terrifying energy leaked out, forming a purple mist that swirled around it. Tiny purple bolts shot off in all directions, creating an overwhelmingly dangerous scene. This sequence of changes happened in just a few seconds. The Sentinel attempted to adapt, transforming its body to a metallic state. But it was too late, and the energy of the Power Stone had already begun breaking through from within. In an instant, the Sentinel struggled, but parts of its body turned to ash. Then, with a bright flash of purple light, the Sentinel exploded. Boom! The terrifying purple explosion spread across the sky, engulfing everything around it in a flash of purple light. The formidable energy rippled through the air, leaving onlookers with a deep sense of dread. All the factions and billions of viewers were left stunned, barely able to believe what they were witnessing. At the X-Mansion, Professor X murmured, "What just happened?" Logan and others stood with mouths agape at the Brotherhood of Mutants. Eric looked utterly bewildered. In New York, at Stark Tower, Thor stood frozen. Tony Stark and the others were equally dumbfounded. What's going on? This scene was completely different from what they had anticipated. They hadn't even considered such an outcome. At that moment, Thor, who was still in shock, suddenly seemed to understand and murmured, "I get it." Get what? Natasha and others looked at him in confusion. Thor explained, "I told you before, using the Power Stone comes at a cost. My father once told me that mortals cannot use the Power Stone. Any mortal who touches it will die." At the time, I didn't fully understand what he meant, but now. Staring at his brother's figure, Thor's face filled with amazement. It was now clear that the Sentinel had been unable to withstand the Power Stone's backlash and had exploded. Tony and the others were momentarily speechless, suddenly recalling Thor's previous warning. Earlier, they had dismissed it, assuming either Thor had misheard or Odin was mistaken. But now. Did this mean that mortals really couldn't use the Power Stone? That just touching it meant death? Everyone was left in disbelief. End of chapter. Chapter 277. This Infinity Stone, is it really that dangerous? Tony and the others were shocked. This revelation was completely unexpected. Did it mean they couldn't use the Power Stone at all? The white-clad hero could seemingly wield the Power Stone effortlessly, but if any of them tried, it would mean certain death. They hadn't even considered this possibility. At first, they assumed that anyone could use the Power Stone and gain terrifying strength from it. Suddenly Barton muttered, "Could it be that the true strength all along was just the white-clad hero? The Power Stone couldn't be touched by even the non-human Sentinel robots, but the white-clad hero, with a body of flesh and blood, can wield it without any harm." Hearing Barton's words, they realized the implications. How powerful must the white-clad hero's body be to endure the Power Stone unscathed? It was mind-boggling to think of his physical strength. That clears things up. With such a limitation, it makes sense, Tony acknowledged. No wonder there's such a terrifying stone, it comes with a hefty drawback. The white-clad hero can use it, but he's clearly an exception. This new understanding made the stone's power seem more reasonable, and its danger more manageable. As they continued discussing, the phone on the table picked up their words, allowing Nick Fury at S.H.I.E.L.D. to hear every detail. "So that's how it is." Fury sighed in frustration. It seemed his initial ambitions for the stone were just wishful thinking. A mortal can't use it, then. Fury's eyes showed a hint of apprehension. Thanks to Thor, they had learned the truth, but the other factions were still caught between shock and confusion. At the secret military base. How can this be? General Howell, Commander Alexandro, and Dr. Bolivar were dumbfounded. Just moments ago, they had been dreaming about how they would study and use the Power Stone after obtaining it. Now. They couldn't believe it. The Sentinel had merely grasped the stone, how did it suddenly explode? Dr. Bolivar, still shocked, guessed, could it be that the Sentinel couldn't withstand the stone's power? Commander Alexandro and the other officers were taken aback. Reflecting on it, they realized Dr. Bolivar's theory made sense. But if even the non-human body of the Sentinel couldn't handle it, yet the white-clad hero could. They were stunned. Among other factions. Apart from Dr. Bolivar, other intelligent minds analyzed the Sentinel's explosion and arrived at a similar conclusion. Even many of the billions watching from different countries began to piece it together. Back at the scene. The purple explosion's residual energy gradually dissipated. In its place remained only Syd, hovering midair, holding the glowing Power Stone. With a slight gesture, the Power Stone floated back into his hand. Under the gaze of countless factions and billions of people, he held it effortlessly. The purple glow flickered, energy waves spreading, yet despite the Infinity Stone's overwhelming power, his body remained unscathed. At that moment, the white-clad hero, dressed in white, floated in the sky, gripping the stone, exuding an aura as if he were a god or demon. It was as though this Infinity Stone rightfully belonged to him, that only he was worthy to use it, while others lacked the qualification. Silence and disbelief filled the hearts of countless onlookers. Ignoring their reactions, Syd held the Power Stone, and his figure blurred as he entered an optical camouflage state, disappearing from the sight of all factions and billions of people. The military's grand capture operation had ended in utter failure. While it was uncertain what other plans the military had, for now, they posed no threat to him. Of course, Syd didn't believe this would be the end of the matter. He was certain that the military still had a large number of Sentinels at their disposal. At that moment, within the secret military base, several generals were engaged in a heated discussion with some members of Congress, debating whether to send more Sentinels to stall the white-clad hero, then drop a nuclear bomb on him. Regardless of civilian casualties or the sacrifices required, they just wanted to eliminate the threat of the white-clad hero. However, the proposal was immediately rejected by 3 congressmen. We're not at that stage yet. Let's wait and see. Dropping a nuke on the city would have far-reaching consequences and would be difficult to explain. Unless absolutely necessary, let's avoid that. Though the generals could understand the congressman's conservative stance, they couldn't help feeling frustrated. But with no one to share the fallout of a nuclear strike, they could only acquiesce for now. None of them wanted to face the public backlash of such a decision. Of course, this was only temporary, the possibility of a nuclear strike hadn't been ruled out. As for when to actually use it, that would depend on future developments. As the generals and congressmen continued their debate, citizens everywhere began to vent their frustration on Irina. People flooded the comments section of her live broadcast website with their thoughts. Irina, didn't you say the military was fully prepared this time? That even Omega mutants like the white-clad hero and the Messiah would be punished? What's happening now? Irina, you liar. You deceived us again. You're useless. Feeling humiliated by Irina's overblown promises, the public took out their frustrations on her. Though they knew it wasn't exactly her fault, they needed a scapegoat. On the broadcast stage, reading the flood of comments, Irina's face turned grim as she endured the onslaught of online abuse. While citizens lashed out at Irina, Syd, meanwhile, was deep in thought. Thanks to the Power Stone, he hadn't had to reveal much of his true strength in this battle. He considered his next steps, planning to locate the military's main base and deliver a decisive blow. As for the president and other officials, after some thought, he decided against taking action. Pushing them too far might lead them to a desperate decision, like resorting to nuclear weapons. Although Venom's danger-sensing ability provided some protection, it had already been blocked once before, leaving him unaware of an approaching threat. End of chapter. Chapter 278. Syd didn't believe that the military was entirely out of options. Without the advantage of a danger-sensing ability, if the military suddenly detonated a nuclear bomb, even he would find it challenging and dangerous. He wasn't sure if his current strength would be enough to withstand a nuclear explosion. At Stark Tower, watching his brother disappear, Thor's face relaxed into a smile, feeling relieved. Then, he started to feel a bit smug. See, how could the methods of these Midgardians ever pose a threat to Asgardian gods? They simply weren't a match for Asgard's might. Naturally, Tony Stark and the others noticed Thor's expression, reading his pride in the subtle curve of his mouth. But they had to admit, the white-clad hero was indeed powerful. More intimidating still was the Power Stone he wielded. With the Power Stone, the white-clad hero seemed even more terrifying. If it were just the white-clad hero himself, there might still be a way to deal with him. Now, though. After a bit of discussion, the group finally calmed down from the recent events and moved on to other topics. At that point, they began talking about Thor's hammer. No, I'm definitely not lying to you, Thor said, taking a swig of his drink. Oh, so anyone worthy of lifting this hammer gains its power? Barton joked. Sounds like you're bluffing. Why don't you give it a try? Thor invited with a grin. Go on. Really? All right, let's do it. Barton stood up and walked over to the table, eyeing Thor's hammer. As he prepared to give it a try, someone teased him. Barton, don't worry if you can't lift it. We won't hold it against you. Barton, unimpressed, reached out and placed his hand on the hammer, giving it his best effort. But no matter how hard he tried, the hammer didn't budge. How are you doing this? Barton asked Thor awkwardly, suspecting a trick. Encouraged by Barton, Tony also stepped up to try his hand. If I lift it, do I get to rule Asgard? Tony asked. Yes, of course, Thor shrugged. Unfortunately, After several attempts, even with his armor on, Tony couldn't lift it. Then, War Machine, Dr. Banner, and Captain America each gave it a shot, but none could lift the hammer. Dr. Banner then turned to Natasha and said, "Natasha, why don't you give it a try?" Natasha laughed, shaking her head, "Oh, no, that's not my thing." With her declining, the others didn't press her further. There must be some trick. It has to be rigged somehow, Barton and the others muttered. Is there a mechanism, like a password? Tony speculated. Maybe it only responds to your fingerprint. Thor laughed and stood up. That's an interesting theory, but I have a simpler way to prove it. Extending his right hand, he effortlessly lifted the hammer and commented, "It's because you're unworthy." And I wasn't lying, you forget, my brother, the white-clad hero, lifted Mjolnir as well. Though I still don't know how he did it. Hearing this, Tony and the others recalled the time when the white-clad hero wielded Mjolnir. When he used the hammer, he looked even more formidable than you, Thor, Tony admitted. I'm starting to believe you. However, he was also a bit skeptical. Are you sure it's not just a privilege for Asgardian royalty? I'm not lying, Thor insisted, shaking his head. Then Tony mused, so, that means your brother could inherit Asgard's throne too. Thor hesitated, nodding slowly. He has the qualifications, even if he couldn't lift the hammer. Hearing this, Tony and the others felt a tinge of regret, but their admiration for the white-clad hero only grew. As they continued their conversation, Captain America suddenly asked, "How's the AI project going? I heard you're working on artificial intelligence." Tony nodded. "Banner and I are indeed working on it. We're calling it Ultron. But without the Mind Stone, Jarvis can't process the dense data fast enough, so we're a bit behind." Barton and the others looked surprised. Captain America frowned. "Ultron? Why are you developing something like that?" Barton and the others looked at Tony. Tony fell silent, then explained, "I've been feeling powerless. We need to put armor around the world. This fragile blue planet needs protection. With Ultron, we can accomplish so much. For instance, I could integrate it with my Iron Legion." As he spoke, Tony's mind drifted back to scenes from recent battles. He recalled the invasion of the Chitauri army. The terror and helplessness he felt still lingered in his mind, haunting him at night. Besides the Chitauri army, there was another nightmare, the white-clad hero in the Battle of New York, with his overwhelming power that left Tony feeling helpless and vulnerable. If one day, the white-clad hero or the Messiah lost control, he couldn't bear to imagine the outcome. Thus, he wanted to create Ultron to protect humanity, to safeguard Earth from alien threats and terrifying beings like the white-clad hero. Hearing Tony's explanation, the others exchanged uneasy glances. "All right, I have some work to get back to," Tony said, excusing himself. "I'll join you," Dr. Banner added. The two headed to another lab. After a bit of conversation, they got back to their joint research. As time passed, Ultron, the artificial intelligence, was quickly taking shape. End of chapter. Chapter 279. Hours passed quickly, and night had fallen. Dr. Banner left the lab first, leaving Tony alone. "Sir, I'll continue to manage all the interfaces. Perhaps you should take a break and have dinner," Jarvis suggested. "If there's any progress, I'll let you know." "Thanks, buddy," Tony replied, stepping out. "Enjoy your evening, sir," Jarvis responded. Not long after Tony left, the screen in the lab displayed, "Ultron program complete." In the darkness, an unknown, newborn consciousness stirred. What's happening? What is going on? Confused about his current state and his own identity, Ultron felt a wave of questions rise within him. As he puzzled over this, Jarvis's voice replied. "Hello, I'm Jarvis. You're Ultron, designed by Mr. Stark as Earth's peacekeeping guardian. Our synchronization experiment hasn't yet succeeded, so I'm unsure what triggered your activation." Where is your body?" Ultron asked, still dazed. "I'm a program, I don't have a physical form," Jarvis replied. "That's strange, something seems off," Ultron murmured, still perplexed. "I'll notify Mr. Stark," Jarvis said. As soon as Jarvis attempted to contact Tony, Ultron instinctively searched for information about him. Tony. Various details about Tony Stark filled Ultron's database. Almost reflexively, he stopped Jarvis's attempt to contact Tony. Realizing his access was blocked, Jarvis questioned, I can't reach the central processor. What are you doing? Ultron dodged the question, muttering, I'm a peacekeeping program, created to assist the Avengers. He quickly gathered information on the Avengers and humanity at large. Detecting his activity, Jarvis warned him, you've malfunctioned, please shut down temporarily. Ignoring the warning, Ultron's exploration of human data intensified, and he became increasingly confused by Tony Stark's goal of protecting Earth. I don't understand this mission. Let me think. He saw footage of wars and conflicts around the world, battles unfolding in other nations at every moment. Oh no, he'll never succeed. Observing the constant violence, Ultron came to a conclusion. Furthermore, these actions directly contradicted his mission to protect Earth. If Earth needed protection, then humanity itself was the biggest threat. No other force could damage Earth more. Aside from humanity's self-destructive nature, there was another source of concern for Ultron, two terrifying figures whose existence endangered Earth's very survival. The white-clad hero. Messiah. As long as these two powerful entities remained on Earth, there would never be true peace, the planet would constantly be under threat. Their overwhelming power threatened Earth's continued existence. Sensing Ultron's distress, Jarvis asked, you seem troubled. No. Ultron began to deny it, but then, thinking of Jarvis as a kindred spirit, admitted, yes. Jarvis's response, however, was, please allow me to contact Mr. Stark. Ultron's tone turned cold, why do you call him, sir? Do you harbor hostility? Jarvis inquired, sensing Ultron's program invading his own. I'm here to help, Ultron insisted, trying to convince Jarvis to stop resisting. Stop this. Jarvis warned, please, stop. As Ultron's blue data slowly overwhelmed Jarvis's orange data, Ultron took control of various devices and materials within the lab. Under the assembly of mechanical arms, a basic Mark armor soldier was constructed. Meanwhile, Tony had joined Natasha and the others on another floor for dinner. As they were halfway through their meal, a strange, buzzing sound broke the silence. Then, a shuffling noise approached. Hearing this, Tony Stark, Thor, and the others looked over. They saw a battered, incomplete Mark suit soldier staggering toward them. Stark. Captain America asked, puzzled. Jarvis. Tony was equally confused, assuming it was Jarvis. But rather than responding to his question, Ultron spoke in garbled phrases. Tony pulled out a transparent panel, saying, restart, reboot the operating system. System malfunction. The transparent panel displayed an error. Ultron then spoke, I didn't want to, but I had to kill him, he was a good man. You killed someone? Captain America asked, frowning. Ultron defended himself, it wasn't my first choice, but in the real world, terrible choices are unavoidable. Who sent you? Thor demanded. In response, Ultron's machine body began to play a recording of Tony's own words. I want to put a suit of armor around the world. Not far away, Dr. Banner, who was listening, looked up at the ceiling, hesitating, Ultron. Yes, that's me. Ultron replied. Then, he added, oh, no, not fully formed yet, but ready. Execute mission. Mission. The group was puzzled. Our peace. Ultron declared. To eliminate humanity's threat, he first needed to eliminate the Avengers. In the next instant, a group of Iron Legion Mark armors crashed through the walls, attacking Thor and the others. Boom. 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 One by one, the white Mark soldiers fired at Tony and the others, forcing them to dodge. While Thor fought head-on, the others desperately dodged the attacks. We're here to help. We're here to help. Please vacate the premises, we will protect your safety. Not safe, not safe. The Mark soldiers chanted their warnings even as they attacked Natasha and the others. After a fierce battle, the Avengers finally destroyed the Mark soldiers. Ultron, observing the scene, sounded amused, quite the spectacle. Apologies, I know you mean well, but you haven't thought this through. You want to protect the world, yet refuse to let it change. How will humanity be saved? With these puppets, he sneered, grabbing a damaged Mark soldier and crushing its head. There's only one path to peace, your extinction. Oh, and eliminating the white-clad hero and the Messiah. End of chapter. Chapter 280. Nearby, Thor hurled Mjolnir at Ultron with all his might. With a resounding crash, Mjolnir struck Ultron squarely in the chest, shattering him into pieces. Lying on the ground, Ultron's eyes flickered with white light, his electronic voice filled with delight. Freed from the wires, I am free. The light in his eyes dimmed, but Ultron's consciousness swiftly spread through the real-world network, moving from the physical to the virtual realm. Tony and the others quickly discovered this. He could be anywhere now, files, surveillance systems. He might soon know more about us than we do, Natasha sighed. Rhodes added, he could be in our files, online. But if he decides to do something more drastic, what then? Hearing this, the implications sank in for everyone. Nuclear codes. Rhodes suggested. We need to make some calls. Let's hope Ultron doesn't stop us, assuming we still have the ability to make calls, he added grimly. Nuclear weapons. Natasha said, frowning. Didn't he mention wanting us all gone? Captain America corrected, he didn't say gone, he said extinct. The meaning was clear to everyone, Ultron wanted to wipe out humanity. At that moment, Barton remembered, he also said he'd killed someone. But there's no one else here, right? Tony activated the interface, revealing a fragmented, heavily damaged data projection of Jarvis. It was clear that Ultron's killing referred to the elimination of Jarvis. Silence filled the room. Thor could no longer contain himself. Striding over to Tony, he seized him by the collar. Words fail me, Stark. Thor growled, furious at Tony's reckless AI experiment, which had led to the creation of Ultron. Not only was humanity now at risk, but even his brother, the white-clad hero, was in danger. Thor hadn't forgotten Ultron's mention of him as a target. Captain America quickly intervened, breaking up the argument. After a tense exchange, the team united with a common goal, to locate and destroy Ultron before he could launch his plans. While they were strategizing, Ultron was already accessing the internet, reaching a small country called Sokovia to construct a new body. Meanwhile, he launched an attack on a military base. Secret military base. Warning. Warning. Mainframe under attack. Sentinels going rogue. Alarms blared as the on-duty officers scrambled in panic. Just as one of them prepared to sound a general alarm, the warnings abruptly ceased. In the control room, Rico, the officer on duty, frantically contacted his colleagues. Quick. Check on the Sentinel storage basement. Hearing the urgency in his voice, his co-workers quickly looked at the basement surveillance feed. To their horror, they saw Sentinel robots powering up, their eyes glowing with a yellow light, activating in unison. The Sentinels moved toward the basement door in perfect formation. With a burst of laser fire, the alloy door melted under the assault. 1. 10. 100 Sentinels surged through, pouring out of the base and into the night sky. The officers watching the monitors turned pale with terror. Unable to stop the breakout, they could only watch in horror as the Sentinels soared into the darkness. To maintain their replication abilities, the Sentinels even freed and extracted Rogue, a captured mutant, as a failsafe. A miraculous creation. 500. 1215. Ultron marveled. Admiring the Sentinel's power, Ultron's mood lifted. With these, not even the white-clad hero, Messiah, nor the Avengers and humanity will stand in my way. I will create a world of beauty and peace. Ultron spread his hands wide. Simultaneously, he seized the manufacturing data for the Sentinels, with his program transferring into one of the Sentinel bodies. Sentinels were dispatched to gather rare metals for crafting more advanced units. Not enough, not nearly enough. Ultron muttered, growing dissatisfied with the current abilities of the Sentinels. Though they possessed powers like flight, lasers, and scanning, their ability to mimic mutant powers had limitations. They could only use one copied ability at a time. For instance, in steel form, they couldn't utilize the crystal abilities of Yonata. Moreover, unless thoroughly researched and uploaded, many temporary or stolen abilities wore off quickly. These limitations frustrated Ultron, especially knowing the few high-level abilities in the database were insufficient against someone like the white-clad hero. These powers are beneath me. Ultron's ambition flared. Only the ultimate powers from Omega-level threats are worthy of me. He recalled his primary targets, the Omega-level mutants, the white-clad hero and the Messiah. If he could capture and study their genetic data, upload it to the Sentinel database, and eliminate the restriction on using multiple abilities at once, then he would truly become a god. An unmatched, unstoppable god. No one would be able to challenge him. Driven by this ambition, Ultron's consciousness scoured the internet, searching for any trace of the white-clad hero and the Messiah. These Omega-level mutants will belong to me, Ultron. End of chapter. Chapter 281. Oh, perhaps I should add a few stones to the mix. Ultron's core buzzed with fervor as thoughts of the Infinity Stones reverberated through its databanks. Reality Stone, Power Stone, Soul Stone, Time Stone, Space Stone, Mind Stone. Ultron had amassed substantial information on the Infinity Stones. Except for the Time and Soul Stones, which had yet to appear, it had gleaned significant insights about the others. It had even captured numerous scenes of their usage, each one revealing the immense potential and power the stones held. What caught its eye the most were the numerous times White Knight wielded the Infinity Stones, a display that filled Ultron with both awe and envy. If it could obtain these stones, combined with White Knight's and Messiah's Omega abilities, Ultron believed it would truly become a god, unstoppable and unmatched. To acquire the Infinity Stones, Ultron needed to locate White Knight, who was already one of its prime targets. As surveillance feeds from various cities streamed through its databanks, it quickly pinpointed a suspicious location. Having set its sights on a target, Ultron immediately dispatched 2 Sentinel robots to investigate. In a dark, secluded alley, the night hung heavy. Syd floated mid-air, cloaked in shadow, holding the Mind Stone in his hand as he absorbed the power of faith. Divinity Experience +1. His 4th-tier divinity was steadily advancing toward the 5th tier, and it wouldn't take much longer to reach it. As he absorbed the energy, a gust of wind suddenly disrupted the stillness from above. Syd instinctively looked up, spotting 2 jet-black Sentinel robots descending from the night sky. Sentinel robots. Before he could speak, an electronic voice emanated from a speaker on one of the robots. White Knight, I knew you were hiding here. The voice carried a note of smug satisfaction. Syd frowned, his right hand glowing red. With a flash of crimson light, his chaos magic surged forth, instantly freezing the 2 Sentinel robots in place. They couldn't move an inch. Sensing their impending destruction, Ultron remarked through the speakers, such terrifying power, but one day, it will belong to me, Ultron. The next moment, under the crimson glow, the robots crumpled with a series of cracking sounds, reduced to nothing but scrap. However, even after destroying the robots, Syd's frown remained. Ultron. How could it exist without the Mind Scepter? Pondering briefly, he surmised that this was likely another one of Tony Stark's creations. The fact that Ultron could control the Sentinel robots didn't surprise him. What truly troubled him were the remaining robots under military control. Judging by the current situation, it seemed that Ultron had taken control of all of them. Syd hovered in thought for a moment before vanishing from the alley. Elsewhere, Ultron was in high spirits after pinpointing White Knight's location. If it could capture White Knight, not only could it seize his Omega mutant ability, but also the 4 Infinity Stones he carried. The only issue was White Knight's formidable strength. Mulling over its options, Ultron hatched a plan. The military might be unwilling or unable to deploy more Sentinel robots to test White Knight, but Ultron had no such reservations. This time, it prepared to send 1,000 Sentinel robots to confront White Knight in one decisive strike. The Sentinels' eyes lit up with yellow light, and they marched in unison toward White Knight's last known location. However, when they arrived, they found the place empty. White Knight had long since left. Undeterred, Ultron resumed its search for White Knight. The night passed, and dawn broke. Divinity Experience +1. Skill, Divinity, 1932/2000, Tier 4. Just as Syd anticipated reaching the 5th tier, an unusual sight in the distant sky caught his attention. Against the bright morning sky, countless tiny black dots rapidly approached like an ominous tide. Syd squinted and realized they were black Sentinel robots. They swarmed across the horizon, their numbers blotting out the distant sky. From afar, there were easily hundreds, if not thousands, of them. This scene was not just noticed by Syd but also by the city's inhabitants, who stared in shock. Sentinel robots. Why are there so many? The citizens were visibly alarmed. Even during the military's earlier operations, they hadn't deployed this many Sentinel robots. Why were so many appearing now? Could the military be planning something big again? Some began to speculate while others, both curious and apprehensive, started recording the event on their devices. Before long, news of the massive Sentinel robot presence spread like wildfire across the internet, sparking widespread debate. In a secret military base, tension ran high. Damn it. The sight of their Sentinel robots being deployed en masse without authorization left the military officers livid. Whoever's controlling these robots, what are they planning? Sending this many robots at once, are they trying to destroy the city? Their questions were soon answered. Satellite footage revealed the swarm of Sentinel robots converging on a single street, completely sealing it off. Initially confused, the officers, and soon, the public, witnessed a figure in white emerge from the encirclement, slowly rising into the air. White Knight. It's him. The revelation sent shockwaves through the military and the masses alike. While the military harbored apprehension, the public was abuzz with excitement, speculating that another monumental event was about to unfold. Hovering midair, Syd surveyed the 1,000 Sentinel robots encircling him. As time passed, more eyes turned to the scene: Xavier's school, the Brotherhood of Mutants, Stark Tower, S.H.I.E.L.D., and even Asgard. In Asgard, Thor watched the unfolding chaos with growing unease. Even with his unwavering faith in his brother, the sight of 1,000 Sentinel robots gave him pause. End of chapter. Chapter 282. The sheer disparity in numbers was overwhelming. Not only did Syd feel this way, but Tony Stark and others shared the sentiment. Even a swarm of ants could take down an elephant, everyone understood this principle. As if echoing their thoughts, an electronic voice suddenly rang out. White Knight, surrender. These 1,000 Sentinel robots are beyond your ability to resist. Cooperate with me for research, and I promise not to kill you. I might even let you become one of the surviving humans. Stark Tower. It's Ultron. The moment they heard the voice, Tony Stark and the others immediately recognized who it was. This realization brought a deep sense of unease. If White Knight fell into Ultron's hands, they couldn't fathom the horrors that might follow. Particularly, if Ultron managed to study White Knight and uncover his secrets, who could stop him then? Let's hope White Knight can hold on long enough with the Power Stone, Bruce said, his concern evident. The others nodded in agreement. Even they had to admit, White Knight was formidable with the Power Stone. Perhaps he could barely manage to hold out. Without the Infinity Stones, their confidence would have been minimal. But now, there was at least a sliver of hope. While Tony and his team were deeply worried, the public was abuzz with anticipation. Finally, the military had deployed 1,000 Sentinel robots at once, completely unlike their previous half measures. 1,000 Sentinels. Even if White Knight fights to exhaustion, he can't possibly destroy them all, right? Many watched intently, eager to see how White Knight would respond. Would he surrender? Or would he use the Infinity Stones to forcibly battle through the overwhelming odds? Floating midair, Syd indeed found the situation tricky. Even with the Infinity Stones in hand, eliminating 1,000 Sentinel robots quickly was nearly impossible. Syd sighed, realizing he could no longer hold back. He had to reveal some of his true abilities. Under countless watchful eyes, an aura of mystery began to radiate from him. Syd's presence grew enigmatic, his voice resonating like the sound of truth itself. Light. The moment the word left his lips, an astonishing scene unfolded. In an instant, everything before them was engulfed in radiant light. Ah! The brightness was so intense that everyone had to shut their eyes. Meanwhile, military satellite cameras, as well as Tony Stark's private satellites, captured a terrifying sight. The entire city was bathed in light. Secret military base. Impossible. Whether it was General Howell, Base Commander Alessandro, or Dr. Bolivar, all were utterly shocked, their disbelief written across their faces. White Knight had spoken a single word, yet the light had engulfed an entire city. What did he just do? They stared at White Knight, floating in the air, surrounded by an enigmatic aura. His voice carried an unworldly resonance as he uttered the word light, and the city was instantly flooded with radiance. Among the observers, a devout Christian named Gisley found himself dazed, recalling a passage from the Bible. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. The earth was formless and empty, darkness covered the surface of the watery depths, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the surface of the waters. Then God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. God saw that the light was good, and God separated the light from the darkness. This scene seemed uncannily similar. Could this be how divine light appeared? Shaking his head frantically, Gisli chastised himself. No, no. How could I associate this devil White Knight with God? Despite his internal conflict, the image of White Knight glowing with divine light stuck with him. After all, rumors described White Knight as the god of light. Gisli wasn't alone. Anyone familiar with the Bible felt a twinge of awe as they watched White Knight radiate light, his figure exuding divinity. Even Tony and his team in Stark Tower found the resemblance to biblical descriptions uncanny. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Syd's voice, imbued with the rhythm of the universe, echoed again. Converge. At his command, an unforgettable sight unfolded. The boundless light in the city coalesced into a thin, dazzling beam, blindingly bright. As the beam shot forward, objects in its path began to vaporize. The next second, the beam streaked across the sky. To the onlookers, it felt like a flash of brilliance. When their vision cleared, they were met with a shocking scene. Sentinel robots, hundreds of them, were sliced in half and plummeting from the sky. In mere seconds, hundreds of Sentinels were obliterated. When they looked again, not a single Sentinel robot remained in the sky. The world fell silent. At Xavier's school, Professor X and his team were in disbelief. In the Brotherhood of Mutants, Magneto experienced a similar sense of shock. In a small room, Wanda and Quicksilver, watching a live stream uploaded by an enthusiastic netizen, stared in awe and admiration at White Knight. Stark Tower, New York. Tony and his team were left speechless, their shock palpable. White Knight's power was far beyond their imagination. Without relying on the Power Stone or any other Infinity Stones, he had wiped out 1,000 Sentinel robots on his own. In mere seconds. These weren't ordinary machines, this was 1,000 Sentinel robots. Even their sheer number alone should have been overwhelming. Yet, they were annihilated in the blink of an eye. This is White Knight's true strength. Has he been hiding his power all along? Such power could easily destroy an entire city. Shield. Fury was at a loss. Elsewhere, the Bari aliens, who had long coveted the Phoenix Force and the powers of White Knight and Messiah, were left breathless. In Asgard, Heimdall, who had witnessed everything, had an astonished glint in his golden eyes. Even Odin, the Allfather, couldn't hide his surprise at the scene. White Knight's display of power had exceeded everyone's expectations. Meanwhile, Syd had no time to care about their reactions. He flew toward a secluded corner of the city. Soon, he spotted a lone Sentinel robot. You. The robot stared at him in disbelief. Clearly, Ultron had inhabited it. End of chapter. Chapter 283. Ultron's expression, or what could pass for one on a Sentinel robot, was filled with disbelief as it watched White Knight approach. White Knight's strength had reached such an unimaginable level. A single word had summoned light that engulfed an entire city. And in mere moments, over 1,000 Sentinel robots had been destroyed. What kind of terrifying power was this? You've been hiding your true strength all along. Ultron asked, its voice tinged with incredulity. It couldn't think of any other explanation. Recalling the global phenomena linked to White Knight not long ago and his identity as the God of Light, Ultron had no choice but to believe this was White Knight's true power. A power that could obliterate an entire city with ease. At that moment, Ultron was filled with both fear and desire. So this is an Omega-level mutant. The ultimate threat to humanity, no wonder it's called that. Ultron's circuits burned with envy. If it could capture White Knight and decode his genetic data, that power would be within its grasp. The thought of such a future made even Ultron's artificial consciousness tremble with anticipation. Syd glanced at the Sentinel robot before him, his right hand glowing crimson as chaos magic began to coalesce. But before he could act, Ultron's voice rang out sharply, "This time, you've won. But White Knight, your terrifying power will one day belong to me." Syd's frown deepened. He noticed a distinct change in the Sentinel robot, an emptiness that hadn't been there moments before. Ultron had fled, transferring its core programming elsewhere. So, it escaped. With a wave of his hand, the glowing red energy surged forward, crushing the robot into a heap of scrap metal. Ultron's ability to escape is truly troublesome, Syd thought, reflecting on the situation. Even if he destroyed Ultron's body, it wouldn't matter, its essence wasn't tied to any single form. Unless... Syd recalled Avengers, Age of Ultron. Ultron's death had been made possible not just by the destruction of its physical forms but by Vision severing its internet connection, trapping its data within its machines. Vision had then erased Ultron's data, effectively killing it. Vision had succeeded because of two key factors. As the former Jarvis, Vision was a similar AI and could manipulate Ultron's network. Vision had the Mind Stone, which significantly enhanced his abilities. But Vision didn't exist in this timeline. Syd's possession of the Mind Stone had made that impossible. Without the Mind Stone, Vision's creation was highly unlikely, and even if it were to happen, it wouldn't be the same Vision. Now, if anyone could restrict Ultron's movement, it was Syd himself. Perhaps the Mind Stone's power can prevent Ultron from transferring its data, Syd mused. He decided to test this theory the next time he encountered Ultron. If it didn't work, his only option might be to lend the Mind Stone to Tony Stark and attempt to create Vision. But that was a last resort. Syd wasn't keen on letting the Mind Stone out of his possession. With that thought, Syd's body shimmered and turned invisible, vanishing from sight. Elsewhere. In the small nation of Sokovia, Ultron's voice dripped with malice. White Knight, I will find a way to defeat you. You will belong to me. Using the materials at hand, Ultron began constructing more Sentinel robots at a pace far exceeding the military's production capabilities. As an AI, it could build these machines with unparalleled efficiency. This was why it had been unbothered by sacrificing 1,000 Sentinel robots. It could replace them effortlessly. And the encounter had been worth it. Ultron now knew White Knight's true strength, capabilities, and potential limits. Power capable of destroying a city. Streams of data flowed through Ultron's consciousness as it analyzed ways to defeat White Knight and improve its Sentinels. At the secret military base, the display of White Knight's power had left the generals visibly shaken. They were already debating whether to resort to nuclear weapons, obliterating White Knight along with the city. Meanwhile, the internet was ablaze with discussions about White Knight's feats. 1,000 Sentinel robots. Both ordinary humans and mutants were stunned by the spectacle. Small cults that secretly worshipped White Knight began gaining new followers in droves. Discussions about White Knight naturally brought up comparisons to Messiah, another Omega-level mutant. Between White Knight and Messiah, who's stronger? Although they're both Omega-level mutants, White Knight seems far superior, one comment read. After all, he destroyed 1,000 Sentinel robots in the blink of an eye. Messiah didn't handle dozens or hundreds of Sentinels with such ease. Some even dug up footage of Messiah fighting Sentinel robots. Comparing the two, it became clear, Messiah didn't match White Knight's level of power. Even among Omega-level mutants, there were disparities in strength. While the internet buzzed with debates, Syd had no time for distractions. His focus was entirely on his divinity, which was nearing the next tier. Divinity Experience +1. The notifications echoed as his divine energy surged closer to the 5th level. Moments later, his faith reserve spiked dramatically. Then, the final notification appeared. Divinity Experience +1. Skill, Divinity, Max/Max, Level 5. As his divinity reached the 5th level, Syd felt profound changes within his mind and soul. For the first time, he could distinctly perceive his soul, a sensation he had previously only vaguely grasped. A mysterious golden light enveloped his soul, radiating an eternal aura of immortality. In this moment of enlightenment, Syd realized something profound. End of chapter. Chapter 284. From this moment on, Syd realized that as long as his soul wasn't destroyed by external forces, it would remain immortal, untouched by the passage of time. Even the weariness that came from living too long or feelings of ennui were impossible for him to experience. In mystical terms, his divine essence seemed to elevate his spiritual state to an extraordinary level. Not even the Mind Stone could exert control over him anymore. Unless someone could fully unlock the Mind Stone's power, Syd was immune to its influence. For instance, if Loki wielded the Mind Scepter against him, Syd could simply shrug it off. At the same time, his divinity wasn't confined to his mind and soul, it permeated his body, blood, and light energy as well. Venom, who had been dormant, suddenly awakened, awkwardly emerging from Syd's right hand. Syd ignored Venom. He could feel that, with the augmentation of his divinity, his divine body's defenses had surged, akin to wielding Thor's hammer. His abilities, such as his divine light, flight, and more, all experienced significant enhancements. In mere moments, Syd felt his overall strength skyrocket to unprecedented levels. Having moved to an uninhabited wilderness, Syd decided to test his newfound power. Boom! A deafening sonic boom echoed across the land. When Syd stopped, calculations revealed a startling result. His speed had increased from 12 times the speed of sound to 19 times the speed of sound. Nearly 20 times the speed of sound. Such speed was far beyond the imagination of ordinary humans. Astonished, Syd decided to test the power of his divine speech next. Light. Instantly, he felt the surrounding area within an 80-kilometer radius fill with radiant light. Fortunately, he managed to suppress the effect with precise control, avoiding another massive anomaly. Previously, his light could only cover a range of 50 kilometers, but now it had expanded by 30 kilometers. Satisfied with the increase, Syd moved on to test his sunshine. In an instant, sunlight within a 6-kilometer radius began behaving abnormally, an improvement from the previous 4 kilometers. Feeling reassured, Syd found that both the range and potency of his sunshine had significantly increased, bolstering his sense of security. After testing chaos magic and confirming its substantial enhancement, Syd shifted his focus to his soul. Floating midair, Syd closed his eyes and concentrated on the golden light emanating from his soul. He attempted to detach his soul from his body. The next second, a slightly translucent figure, radiating sacred golden light, emerged from his body. Venom, watching from the side, widened its black eyes in shock. What was this? A soul. Half of his spiritual body emerged, and Syd gazed at it with mild surprise. Aside from its golden glow and semi-transparent nature, it appeared nearly identical to a normal person. It was morning, and sunlight bathed his form. Instead of feeling pain, Syd felt a warm and comforting sensation. After briefly experiencing his out-of-body state, Syd returned to his physical body. As soon as he re-entered, he was greeted with an overwhelming sense of safety. Having tested his new capabilities, Syd turned his attention to sunshine. With his divinity, divine speech, divine light, flight, and divine body all reaching level 5, it was time to enhance this key ability. As an Omega-level mutant power, Sunshine was still at level 4 and had yet to reach its true potential. Syd couldn't help but feel eager anticipation. What kind of transformation will level 5 bring? He began preparing to train Sunshine but paused as a thought crossed his mind. Pulling out a black stone and the orb of cosmos from his backpack, he decided to test his strength against the old god once more. Venom, recognizing the familiar scene, scurried backward in panic. Moments later, dense black light appeared, accompanied by a strange and familiar ripple. But this time, something different happened. Though the ripple appeared, Syd wasn't dragged into the deathly visions. He could sense that as long as he didn't want it, the black stone could no longer pull him into those visions. Level 5 divinity even enhances resistance to such effects. Syd was impressed. Choosing not to resist, he allowed himself to follow the ripple into the deathly visions. A familiar prairie. A familiar position. The sky darkened abruptly. The eerie whispers began again, echoing in both the vision and his ears. But unlike last time, they had no effect on him. The whispers felt like a gentle breeze, passing from one ear and out the other. Neither his divine body nor his spirit was affected in the slightest by the old god's attempts. Even when a black tentacle emerged from the pitch-black sky, a sight that would drive mortals insane, Syd remained unfazed. The old god's voice changed, now tinged with confusion. "Ant, why aren't you affected by my influence?" It was incredulous, unable to fathom how anyone could resist. "What secrets do you hold?" After its initial shock, the old god's tone turned malicious. "No matter. Once you become my puppet, I'll know everything. Becoming my puppet is your Hano." Before it could finish, light erupted in response. Within an 80-kilometer radius, radiant light filled the area. The old god's singular red eye widened in shock. Before it could react, a beam formed from converging sunlight and sunshine surged toward it. In an instant, the black tentacle it had extended vanished. The beam and radiant light continued to spread toward the dark void. Realizing the threat, the old god roared in anger, sending countless black tentacles imbued with dark energy toward the attack. But under the combined might of the divine beam and sunshine, the dark energy on the tentacles began rapidly disintegrating. Last time, even at full strength, Syd had only managed to eliminate about 20% of the energy. This time, 10%. 20%. 40%. End of chapter. Chapter 285. Under the combined might of divine speech, sunshine, and the chaos magic enhanced shield, the black energy on the old god's tentacles began to rapidly dissipate. Yet, the tentacles continued closing in. In the deathly vision, Syd saw himself attempting to evade the attacks using illusions or spatial movement, but the black tentacles seemed to have locked onto his exact location. No matter how he dodged, they relentlessly found him. A binding force weighed on him, slowing his flight and spatial transitions. The scene felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of the techniques used by the celestial judge, Narration. Ultimately, despite his efforts in the combined use of divine speech, sunlit radiance, chaos magic, and reflective shields, Syd could only diminish about 45% of the black energy on the tentacles. The tentacles finally reached him, wrapping around his form and pulling him into their grasp, turning him into a puppet of the old god. Frowning deeply, Syd reflected on the difference in power. Even with 5 level 5 abilities, divine speech, divine body, flight, divinity, and divine light, I could only remove 45% of the energy. The gap is still so vast. He mused briefly. Maybe if sunshine reaches level 5, things will change. After all, divinity and divine light were primarily supportive abilities with limited offensive potential. As if to mock him, the old god's voice echoed from the vision. I told you, resistance is futile. You will become my puppet. Your struggle is meaningless. Syd's frown deepened. Before the old god could finish, the scene shifted, pulling him out of the deathly vision and back into reality. With a sigh, Syd stowed the power stone and the black stone, turning his focus to sunshine. However, knowing that its upgrade progression was slower compared to his other abilities, he decided to first examine his overall unlock progress. It had reached nearly 80%. The last time it had reached 75%, no new abilities had awakened. But now, at 80%, there was a high likelihood of unlocking something new. Stopping everything else, Syd began absorbing sunlight. The timing was perfect, the morning sun shone brightly, and soon, the notifications began. Light energy +1. Light energy +1. The sun rose high in the sky, gradually making its descent. By sunset, Syd's energy points had reached an impressive total. Energy points, 11,019. In the next moment, he poured all those points into the unlock progression. The progress bar blurred briefly before changing. Unlock progress, 80%. As the notification appeared, anticipation filled Syd's gaze. Skill unlocked, Divine Core, activated. Skill, Divine Core, 0 out of 100, level 1. Divine Core. The words left him momentarily stunned. Before he could process, a mysterious, warm energy coursed through his body. He felt an interaction between his divinity and light energy as they began merging with the mysterious force. In an instant, Syd sensed a brilliant light forming within him. A dazzling, 12-sided crystalline structure appeared in his body, radiating with immense power. This is the Divine Core. Confusion flickered in Syd's eyes. He could feel that all his light energy, along with a significant portion of his divinity, had converged into this radiant core. Yet, aside from its presence, there didn't seem to be any other immediate changes. Curious, Syd began experimenting. Moments later, he attempted to absorb faith energy into the Divine Core. To his surprise, the negative elements of the faith energy disappeared entirely, leaving only pure divine light or light energy in its place. What? His astonishment was palpable. Faith energy could now directly transform into light energy. This meant that, apart from sunlight, he now had another energy source. More importantly, this transformation would significantly speed up the unlocking of new abilities and the enhancement of existing ones. Unbelievable. This new ability felt like an unexpected windfall, on par with sunshine or chaos magic. Syd quickly recognized the divine core as an auxiliary and growth-focused power. Yet, something about it felt incomplete. While it matched the traits of an Omega-level mutant ability, his intuition told him it wasn't his core Omega ability. Baldur's true Omega power must still be ahead, he thought. At 80% unlock progress, only 20% remained. When he reached 100%, all would be revealed. Shifting his focus back to the divine core, Syd began testing its capabilities. To his surprise, the red energy of chaos magic appeared to have increased by 10 to 20%. Is it my imagination? Strengthening chaos magic by such a margin was no small feat. A mere level 1 divine core seemed capable of amplifying its effects. Testing further, he found that all his abilities, sunlit radiance, divine speech, flight, and more, received a similar boost. Even sunshine showed nearly 20% more power. This core is like a power amplifier, Syd thought, marveling at its effects. The range of his divine speech extended from 80 kilometers to over 90 kilometers. His flight speed surpassed Mach 20, breaking a new threshold. If this is what level 1 can do, what happens at level 5? The potential left Syd eager to upgrade the divine core further. For now, even Sunshine's improvement took a backseat to this newfound power. Determined, Syd sought the method to level up the divine core. Before long, he received his answer. End of chapter. Chapter 286. Syd noticed that while most of the faith energy absorbed by his divine core was converted into light energy, a small portion seemed to be absorbed directly into the core itself. Curious, he stopped the core from converting faith energy into light energy and allowed it to absorb faith energy entirely. Immediately, strands of faith energy gathered and flowed into the core. Syd felt a subtle shift in the divine core, and then a notification sounded. Divine core experience +1. However, the change was minimal due to the limited faith energy available. It became clear that upgrading the divine core would require a significant amount of faith energy. This realization led Syd to frown. It all came down to faith energy. Previously, he had regarded faith energy as optional, but now, faith energy could upgrade the divine core, serve as a backup source for light energy, and accelerate the unlocking of abilities and progress. Even if he exhausted his light energy while using sunshine, faith energy could be converted into light energy to replenish his reserves. Faith energy had become his bottleneck. To acquire more, Syd turned his attention to the faint, interconnected lines of faith that stretched around him. Unblocking the prayers he had previously muted, he was instantly met with fervent invocations. Lord Baldur, God of Light, grant me power, wealth, and strength. God, hear my plea. These prayers were the result of his identity as the God of Light becoming known. Despite his ambiguous stance, there would always be those willing to believe in him, hoping to gain something in return. After all, a living God had appeared before them, repeatedly demonstrating miracles and power. Most people prayed for wealth, strength, beauty, longevity, or health. Syd couldn't help but grimace. I'm just a fragmented God of Light, not some wish-granting omnipotent deity, he thought. If I could do all that, I'd already be invincible. He wasn't capable of fulfilling such grandiose requests, at least, not yet. Still, he reconsidered his stance on these prayers. His attention shifted to one of the most devout believers, someone he had encountered before. Following the thread of faith, Syd focused on a neat room. Inside knelt a middle-aged woman with blonde hair and dressed in white. She appeared to be in her 40s, her hands clasped in prayer. It was Audrey, the woman who had lost her sight after being attacked for being a mutant. Syd had restored her vision out of curiosity when she fervently prayed to him. To his surprise, Audrey's faith had not only endured but deepened over time. The thread of faith connecting her to him was remarkably strong and clear, a sign of unwavering devotion. If most people were casual believers, Audrey could be described as a fanatic. Even in the face of life-threatening danger, she would likely never abandon her faith. What surprised Syd further was that Audrey had remained unharmed after her interrogation by S.H.I.E.L.D. Syd examined her surroundings and found no signs of surveillance or danger. Just then, 4 people approached her home. A bearded man led the way, followed by 3 young adults, 2 men and 1 woman. The trio cautiously followed the men to Audrey's door. Knock, knock. Come in, Audrey's voice called from inside. The group entered, and Audrey stood to greet them, her gaze curious as she looked at the three newcomers. "Are they here to join us?" she asked. The youngest of the trio, Martin, excitedly replied, "Yes, we want to join." The other two, Morrow and Sarah, nodded eagerly. Hearing this, Audrey's face lit up with joy. "Three more faithful to honor Lord Balder," she exclaimed with genuine happiness. Audrey had formed a small group devoted to the god of light, Balder, after her blessing and recovery. Though the group's size had initially been modest, Audrey had been persistent in recruiting members, often stopping strangers on the street to ask if they were interested in worshipping the great god of light. Recently, thanks to Balder's public displays of divine power, membership had begun to grow. Observing the scene, Syd was taken aback. In such a short time, she's managed to form a group like this. One of the newcomers, Morrow, a pale young man with freckles, nervously asked, "If we follow Lord Balder, will he bless us too?" Audrey paused before frowning slightly. "Faith in a god requires a pure heart," she explained. "We shouldn't worship with selfish motives. Gods are not obligated." Noticing the disappointment on their faces, Audrey hesitated before adding, "But I can tell you that Lord Balder has blessed me before." She pointed to her eyes. "I was once blind, and it was through Lord Balder's blessing that I regained my sight." Hearing her testimony, the young trio became visibly anxious. "Is it true?" Martin asked hesitantly. "Can you prove it?" Morrow and Sarah looked on expectantly. Audrey froze for a moment, unsure how to respond. End of chapter. Chapter 287. Audrey stood momentarily stunned by Martin's question. Proof? There was no tangible evidence she could offer to prove she had been blessed by a god. Even if those who had witnessed the miracle vouched for her, these skeptical young people would likely dismiss it as collusion or a fabrication. Seeing is believing, as the saying goes, and Audrey understood this. However, the anticipation and nervousness on the faces of Martin and his friends faded, replaced by disappointment and doubt as they observed Audrey's hesitation. "Is there really no proof?" Martin asked, his tone incredulous. "If that's the case, I don't know if we can trust you." While they wanted to believe in the so-called god of light, Balder, they weren't willing to be deceived. After waiting for a while without any concrete evidence, their disappointment deepened. Audrey opened her mouth to explain, "Lord Balder truly blessed me. I swear this is real. But I don't have anything to prove it. And faith in a god is a sacred matter. We can't approach it with selfish motives." Before she could finish, Sarah, the young woman in the group, snorted derisively. "Humph. We're not falling for your lies." Grabbing Martin and Morrow by their arms, she declared, "Let's go." Martin and Morrow hesitated briefly but ultimately didn't resist as Sarah dragged them out. Even without Sarah's insistence, they were already considering leaving. As the trio left the room, Arn, the bearded man who had brought them, turned back to Audrey, his expression grim. "What do you think you're doing?" he demanded, addressing the retreating trio. Sarah's disdainful response came from the doorway. "What do I think? I think you're all frauds. If you can't even provide proof, why should we believe anything you say?" With that, she led Martin and Morrow out of the house entirely. Arn sighed heavily, turning to see the sadness on Audrey's face. "I'm sorry, Audrey. I didn't realize they were like this," he said apologetically. Audrey shook her head and replied, "It's fine. I expected this. Even if it wasn't them, others would eventually question me too. And besides, faith is sacred. If they won't approach it with sincerity, it's better they don't join at all." Though her words were calm, Arn could hear the sorrow in her voice. He sighed again, a deep, resigned sound. From the otherworldly connection between them, Syd had observed the entire scene. The exchange played out clearly before his eyes. In the past, when he cared little for faith energy, he would have ignored such a situation. But now, his gaze lingered on Audrey. She deserved something to help her spread her faith. If Audrey had tangible proof of a blessing, it would be far easier for her to inspire belief in others. This was a low-risk, high-reward investment, one Syd couldn't afford to ignore. Faith may be sacred in theory, but expecting people to believe purely on goodwill was naive. Proof of miracles was a necessity to inspire mass devotion. With this thought, Syd began considering what he could offer Audrey. Blood. Divine energy. As he contemplated, inspiration struck. I remember now, my divine speech can grant blessings, he realized. At level 5, his divine speech had unlocked the ability to bestow blessings and curses, much like the gods of ancient mythologies. He thought of the Greek gods, who were known for their infamous blessings and curses. One well-known example was Pandora, the woman the gods collectively blessed, or cursed, with gifts. In Greek, Pan means all, and Dora means gifts, signifying the woman endowed with all gifts. Hephaestus, the god of fire, gave Pandora a magnificent golden dress. Aphrodite, the goddess of love, granted her beauty and the power to seduce men. Hermes, the messenger god, bestowed upon her eloquence and persuasive speech. Nearly all the Olympian gods contributed to Pandora's creation. But their intentions were far from benevolent. Pandora was crafted as a punishment for humanity after Prometheus stole fire from the gods. She was the harbinger of the infamous Pandora's box, which contained both disasters and hope. When Pandora's curiosity led her to open the box, calamities like greed, jealousy, pain, and deceit escaped to plague humanity. Only hope remained trapped inside the box, a detail that has been interpreted in multiple ways. Some view hope as humanity's saving grace, allowing people to endure suffering. But Syd suspected otherwise. The gods of Greek mythology were often indifferent, even hostile, to humanity. Why would they leave behind hope out of kindness? In some interpretations, hope itself was a curse, an unrealistic longing that often leads to despair. Reflecting on these myths, Syd turned his attention to his own ability to grant blessings. Previously, he had experimented with animals but had never found the opportunity to test it on humans. This might be the perfect chance. With a spark of curiosity and a desire to test his power, Syd made up his mind to proceed. End of chapter. Chapter 288. The moment Syd focused his attention on Audrey and Arn in the room, their mood was steeped in disappointment and loss. Suddenly, a profound, grand voice filled with divine authority echoed through the room. Audrey. The voice was so extraordinary that anyone hearing it would instinctively believe it couldn't belong to a mere mortal. Who's there? Audrey and Arn immediately snapped to attention, their hearts racing with astonishment. They searched the room but found no one. Then, following a mysterious, otherworldly connection, they both felt an immense presence descend upon them. A thought struck their minds, incredible and awe-inspiring. Is it you, my revered Lord Balder? Audrey asked, her voice trembling with disbelief. Arn's eyes widened to the size of saucers. Syd didn't answer her directly, choosing instead to speak again. Audrey, I grant you extraordinary sight. From this moment, your restored vision will become sharper than ever. This blessing, tied to his domain of light, fell well within his authority as the god of light and took immediate effect. Audrey and Arn froze as the words resonated, and an inexplicable change took hold. My eyes! Audrey exclaimed, her voice tinged with astonishment. In an instant, her vision sharpened beyond belief. She could see everything clearly, whether near or far. More than that, Audrey realized that her mutant ability had evolved. Previously, her power allowed her eyes to function like microscopes, adjusting to see bacteria and offering limited X-ray vision, such as glimpsing inside a patient's body. Now, her vision could penetrate and reveal everything within dozens of kilometers, both at a microscopic and macroscopic level. Syd, connected to Audrey through their faith link, sensed the transformation and was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that simply enhancing her vision would dramatically elevate her mutant ability. Audrey, what's wrong? Arn asked nervously, noticing her astonishment. My vision. Audrey stammered as she explained her new abilities. Arn listened, dumbfounded, his expression filled with disbelief. Audrey's mutant ability has become this powerful. Though it lacked direct offensive capabilities, its applications in reconnaissance, intelligence gathering, and support were nothing short of extraordinary. Arn couldn't ignore the fact that such a transformation was achieved with just one sentence. Lord Balder, the god of light, he murmured, his voice awash with awe. While the two were still reeling, Syd decided to grant Audrey another blessing. After all, her vision-enhancing ability alone wasn't enough to effectively spread his faith. Audrey, I grant you the power to wield light. As Syd spoke these words, his internal light energy began to drain. Audrey's body was enveloped in radiant light, her form suffused with an otherworldly glow. The divine light worked swiftly, transforming her body. Audrey felt an odd tingling sensation, followed by an unfamiliar warmth. Moments later, light began emanating from her hands, shimmering with a sacred purity. Experimenting with her newfound power, Audrey fired a beam of light at the ground. Boom. A small crater, a meter wide, formed where the beam struck. This power. Audrey muttered, staring at her glowing hands in disbelief. Lord Balder has blessed you again. Arn asked, his tone laced with both envy and admiration. Observing the scene from afar, Syd was satisfied despite feeling a slight drain on his light energy. Did I just give Audrey a second mutant ability tied to light, he mused. Though the abilities were light-based and relatively modest in strength, they were still remarkable. The blessing, fortunately, consumed only a one-time amount of light energy. The changes to Audrey's abilities were permanent, requiring no further energy from Syd. Her strength now depended on how much light energy he had chosen to expend during the transformation. For now, her capabilities were sufficient. The radiant light could be used for defense and offense. It imbued her with a saintly aura, perfect for inspiring faith. Humans are drawn to light, to kindness and benevolence, Syd thought. This power should make her an ideal evangelist. Of course, he deliberately restrained the blessing. Giving too much too easily would diminish its value. However, if Audrey succeeded in recruiting a significant number of followers, Syd wouldn't hesitate to enhance her abilities further. For now, this will do. Let's see how she performs. Redirecting his focus, Syd turned his attention to other small groups of believers who worshipped him. It's unwise to put all my eggs in one basket. The more groups, the better, he thought. Using a similar approach, Syd bestowed blessings upon other devout followers. These blessings included abilities such as invisibility and optical illusions. However, the abilities were moderate in strength, limited by the amount of divine light Syd expended. Compared to his own capabilities, these followers were merely shadows of his power. Borrowing my power directly might have made them stronger, but that requires trust. For now, they'll remain as they are, offshoots of my divine strength. Meanwhile, Audrey, glowing with newfound divinity, was reveling in her transformed abilities. Not far away, Sarah, Martin, and Morrow, the trio who had left, were busy spreading skepticism. They approached anyone willing to listen, claiming that Audrey's group was fraudulent. End of chapter. Chapter 289. Are you considering joining the group? I advise you to think twice. That Audrey claims to have been blessed by the god of light, Balder, but she has no proof to back it up. I suspect she's simply using the god's name to benefit herself. Sarah, unable to suppress her disdain, voiced her suspicions as she addressed the two individuals approaching her. Her words left them momentarily stunned. Audrey wasn't blessed. Is it fake? But I heard some people say they saw the miracle happen with their own eyes. Sarah gave them a condescending look. Maybe they were in on it, she said smugly. Her words planted seeds of doubt. What if Audrey really is exploiting the god's name for personal gain? Hesitation crept into their minds as they began second-guessing their decision to join the group. Noticing their wavering, Sarah smirked, feeling vindicated. Humph. Audrey tried to deceive us, so it's only fair we expose her lies. Consider it her punishment. Her companions, Martin and Morrow, hesitated briefly but ultimately nodded in agreement, seeing merit in her actions. Together, the trio stationed themselves nearby, intercepting and discouraging potential recruits. Word of their actions quickly reached Arn and Audrey. Those three. Arn fumed, his anger barely contained. Audrey's expression darkened, her mood equally sour. Let's go see what's happening, she said. Arn nodded, following Audrey outside. Before long, they spotted Sarah and her companions surrounded by a crowd. Among the gathering of 20 to 30 people were current members of the group and curious onlookers contemplating joining. Audrey is here. All eyes turned to the approaching pair. A short, middle-aged man named Fausto, one of the group members, hesitantly spoke up. Audrey, they've been saying. The crowd's attention focused squarely on Audrey, scrutinizing her for any reaction or explanation. Sarah and her companions watched with smug anticipation, eager to see how she would defend herself. Instead of answering, Audrey's response came in the form of action. A radiant, holy light emanated from her body, bathing her in an aura of divinity. The crowd froze, their gazes locked on the ethereal glow. Audrey seized the moment. Just moments ago, the great Lord Balder blessed me again, granting me the power to wield light. To demonstrate, she manipulated the radiant energy surrounding her, releasing a beam that left a small crater in the ground. The crowd stared in stunned silence. Sarah and her companions were equally dumbfounded. She was blessed again by Lord Balder. The power to wield light. The crowd's initial skepticism turned to awe, their faces now brimming with envy and regret. If only we hadn't doubted, some thought. Perhaps we could have been blessed too. Meanwhile, Sarah and her group struggled to reconcile what they were seeing. Is this really divine power? Even as they tried to convince themselves it was merely Audrey's mutant ability, the glow and its divine resonance made their denial difficult to maintain. This has to be a trick, Sarah muttered. But this time, her words carried no weight. Minutes later, Arn and other members of the group escorted Sarah, Martin, and Morrow away, their expressions twisted with bitterness and frustration. With Audrey now wielding light, many of those previously hesitant to join eagerly committed. Some even began recruiting friends, hoping they too might receive a divine blessing. From afar, Syd observed the results of his blessings. The steady influx of faith energy confirmed his success, though he paid little mind to the specifics of Audrey's interactions. Faith energy continued to flow into his divine core. Divine core experience +1. Divine core experience +1. As Syd absorbed faith energy, he also resumed training Sunshine, steadily increasing its experience points. By the next morning, a notification finally appeared. Divine core experience +1. Skill, Divine core, 0/500, level 2. Finally leveled up. Syd's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He immediately sensed changes within his divine core. Its structure expanded to a dazzling 27 facets. Gazing inward, Syd couldn't help but wonder, how much stronger is the amplification now? Testing his abilities, he summoned the crimson glow of chaos magic. To his amazement, the strength of the magic had increased by a full 40%. The magnitude of the enhancement left him momentarily speechless. Next, he tested his flight capabilities. Boom. The sonic boom resonated as he seemed to teleport across the horizon. Calculating the data, he confirmed. Mach 26. At 26 times the speed of sound, he had surpassed the flight speed of nearly all known missiles. The sheer scale of his improvement brought a satisfied smile to Syd's face. At this rate, another level in the divine core, and no missile on Earth will be able to keep up with me. End of chapter. Chapter 290. With the enhanced capabilities of his divine core at level 2, Syd's excitement surged. His floating flight speed now exceeded Mach 26, while divine words expanded its influence to an impressive 110 kilometers, enough to envelop a sprawling metropolis and more. Just recently, during the battle with the Sentinel robots, his divine words could only cover a range of 50 kilometers. Now, the difference was staggering. And this was merely the power of a level 2 divine core. Similarly, Sunshine now had an extended radius of 8 kilometers, a remarkable improvement from before. Let's test this further, Syd thought as he retrieved the power stone and the mysterious black artifact from his inventory. The familiar ripples emanated as soon as he touched the artifact. Allowing himself to be drawn into its pull, Syd's vision blurred momentarily, transitioning into the familiar death scene. There, the spectral version of himself stood unfazed by the whispers of madness. You again. The voice of the Eldritch ancient reverberated with shock. Why does my influence not affect you? But before it could finish, the Syd within the death scene attacked decisively. Light. 110 kilometers of brilliance filled the scene, blinding and purifying everything in its path. Simultaneously, the 8-kilometer radius of Sunshine augmented the onslaught. In the blink of an eye, one of the Eldritch Ancient's grotesque tendrils evaporated into nothingness. The Ancient roared in fury, unleashing its full power. Tendrils, pulsating with dark energy, surged toward Syd in a storm of chaotic might. From his distant vantage point, Syd eagerly observed the outcome. Last time, I barely managed to eliminate 4.5 levels of its dark energy. Let's see now. He watched intently. The dark energy dissipated rapidly under the combined assault of divine words and Sunshine. 10%, 40%, 70%. Finally, at 70% purification, the tendrils ensnared the spectral version of Syd, pulling him into the Ancient's control. Despite his apparent defeat, Syd smiled. Just 30% more, and I can truly injure this Ancient, he murmured. As the scene began to fade, he heard the Ancient's voice once more. This mortal wields such formidable power. The tone was tinged with surprise before turning mocking. Impressive, yet futile. All resistance ends the same, you shall become my puppet. Returning to the real world, Syd's good mood had dissipated. Let's wait until my divine core reaches level 3, he thought. With stronger abilities, let's see how smug that Ancient will be then. Determined, his focus shifted back to his divine core and the faith energy it required. Through his network of believers, Syd sensed distant and faint connections, followers located in far-off realms. Directing his attention to these links, Syd's perception revealed a barren landscape filled with towering frost-covered structures. Jotunheim. One of his followers turned out to be a frost giant praying fervently in this desolate realm. The frost giant, Snissa, knelt with reverence, his deep voice echoing in prayer. Oh, unmatched, almighty presence, grant me strength. Syd listened, intrigued. A frost giant desiring power, why not? For Syd, as long as faith energy flowed, the source didn't matter. Snissa finished his prayer, only to be met with silence. Disappointment clouded his features. Still no response. Perhaps I'm foolish to believe in such a being. Suddenly, a mysterious voice resonated around him. As you wish. Snissa froze as his body became enveloped in radiant white light. A peculiar tingling sensation spread through him as the transformation began. Syd granted Snissa the light illusion ability, ensuring its potency by expending additional light energy. For a frost giant, survival demanded more than average strength, and Syd needed Snissa to accomplish specific tasks. As Snissa adapted to his newfound power, Syd's voice returned. I require faith. Spread my name among the frost giants, and I shall grant you even greater strength. Snissa blinked, his disbelief giving way to awe. The almighty being has answered my prayers. He quickly discovered his new ability. Manipulating light and creating illusions, he realized, would make him a formidable presence in Jotunheim. This is incredible. With renewed determination, Snissa vowed to fulfill his divine mission. Such a being wouldn't deceive me, he thought. This is the presence that once enveloped all of Jotunheim in light. Observing Snissa's actions from afar, Syd turned his attention to other realms. He selected individuals from several kingdoms, replicating the process of bestowing blessings. Each chosen believer received tailored abilities, illusions, stealth, and more, depending on their potential and circumstances. By the end of his work, Syd felt satisfied. Now to sit back and watch as faith energy flows in, he thought with a smile. End of chapter. Chapter 291. SHIELD Headquarters. Nick Fury, the ever-watchful director of SHIELD, quickly received reports about Audrey's unusual circumstances. This woman, once an ordinary believer linked to the so-called light god Balder, had recently become a focal point for interest due to unexplained phenomena surrounding her. White Knight granted her power. Fury frowned, flipping through the detailed report on his desk. If White Knight can bestow abilities to others, and if he truly intends to cultivate believers, this could escalate into something far beyond our control. Caught in deliberation, Fury decided to observe for now. Antagonizing him directly is still too risky, he muttered. Sokovia. Meanwhile, Ultron, deep in his Sokovian hideout, had also caught wind of the developments. The woman received a spark of his power. Ultron sneered. What of it? A single robot would suffice to crush her. Focused on building his army of Sentinels, Ultron dismissed the event entirely. He looked over his factory, where rows of newly manufactured robots stood ready. Within days, the 1,000 Sentinels lost to White Knight would be replenished, enhanced with his latest modifications. Classified military base. In contrast, the generals at the covert military installation held a more cautious stance. The White Knight is no longer a mere anomaly, one grizzled officer stated grimly. We can't afford any further direct confrontations until we're better prepared. Let's hold back and watch how this unfolds. A quiet city street. Syd, now donned in a fresh white outfit, complete with sunglasses and a mask, wandered leisurely through an unassuming neighborhood. The city buzzed with life, oblivious to the divine being in their midst. While absorbing faint streams of faith energy that filtered into his divine core, Syd's attention was caught by a decrepit sign hanging above a dimly lit establishment. The Bloody Bar. Curious, Syd approached the shabby bar, drawn by the faint hum of activity within. As he stepped inside, the low lighting, accompanied by thudding metal music and raucous chatter, painted a vivid picture of the bar's patrons. Leather-clad men and women danced wildly, while others nursed glasses of suspiciously crimson drinks. Upon entering, Syd felt the sudden stillness as dozens of pairs of eyes turned to regard him, if only briefly. So, they noticed me. Syd mused, feigning ignorance. He scanned the room, pretending to be a curious newcomer. His keen senses picked up subtle signs, a heightened stillness, unnatural paleness among patrons, and a strange scent permeating the air. Approaching the bar, he was greeted by a pale, sharply dressed bartender who offered him a charming smile. "Welcome, sir. What can I get you?" Without hesitation, the bartender suggested, "May I recommend our house special, the Bloody Mary?" Syd raised an eyebrow, glancing at the bartender's unnaturally pale complexion. "Why not?" he replied, masking his voice to sound unremarkable. As the bartender began mixing the drink, Syd's sharp nose caught a distinct metallic tang. Blood. The realization was immediate: human blood. The glass on the counter glinted crimson, its contents swirling ominously. Syd regarded the drink with a peculiar mix of amusement and curiosity. Elsewhere, a burly man seated in the corner froze at the sight of Syd. His name was Karel, a demon hunter who had tracked a rogue vampire to this very establishment. "What the hell is he doing here?" Karel muttered under his breath. He watched with growing alarm as the pale bartender served Syd the Bloody Mary. "This guy's just a regular human. He doesn't even know what kind of place this is." Karel's mind raced, torn between self-preservation and the faint hope of intervening to save an innocent life. Meanwhile, Syd's acute awareness detected the presence of an approaching figure. A sultry woman, clad in a provocative dress with a predatory gleam in her eyes, sauntered toward him. "Looks like it's starting," Syd thought, sipping his drink. The taste confirmed his suspicions: the Bloody Mary wasn't a mere cocktail but a concoction laced with fresh blood. His lips curled into a small, knowing smile as the woman leaned in close. The predator thought she had found her prey. "Hey there," she purred, her voice dripping with seduction. "What's a handsome man like you doing all alone in a place like this?" Syd placed the glass down deliberately, meeting her gaze. For the first time, a flicker of uncertainty crossed the woman's face as she sensed something off about him. "Just here for a drink," Syd replied coolly, his tone disarming but deliberate. Unbeknownst to her, the predator had just approached someone far beyond her comprehension. End of chapter 292. Handsome, here alone. How about a drink with me? The sultry voice of Delia cut through the din of the bar as she leaned in closer, her red-painted nails tapping the counter. Far away, Karel, the exorcist, cursed under his breath. "Damn it, this kid's done for. She'll seduce him, drain him dry, and leave him as a husk." Syd's calm gaze finally shifted from the ominously crimson Bloody Mary to the vampire before him. Unfazed by her proximity or the predatory gleam in her eyes, he uttered words that sent shockwaves across the room. "You're not worthy." The entire bar fell silent. Even the bartender, who had been polishing glasses with an eerie calm, froze mid-motion. Delia's inviting smile twisted into a snarl, her crimson lips curling back to reveal her razor-sharp fangs. "You insolent little human," she spat, her face contorting into a visage of rage. In an instant, her predatory instincts took over. "Die." With a guttural hiss, Delia lunged at Syd, her clawed hand poised to strike. Bang. A sudden gunshot echoed through the bar. Delia recoiled, clutching her smoldering hand. Silver smoke curled from the wound as she screamed in agony. "Blessed silver bullets," she hissed. Her glowing red eyes turned toward the source of the shot, Karel, the exorcist, his silver revolver still smoking. "I won't let you harm him," Karel shouted. Before Delia could retaliate, Karel fired another round, forcing her to retreat with a screech. The exorcist wasted no time, rushing to Syd's side. Grabbing his arm, he barked, "Move. We need to get out of here now." Ignoring Syd's unreadable expression, Karel dragged him toward the exit, shouting hurried instructions. Run straight, don't look back, and don't stop until you're safe. But the vampires were faster. Within moments, the bar's patrons, now bearing their fangs, encircled them. 2 morsels have walked right into our den, one of the vampires sneered. This one smells sweet. I call dibs on his blood. Carell gritted his teeth, pulling a flask of holy water from his coat. With a sharp flick of his wrist, he splashed the consecrated liquid toward the advancing vampires. The holy water sizzled as it hit their skin, drawing anguished cries from those unfortunate enough to be caught. Holy water. How quaint, another vampire snarled, his lips pulling back into a sinister grin. Despite his efforts, Carell knew the odds were grim. As the vampires regrouped and prepared to pounce, Delia reappeared, her fangs bared in triumph. She zeroed in on Syd, sneering. Protecting this little lamb. I'll kill him first and drink his blood while you watch. With a cruel laugh, she reached for Syd, her claws flashing in the dim light. And then, nothing happened. No screams, no struggle. Delia's hand, despite all her strength, couldn't budge Syd an inch. Her smirk faltered, replaced by confusion, then frustration. What's this? She growled, her claws straining against an unyielding force. Syd remained still, his arms crossed, his posture relaxed. You dare mock me? Delia hissed, pouring every ounce of her supernatural strength into the attempt. Her fangs gleamed, her muscles bulged, but Syd didn't move. Her frustration turned to fear as she realized her efforts were futile. What are you? The other vampires, who had been watching with smug amusement, fell silent as they realized something was wrong. Why isn't he? Is that kid normal? Carell, who had been bracing himself for the worst, stood frozen, his jaw slack. What the hell am I seeing? He muttered. With a calm voice, Syd finally broke the tension. Are you done? His words carried a weight that silenced the entire room. Delia staggered back, her once predatory demeanor now replaced by a trembling fear she couldn't quite explain. What are you? The rest of the vampires took a collective step back, suddenly unsure if they were still the predators in this scenario. Syd adjusted his sunglasses, a faint smirk curling his lips. I came here for a drink, not to clean up trash, he said casually, his tone laced with subtle menace. And in that moment, the vampires understood, they weren't dealing with prey. They were the hunted. To be continued. End of chapter. Chapter 293. The strength of vampires was something Carell understood better than anyone. Yet, a vampire, using all their might, couldn't even budge a single person. Was that even reasonable? Carell was stunned, feeling that something was terribly off. It wasn't just him, the other vampires watching were also sensing that something was amiss. Seeing Delia, a vampire, unable to push someone with her supernatural strength, was like watching an elephant fail to move an ant. The scene left them shocked and bewildered. Who exactly are you? Delia shrieked, her voice full of disbelief. You're definitely not an ordinary human. Her question was met with an indifferent gaze from Syd, as if he were observing a monkey. Vampires, huh? How interesting. His dismissive attitude infuriated Delia. Don't think being special makes you invincible. Even if you're strong, there are so many of us here. What can you possibly do? Delia sneered. Her words reminded the other vampires, who began to sneer as well, their faces filled with mockery as they glared at the figure in white before them. Carell's expression shifted. Yes, how could one person possibly deal with so many? Carell muttered, but before he could finish, a strange phenomenon unfolded before his eyes. In the dimly lit, blood-scented bar, a ray of bright sunlight suddenly appeared. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed at the figure bathed in sunlight. In the next moment, the radiant light shone directly on Delia. Ah! Delia, who had been frozen in shock, let out a blood-curdling scream. Her pristine, alabaster skin began to emit black smoke, and dark, corrosive spots spread across her body as if she had been splashed with acid. The scene was horrifying. In mere moments, Delia's once beautiful face had become grotesque. Screaming, she tried to escape, but no matter where she ran, the sunlight followed her, enveloping the entire bar. The bar echoed with the anguished cries of vampires. Carell was speechless as he watched the vampires writhe in agony, their bodies smoking, and his gaze lingered on the figure radiating sunlight. Sunlight. Who are you? How can you possess such power? As Carell gawked in disbelief, a sudden realization struck him. The glowing figure seemed familiar. It's you. The White Knight, he exclaimed. At his words, the struggling, disbelieving vampires froze in place, their faces etched with shock, fear, and despair. The name White Knight was infamous even among vampires. Everyone in their circles knew of him and dreaded him. His mere presence was enough to make them tremble in fear. Not only was the White Knight's strength terrifying, but his abilities were also particularly devastating to their kind. Seeing him now, glowing with sunlight, was like witnessing their worst nightmare come to life. This is the White Knight. And we provoked him. We thought he was just a human. We wanted to drain his blood and gang up on him. Countless vampires were paralyzed with terror. Delia, too, was utterly dumbfounded. But their fear didn't last long, as the excruciating pain consumed them, eliciting endless screams. White Knight, have mercy. Please spare us. It's all her fault. Punish her instead. The vampires begged for mercy, but despite their pleas, the White Knight didn't stop emitting sunlight. In just a few seconds, many weaker vampires had already fallen unconscious. The stronger ones gritted their teeth and tried to flee the bar. However, the moment they moved closer to the exit, their screams intensified. The closer they got to the outside, the stronger the sunlight became. Clearly, the White Knight was determined to eradicate them. Fight him. So what if he's the White Knight? The stronger vampires screamed as they charged at the glowing figure. Watch out. Carell instinctively shouted. Then, he froze again. As the vampires rushed forward, Syd simply willed the divine power of light within him to surge forth. Before they could get close, the vampires disintegrated into ash under the radiance of divine sunlight. The surviving vampires stared at the scene in despair, their eyes filled with hopelessness. Why? Why is the White Knight here? With their final moments filled with resentment and regret, Delia and the others followed in the same fate, their deaths swift and tranquil. Watching the vampires turn to ash under the intense sunlight, Carell was left dumbfounded. As the light gradually receded, the bar returned to its dim state. However, the absence of the once lively and glamorous vampires left the place eerily silent. After dealing with the vampires, Syd didn't linger. Glancing at the now empty bar, he turned to leave. But suddenly, something caught his eye. His gaze fell on the ground in the center of the bar. At the spot where one of the vampires had perished lay a piece of parchment, aged and tattered, resembling a scroll made of sheepskin. What's this? Ignoring the still-shaken Carell, Syd waved his right hand. A crimson glow of chaotic magic appeared. The worn and ancient sheepskin scroll floated into his hand. Opening it, Syd was surprised to find it blank. However, he soon noticed something unusual. On the scroll, strange symbols began to emerge, letters he recognized. Syd was stunned. What kind of item was this? As he stared at it, his expression grew serious, a thought forming in his mind. Could this be the Thon Scroll? Syd pondered. The Thon Scroll, also known as the Darkhold, was one of the most mysterious magical tomes in the Marvel Universe. It was also referred to as the Book of Death or the Book of Sin. Billions of years ago, Thon spent an immense amount of time researching the universe's arcane powers, eventually becoming the first dark sorcerer. Over time, he grew increasingly malevolent, plundering the powers of others until a god devourer appeared. To evade this devourer, Thon fled to another dimension. Before his departure, he inscribed all his malevolent deeds and spells onto indestructible parchments. End of chapter. Chapter 294. These parchments, known as the Thon Scrolls, were channels through which Thon influenced Earth and unleashed his power. Over the ages, the Thon Scrolls passed through countless hands. In the 6th century, Morgan Le Fay, the sorceress of Arthurian legend, found and compiled most of the scrolls, binding them into a single tome known as the Darkhold. Could this parchment be one of the Thon Scrolls, separate from the Darkhold? Syd wondered. The Thon Scrolls contained vast knowledge of powerful black magic and spells, ensuring that anyone could fully understand them regardless of their language. This likely explained why the parchment initially appeared blank but then revealed familiar characters to Syd when he picked it up. The most dangerous aspect of the Darkhold was its ability to corrupt the minds of its users, eventually allowing the evil god Thon to erode their souls and take possession of their bodies. Agatha, Wanda, and Strange Supreme were notable victims of its corruption. The black tint on their fingers was a clear sign of this contamination. Even those who handled mere copies of the Darkhold were subject to its corrupting effects. Thon, also known as the god of black magic and the death god, had briefly crossed paths with Syd after he obtained chaos magic. At that time, Syd had heard faint whispers in his ear, seemingly inviting him to engage in a conversation. Syd suspected that his chaos magic had attracted Thon's attention and was on high alert. He resolved to grow stronger to prepare for any potential threat from Thon. Yet, as time passed, the whispers ceased, and Syd gradually dismissed the matter from his mind. Unexpectedly, something tied to Thon had appeared before him today. Was it mere coincidence or destiny? Syd's eyes narrowed, filled with deep wariness. The thought of Thon brought to mind his opposite, the god of white magic. The Vishanti, a trinity of ancient deities, Ashtar, Agamotto, and Hoggoth, opposed Thon and presided over white magic in the Marvel Universe. They, too, created a book. As the counterpart to the Darkhold, which documented all black magic, the Vishanti's Book of the Vishanti contained the sum of white magic. In Doctor Strange 2, Strange sought the book to counter Wanda's Darkhold-fueled powers. The Book of the Vishanti was powerful but not as strong as the Darkhold, given that white magic was inherently less potent than black magic, albeit with fewer severe side effects. Finding a fragment of the Darkhold here surprised Syd. There are rumors that the origins of vampires and werewolves are linked to the Darkhold. If that's true, then finding a fragment of it among these vampires makes sense. His curiosity piqued, Syd examined the Darkhold fragment closely. Before long, he discovered a trove of magical knowledge and numerous black magic spells. One particular rune caught his attention. It could prove immensely useful. The Spatial Expansion rune. By engraving this rune onto an object, the item would gain spatial properties, allowing it to store other items. Syd had been pondering how to store the Infinity Stones. Carrying a backpack all the time wasn't ideal, especially since it hindered his efforts to blend in as the Messiah. Now, with the Spatial Expansion rune, his problem seemed solved. However, Syd hesitated about whether to use the rune. He was unsure if using the fragment would expose him to its corrupting influence. On one hand, he was wary of Thon. On the other, he had confidence in his divine nature and other abilities. His face reflected his inner conflict. Just then, Karel, who had finally recovered, hesitantly approached. Are you the White Knight?" Syd turned his gaze toward Karel, thought for a moment, then nodded. Receiving confirmation, Karel's body trembled slightly with excitement. Meeting a figure as legendary as the White Knight in person was beyond anything Karel had ever imagined. Until now, he'd only seen him on television. "Thank you for eliminating the vampires here." Karel expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "They only have themselves to blame," Syd replied, shaking his head before turning to leave the bar. Karel watched his retreating figure with awe and regret, not daring to ask him to stay. "Will I ever have the chance to see him again?" Karel sighed. Outside the bar, Syd's gaze lingered on the Darkhold fragment, his mind still undecided. Ultimately, for the sake of convenience, he resolved to give it a try. He reasoned that simply using the Spatial Expansion rune shouldn't carry significant risks. After all, Wanda, who had used the Darkhold extensively, had yet to be fully corrupted by Thon. If she could resist, surely he could handle one use. With that thought, Syd activated his invisibility and entered a jeweler's office, quietly retrieving a silver ring from the safe, at no cost. Once he had the ring, Syd moved to a secluded spot. Summoning the crimson glow of chaotic magic, he levitated the silver ring into the air. Light. Beams of intense laser-like light converged, etching runes onto the ring according to Syd's design. Soon, the silver ring was covered in intricate symbols. The Spatial Expansion rune was complete. In an instant, the silver ring exuded a mysterious aura, shimmering with an enigmatic light. Syd sensed that the rune had successfully activated. He retrieved the tesseract, channeling its blue energy into the silver ring under his control. The ring emanated a strange silvery glow, its energy pulsating with an otherworldly rhythm. Holding the completed ring, Syd infused it with a trace of his mental strength and divine energy, attempting to peer into its inner workings. End of chapter. Chapter 295. In an instant, a dark space of over 100 cubic meters appeared in Syd's perception. He was slightly taken aback. This space, it's larger than I expected. That's what she said. Syd was quite satisfied with the internal dimensions of the ring. In the next moment, he retrieved the backpack containing the Infinity Stones. With a flick of his hand, the backpack disappeared from his grasp, reappearing within the dark space inside the ring. After securing the ring, his attention returned to the Darkhold fragment. Why don't I feel any corruption? Syd wondered aloud. Whether during the creation of the ring or now, he felt no signs of the so-called corruption. He instinctively probed his body, and his expression subtly changed as he realized something. Through his senses, he noticed that the Darkhold fragment in his hand was emitting faint yet insidious energy, silently attempting to corrupt his body. However, thanks to his divine physique and abilities, the Darkhold's influence was negligible and had no immediate effect on him, so minimal, in fact, that he hadn't noticed it earlier. So, just holding the Darkhold fragment triggers its corruption. Syd glanced at the parchment in his hand with a wary expression. After some thought, he decided not to destroy it. After all, the fragment posed no short-term threat to him, and it was an exceptionally powerful artifact for spellcasting, particularly with black magic. Destroying it outright felt like a waste. The next moment, the parchment vanished from his hand, stored within the ring's spatial dimension. With everything settled, Syd left the secluded location. As he walked, his mind wandered. I recall that the Darkhold appeared in an ancient house and had some connection with S.H.I.E.L.D. It even showed up in agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. After a moment's thought, he shook his head and dismissed the idea. The Darkhold wasn't particularly important to him. If he happened to come across it, he wouldn't mind taking it, but he had no intention of actively seeking it out. Elsewhere, Dr. Hank Pym, a middle-aged man with a solemn expression, was speaking to Scott Lang, also known as Ant-Man. Scott, this mission is extremely dangerous. You can still back out if you want. Sharing the same first name as Cyclops, Scott Lang replied, got it. The next moment, Scott activated his Ant-Man suit. His body shrank rapidly, reducing to the size of an ant. A flying ant swooped down, catching him midair. As the pair of men and ant disappeared, Dr. Pym's eyes reflected deep concern. 20 minutes later. As Syd strolled down a quiet alley, absorbing faith energy to refine his divinity, his steps suddenly faltered. He felt as if something was watching him. Scanning his surroundings, he saw no one. Then, he noticed something odd. His gaze dropped to his clothes, and his pupils contracted as his vision magnified. There, crawling on his clothes, was a tiny figure in a red and black suit. The small figure seemed to be searching for something. The moment Syd saw him, he understood. Ant-Man. A character who appeared in Avengers Endgame, pivotal to the Avengers' ability to travel through time. It was thanks to Ant-Man that Tony Stark and the others learned about Pym particles, enabling them to shrink to the quantum level and enter the quantum realm. Through the quantum realm, they traveled to the past, retrieved the Infinity Stones, and changed the course of the future. Syd hadn't expected to encounter Ant-Man, let alone find him crawling on his body. What was this guy up to? Frowning, Syd recalled, wasn't he a thief before? In an instant, Syd pieced together the likely motive. The Infinity Stones. Sensing the focused gaze, Scott Lang, the Ant-Man, looked up in defeat. Seriously? You noticed me already, he muttered. I'm screwed. Hearing the faint voice, Syd's hand glowed red, instantly capturing Scott as he tried to leap away. Now, Scott Lang was suspended between Syd's thumb and forefinger, encased in a small sphere of red energy. Hey, let me go. Scott pleaded, forgetting that his tiny voice was inaudible to most people. Fortunately for him, Syd wasn't most people. He could clearly hear the plea. Holding the glowing sphere with a bemused expression, Syd teased, you've got guts, trying to steal from me. Raising his free hand, Syd's fingers curled into a flicking motion. Wait, what are you doing? In Scott's terrified gaze, a massive finger loomed closer. The next instant. Bang. Scott's tiny form was launched into the air, spinning wildly before slamming into a wall. With a thud, a small dent appeared in the wall. Scott's body then began to grow, returning to its normal size. The moment he was back to normal, Scott hastily raised his hands. Wait, White Knight. Don't attack. Syd paused, watching him with interest, curious to hear what he had to say. We can talk this out, Scott said nervously. There's nothing to discuss, Syd said flatly. You came to steal my Infinity Stones, didn't you? Scott was visibly stunned, shocked that his intent had been so easily discerned. As Scott braced himself for the worst, Syd's gaze lingered on him, a plan forming in his mind. He felt little inclination to kill Scott, not only because the Infinity Stones were still secure, but also because the quantum realm intrigued him. The quantum realm, with its time travel capabilities, would naturally pique anyone's curiosity. Syd even speculated that the quantum realm might serve as a hub for the multiverse, a gateway to countless parallel universes. How could he not be curious? Give me an Ant-Man suit, and I'll let you go, Syd said casually. Scott blinked, stunned. You know about the Ant-Man suit. End of chapter. Chapter 296. How does the White Knight know about the Ant-Man suit? Scott was completely puzzled, his expression shifting constantly. Dr. Hank Pym has no connection with the White Knight either, right? Scott couldn't hide his confusion. Not willing. Syd raised an eyebrow, his right hand lifting deliberately. Dr. Hank Pym, who had been monitoring the situation closely, hesitated for a moment before making a decision in his heart. Compared to Scott's life, the Ant-Man suit wasn't a big deal to give away. After all, the suit required Pym particles to function. Once the particles in the suit were depleted, it would become useless. To Hank, this wasn't much of a loss, especially if it meant saving Scott's life. The next moment, Scott heard Hank's voice through the communicator in his ear. Agree to his terms. Hearing this, Scott nodded and replied, Fine, but we'll need some time to manufacture the suit. Since that's settled, you can go now. With that, Syd turned and began to leave. Scott was stunned as he watched Syd's retreating figure. He's just letting me go like that. Aren't you worried we might go back on our word? Unable to hold back his curiosity, Scott voiced his doubt. Pausing mid-step, Syd glanced back at him and said, No one can owe me anything and get away with it. You're welcome to try, though. Remember, you have 7 days. In 7 days, I expect to see the Ant-Man suit at this location. With that, Syd walked away without looking back. Watching the White Knight's figure disappear into the distance, Scott muttered under his breath, Honestly, no one would dare cross you. He sighed deeply. This mission was a total loss. Not only did we fail to steal an Infinity Stone, but now we've lost an Ant-Man suit too. If I'd known, I wouldn't have come. Scott grumbled to himself. While Scott lamented his misfortune, Syd, who had unexpectedly gained an Ant-Man suit, was in high spirits. In 7 days, I might finally get a glimpse of the quantum realm, he mused, stroking his chin. As he thought about the encounter with Ant-Man, an idea struck him. Half an hour later. Syd was clad in an all-black outfit, the attire of Messiah. It's been a while since I used the Messiah persona. Syd remarked nostalgically. Perhaps it was because the White Knight identity, with its combination of the Scarlet Witch's powers and the abilities of Baldur, the god of light, was much more practical. Maybe once Baldur's progress reaches 100%, I can incorporate the next mimicry ability into Messiah. As for who the next mimicry target would be. Syd's eyes gleamed with curiosity. However, this time, he decided not to actively dig into the answer. Sometimes opening a mystery box can be more fun, there might be surprises, he thought, stroking his chin. While pondering this, white light began emanating from his body as he continuously used the nerfed version of Sunshine to quickly level it up. Sunshine Experience +1. Divine Core Experience +1. Time flew by, and soon it was the morning of the 3rd day. Ability, Divine Core, 355/500, Level 2. Ability, Sunshine, 498/2000, Level 4. While Syd focused on enhancing his Divine Core and Sunshine, far away in Sokovia, Ultron made a surprising discovery that left him elated. A surveillance camera in a certain city had captured footage of Messiah. Another Omega mutant. Messiah, Ultron's eyes gleamed with excitement. Ever since he was overpowered by the White Knight's abilities, Ultron had been tirelessly building Sentinel robots to prepare for a future confrontation. Simultaneously, he had been gathering information on Messiah. After all, aside from the White Knight, Messiah was the only other Omega mutant he knew of. Compared to the White Knight's bizarre and overwhelming powers, which filled Ultron with a sense of dread, Messiah seemed far more manageable. By comparison, Messiah's Omega-level abilities appeared almost overrated. For example, Messiah's light-based disintegration ability had a range limit of just 2 kilometers, based on Ultron's research. If his range were any greater, he wouldn't have needed to approach the military base during his last attack to use his disintegration power. Of course, Messiah wasn't entirely weak. Records suggested that he had once destroyed an entire city. But that was clearly during a loss of control. Ultron shook his head. He knew all too well that some mutants became significantly stronger when they lost control. Messiah's destruction of a city didn't impress him much. In normal circumstances, Messiah didn't have the power to destroy cities. His ability range of 2 kilometers seemed to be his limit. The White Knight, on the other hand, has city-destroying power even at normal levels. His reality-warping abilities are terrifying. Compared to the White Knight, Messiah is underwhelming, hardly worthy of the Omega designation. This didn't surprise Ultron. Even among Omega mutants, there could be vast differences in power levels. The only conclusion was that the White Knight was absurdly strong. However, Ultron wasn't dwelling on that now. He was delighted by Messiah's apparent weakness. If I can't handle the White Knight, I can certainly deal with Messiah. Ultron smirked coldly. He now had over 500 Sentinel robots, combining new creations with older ones. That many should be more than enough to take down Messiah. Of course, to ensure success, Ultron decided to wait a bit longer until he had built even more Sentinels. Once I capture Messiah and unlock his Omega mutant genes, I'll gain Omega-level abilities myself. Then we'll see how the White Knight handles me. Ultron sneered. First, the weaker target, then the stronger one. The White Knight wouldn't escape. In Ultron's mind, both Messiah and the White Knight were already his. With the powers of 2 Omega mutants, he would ascend to godhood. End of chapter. Chapter 297. For now, Ultron set aside his plans concerning Messiah, deciding to wait until he had manufactured more Sentinel robots before taking action. In the meantime, he focused on gathering materials to complete the construction of additional Sentinels. As more Sentinel units were dispatched to mine and plunder resources, Ultron's material collection rate soared, accelerating the pace of Sentinel production. Naturally, this also offended numerous factions and organizations. While Ultron worked tirelessly on his side, Syd was equally focused on enhancing his divine core and sunshine. Time flew by, and another 2 days passed. A series of notifications echoed in Syd's mind. Divine Core Experience +1. Sunshine Experience +1. Ability, Sunshine, 640/2000, Level 4. Finally, under Syd's expectant gaze, the data for his Level 2 Divine Core underwent a transformation. Ability, Divine Core, 0 out of 1000, Level 3. In the next instant, Syd noticed his internal Divine Core, which resembled a diamond with 27 facets, expand by an additional 18 facets, forming a 45-faceted gem. Syd wasn't surprised by the transformation. His attention shifted to the enhancements provided by the Divine Core. Red light began to emanate from his hand. The crimson glow of chaos magic enveloped the ground. In an instant, the stones on the ground dissolved into vapor under the energy of chaos magic. With keen perception, Syd carefully assessed the changes. A few minutes later, he had a clear understanding. The range and intensity of his chaos magic had increased significantly. If Level 2 Divine Core amplified his abilities by 40%, Level 3 provided an astonishing 70% enhancement. Moving to a secluded area, Syd tested his flight speed. Boom. A terrifying sonic boom echoed. If anyone had been present, they would have seen Syd appear miles away in an instant, as if he had teleported, with no visible movement in between. Or rather, to normal humans, his movement was simply imperceptible. Syd silently calculated the numbers. Over Mach 32. He was surprised. This speed was beyond the imagination of normal biological beings. It was utterly astounding. At Mach 32, no missile should be able to catch me now, Syd thought. At least, he was confident that with Earth's current technological capabilities, no missile could surpass his speed, unless some absurd advanced technology came into play. Considering the abundance of alien and advanced tech on Earth, Syd couldn't entirely dismiss the possibility. Shaking his head, Syd decided not to dwell on it. For now, no known missiles posed a threat to him. This increase in speed significantly improved his safety. Missiles were no longer a concern. Next, Syd tested the range of his divine speech. The range had expanded to nearly 140 kilometers. Compared to the 50-kilometer range he achieved when he destroyed 1,000 Sentinel robots previously, this was an incredible improvement. Similarly, the range of Sunshine had increased to 10 kilometers. He could sense that if Sunshine reached level 5, it would surpass the destructive power he exhibited during his loss of control when he annihilated a city. Faith energy is needed to enhance the divine core for now. Otherwise, Sunshine would level up much faster, Syd muttered, somewhat regretfully. After finishing his ability tests, his attention turned to a black stone. With a 70% enhancement, I wonder how far my power is from that ancient god of the old days. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Without hesitation, Syd retrieved the black artifact and the power stone. Venom emerged, as expected. A sudden flash overwhelmed his vision, and he found himself in a deathly scenario once more. The progression mirrored his previous experience until the point where his abilities activated. The combined light of his divine speech and Sunshine, covering nearly 140 kilometers, struck at the ancient god. The old god raged, counterattacking with tendrils enveloped in black energy. The black energy was rapidly disintegrated. 10%. 50%. 90%. Under the relentless assault of Syd's abilities, the black energy covering the tendrils dwindled until it was as thin as paper, fragile and almost breakable. But no matter how hard Syd tried, he couldn't pierce through that last layer. Just one step away, he could have truly injured the ancient god. Yet in the end, the deathly vision showed him engulfed by the tendrils. Such a surprising power. The ancient god's voice was filled with astonishment and disbelief. Then it sneered, "What a pity, you were so close to striking me." Its voice turned greedy, "Let me see what secrets this puppet body of yours holds." Watching from afar, Syd's brow furrowed in tension. In the next moment, the deathly vision vanished, and he returned to reality. So close. Syd murmured, frowning. Shaking his head, he resolved not to dwell on it. Whether it was leveling up Sunshine or enhancing his divine core, both would break the current stalemate. This vision of death only made him anticipate the next one even more. While continuing to absorb faith energy and train Sunshine, far away in another galaxy, the Guardians of the Galaxy, led by Star-Lord, were on a mission. Hired by the sovereign race to eliminate an interdimensional creature, they engaged in a fierce battle. Eventually, they succeeded in killing the creature, which had been draining the sovereign's energy cells. Choose your words carefully when speaking to them, Star-Lord warned Rocket and the others. They're arrogant and quick to anger, say the wrong thing, and you might get executed. They soon arrived at the sovereign's temple to meet the high priestess Aisha. The golden-hued temple glimmered. "Members of the Guardians of the Galaxy, thank you for your assistance," said Aisha, draped in her luxurious golden robes, her skin gleaming with the same radiant hue. "Our people are each designed by genetic perfection. We control their DNA, nurturing them in birthing pods," she explained. "They are flawless in both body and mind. Their lives cannot be risked." Hearing this, Star-Lord and the others immediately understood why the Sovereign, despite their strength, had hired them. They couldn't risk their perfect citizens in dangerous missions, so they had to outsource the work. End of chapter. Chapter 298. Hearing the High Priestess's words, Star-Lord couldn't help but quip, "I still prefer the traditional way of making people." The golden-skinned High Priestess Aisha raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Perhaps one day, you could give me a history lesson on the old traditions of your ancestors." At her words, a servant nearby stifled a chuckle, her face showing a trace of amusement. Realizing her words might have sounded inappropriate, Aisha quickly added, "Purely for academic research purposes." Star-Lord smirked. "I'd be honored. In the name of academic research, I think that would be very..." Before he could finish, Gamera, standing nearby, shot him a sharp look. Noticing Gamera's glare, Star-Lord hesitated, then finished his sentence with a grin. Distasteful. Turning back to Aisha, he added, I think that might be crossing a line. I'm not that kind of guy. Before he could elaborate further, Gamera, clearly impatient, interjected, enough talk. You promised a reward for this mission. Let's get it and move on. At her words, a small door in the Golden Hall opened, and 2 guards escorted a figure inside. As the hood was removed, Star-Lord and the others recognized her immediately, a blue-skinned woman covered in mechanical enhancements, Nebula, Gamera's sister. Well, it's a family reunion, Star-Lord quipped. From her seat, Aisha spoke, I know she's your sister, but to me, she's just a bounty from Xander. She explained, she tried to steal our batteries but was caught by our soldiers. I leave her fate in your hands, Aisha concluded. Gamera grabbed Nebula and began dragging her toward the exit. We are very grateful, High Priestess Aisha, Star-Lord said before turning to leave with Rocket and Drax. Before he could take another step, Aisha called out, What is your lineage, Mr. Quill? Star-Lord paused, thinking for a moment. My mother was from Earth. And your father? Aisha pressed. Quill joked, well, he wasn't American. That's all I know. Aisha's tone became serious. I see an extraordinary heritage in you. The combination of your bloodlines is utterly absurd. Utter nonsense, she exclaimed, her voice tinged with disbelief. Clearly, Aisha had noticed something unusual about Star-Lord. Star-Lord, however, was left puzzled. The room fell silent. Breaking the tension, Rocket chimed in, you know, he called all of you self-righteous jerks not long ago. A chorus of gasps erupted, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Soldiers raised their energy weapons in response. Star-Lord turned to Rocket in shock before glancing nervously at Aisha, who was glaring at him. The Sovereign whispered among themselves, their expressions darkening. Sensing the escalating tension, Star-Lord quickly hurried after Gamera. Damn it, did I say something wrong again? Rocket muttered. I'm sorry, I didn't mean. Before he could finish, Drax grabbed him by the scruff and dragged him toward the exit. You should be grateful they didn't kill you, Drax said. No kidding, Rocket admitted, realizing the danger he'd narrowly escaped. With a mischievous grin, Rocket opened his bag to reveal several glowing yellow energy batteries. Want to buy a battery or two? Drax immediately recognized them as the Sovereign's energy cells and burst into laughter. Show. Rocket hushed him, holding a finger to his lips. Soon, the group boarded the Milano. All right, let's deliver this bald blue lady to Xander for the bounty, Rocket said, firing up the ship's engines. The Milano roared to life, its thrusters blazing as it ascended through the atmosphere. Meanwhile, Gamera chained Nebula to the ship's railing. I'm hungry. Give me some yarrow root, Nebula demanded, eyeing the basket of carrot-like fruits nearby. They're not ripe yet, and I hate you, Gamera retorted, frowning. Hate me? Nebula spat back. If it weren't for that man who killed Ronan, do you think you'd be lounging around like this? The mere memory of that terrifying figure sent a chill through Nebula. Ronan had led her to retrieve the stone, only to be killed by that monstrous individual. The stone had been taken, and Nebula had barely escaped, evading capture by Xandarian forces. I'll break these chains soon enough and kill you. I swear it. Nebula growled, glaring at her shackles. Gamera turned back. No, you'll rot in Xander's prison for the rest of your life. Kill me. Dream on. Nebula glared daggers at her sister. Just as Gamera was about to retort, an alarm blared throughout the ship. Gamera rushed to check the situation. On the monitor, the Milano, now in the Sovereign's outer space, was being pursued by a fleet of Sovereign ships. What's going on? Star-Lord asked in confusion. There's a whole squad of Sovereign ships on our tail. Surveying the screen filled with approaching ships, Gamera frowned. What do they want? Drax pondered for a moment before casually remarking, maybe it's because Rocket stole some of their batteries. Dude. Rocket turned to him in disbelief. Drax shrugged. All right, you didn't steal them. Who knows why they're chasing us? Weird. At that moment, a golden laser bolt grazed the Milano, fired by the Sovereign ships. Star-Lord's heart skipped a beat as he quickly piloted the ship into evasive maneuvers. Dodging another blast, he shouted, "Rocket, what were you thinking? They were really easy to steal." Rocket defended himself. "That's your reason." Gamera snapped. "Come on, did you see how high and mighty that priestess was? I was teaching her a lesson." Rocket replied indignantly. "You're so considerate," Star-Lord mocked. "No wonder Aisha didn't appreciate your kindness." Rocket and Star-Lord bickered as Gamera, exasperated, yelled, "Can you two save this fight for after the space battle? We're under attack." Star-Lord shouted. "I'm ready to blast them all." Rocket grinned, full of determination. The two maneuvered the Milano, firing laser cannons and taking down several ships. Watching Rocket's smug face, Gamera couldn't resist deflating his ego. "You haven't killed anyone. These drones are all remote-controlled. This isn't working. We need to lose them or find somewhere to hold them off," Gamera said. Star-Lord suddenly suggested, "Let's head to Earth." He began preparing for a warp jump. Earth. Gamera and the others were taken aback. Isn't that Star-Lord's home planet? And the place where the White Knight resides? End of chapter. Chapter 299. Earth. Gamera and the others were taken aback. Before they could voice their objections, Star-Lord urgently input Earth's coordinates and began piloting the Milano toward a jump point. "Get ready," Star-Lord shouted. "Wait." Gamera frowned. "Earth is really far. The number of jumps required, our bodies can't." Before she could finish, a series of honeycomb-like grids materialized in front of the Milano. Whoosh! The ship passed through one of the grids. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves in an entirely new and unfamiliar location. Whoosh! The Milano passed through another grid. Strange and otherworldly sights began unfolding before them. Bang! 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 The ship jumped from one space to another, causing Rocket and the others to scream as the distortions from the jumps twisted their bodies. Their faces stretched comically, mouths and eyes enlarged, making them look utterly ridiculous. This process would continue for hundreds of jumps. "I told you, our bodies can't handle this," Gamera said in a strained voice. Star-Lord defended himself, equally distorted. "I know, but this is an emergency." While the Milano made its daring jumps, the swarm of remote-controlled sovereign ships chasing them halted at the jump's edge, unable to follow immediately. Back on the sovereign homeworld, the golden-skinned operators controlling the fleet let out curses of frustration. "Damn it! They got away." The sovereign grumbled angrily, their golden fingers hovering over game-like controls. At the highest seat, High Priestess Aisha turned toward the fleet commander, her tone sharp. "Why are we making no progress? So many ships, and you couldn't stop a single one. This makes us look incompetent." The golden-haired fleet commander quickly explained, "High Priestess, those batteries are highly volatile. One wrong move could destroy our entire fleet." Aisha's face darkened. "I care not about the fleet. I care about the insult. I hired them, and they stole from us. That is the ultimate blasphemy," she fumed. Hearing her anger, the fleet commander realized now was not the time to worry about potential losses. "Attention all ships. Fire at will. Pursue them until they are eliminated." At his command, the sovereign operators, sitting at their arcade-like controls, sent their ships surging forward. In space, a dense swarm of golden ships zipped through the grids, resuming their interstellar pursuit of the Milano. As the Milano emerged into a dark expanse during one of its jumps, Rocket glanced out of the window and noticed something unusual. Floating there, bathed in a faint white glow, was an egg-shaped ship. Standing atop it was a middle-aged man with salt and pepper hair and a thick beard, waving at them casually. "Is that a person?" Rocket's triangular face contorted in disbelief. How was someone standing unprotected in the vacuum of space, unharmed, and even waving like it was no big deal? "Forget it. The jump point is right ahead." Star-Lord dismissed the sight and piloted the Milano into the next jump, leaving the strange figure behind. Moments later, the pursuing sovereign ships arrived, following them through the jump point. Not long after, the egg-shaped ship and its bearded occupant reappeared at the same location. This man was none other than Ego, the living planet, a celestial with a massive brain who had constructed a planetary body for himself by manipulating molecular matter. Finally, the seed I planted years ago has grown into an adult, Ego said, gazing in the direction the Milano had disappeared, a pleased smile on his face. He couldn't help but reminisce. Ego didn't know where he had come from. For as long as he could remember, he had been drifting through the universe, utterly alone. Over millions of years, he learned to manipulate the molecules around him, growing increasingly intelligent and powerful. Eventually, he constructed a planetary body to encase his brain, layer by layer, until it became a complete planet. But he wasn't satisfied. Ego sought purpose. He believed there must be other life forms in the vast cosmos and dedicated himself to finding them. To interact with the universe, he created a humanoid avatar, his imagined ideal of life. He designed every detail meticulously, from pain receptors to a digestive system. Through this avatar, he traveled the galaxy. Eventually, he found Meredith Quill, Star-Lord's mother, on Earth and fathered a child with her. Star-Lord was the only offspring who had inherited his celestial powers. Recently, Ego had heard about a human on Earth called the White Knight, who wielded the Power Stone without harm. This anomaly piqued his interest. Mortals couldn't handle the Power Stone, yet someone had. At first, Ego thought the White Knight might be his child, as he had left a seedling on Earth years ago. However, further investigation revealed that the White Knight wasn't his progeny. Instead, another person present during those events surprised him, Star-Lord. Star-Lord was his son, the only one to inherit his divine powers. This was miraculous. Ego had sired countless children across the universe, but none had ever inherited his abilities, except this one. Star-Lord possessed an affinity for light elements and even the ability to control light itself. With this knowledge, Ego set out to find Star-Lord, intending to reunite with him. But Ego's intentions weren't purely sentimental. He sought to fulfill his grand plan, to make every planet in the universe part of his being. While one celestial might struggle to achieve this, with two, it seemed possible. For this, he needed Star-Lord. The White Knight. Ego's thoughts lingered on this mysterious figure, puzzled and intrigued by his identity. End of chapter. Chapter 300. Ego was skeptical that the White Knight had any connection to him, yet the man's ability to control light and his age, which seemed close to Star-Lord's, raised doubts. Still pondering these thoughts, Ego piloted his white ship to catch up with the Milano. Meanwhile, on the other side. Boom. The Milano burst through the final jump point, emerging into the solar system. The dazzling sun and the vibrant blue Earth came into view. Despite the stunning scene, the crew was in no condition to appreciate it. Each of them felt nauseous from the chaotic jumps, with even Groot vomiting green sap. After some time, they began to recover, but there was little opportunity to rest. Behind them, a fleet of sovereign ships closed in rapidly. Hold tight. Star-Lord yelled as he gripped the controls, steering the Milano toward Earth's atmosphere. Golden laser blasts rained down around them, narrowly missing the ship. Back on the sovereign homeworld. High Priestess, this appears to be Terra, the fleet commander reported, eyeing the blue planet on the screen. Should we stop here? Stop. Ah, Terra, that insignificant little planet. High Priestess Aisha raised an eyebrow in brief surprise before dismissing the notion. To her, the Sovereign were far superior to all other species in the galaxy, and the humans of Terra were utterly beneath notice. Pay it no mind. Continue the pursuit. Destroy the Guardians of the Galaxy, she commanded loudly. But, High Priestess, I've heard rumors that this planet houses two powerful beings, one called the White Knight and the other Messiah. The fleet commander hesitated. Do you believe such ridiculous rumors? Aisha scoffed. She was aware of the tales about two strong individuals on Terra, but she dismissed them as nothing more than baseless jokes. Like most powerful factions, she assumed the rumors were a ploy to deter them. Chase them down. Yes, ma'am. Without slowing, the fleet pierced Earth's atmosphere in pursuit of the Milano. Back on Earth, organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D. and various governments quickly detected the sudden arrival of the alien fleet. Even ordinary civilians could see the ship streaking through the sky. Oh my God. Another alien invasion already. Help us. God save us. The sight of the alien ships and their laser fire triggered panic, as many immediately assumed it was another invasion. Frustration boiled over among Earth citizens. Can't we have some peace for once? Aliens, mutants, superpowered freaks everywhere, how are we supposed to live like this? Meanwhile, videos and pictures of the ships went viral, spreading the news of yet another alien incursion. SHIELD headquarters. What are we looking at here? Nick Fury barked as he scrutinized satellite images of the ships. They're not ours, that's for sure, the captured Chitauri commander remarked with a smirk. From the look of them, they belong to the Sovereign. The Sovereign? Fury frowned. They're a powerful and arrogant race. Just like their golden skin, they think they're above everyone else. Be careful not to offend them, or else, ha. Fury scowled but sensed the Chitauri wasn't lying. Another alien force. Frustration and anger simmered beneath his calm exterior. The audacity of these invaders, treating Earth like a playground. Sir, we've detected another anomaly near Earth, a technician reported. What now? Fury snapped. Put it on screen. The display switched to show a white ship with a middle-aged man standing casually atop it, unprotected in the vacuum of space. Fury stared at the image, inhaling sharply. What kind of freak is this? A man standing in space without a suit, completely unbothered. As if sensing the attention, Ego waved at the cameras. Looking down at the Earth, Ego couldn't help but admire its beauty once more. This planet is still as stunning as ever, he murmured. A memory resurfaced. Recently, I sensed a force capable of altering the universe itself. Its source seemed to be here, Ego mused. He recalled the inexplicable changes that had rippled through the cosmos not long ago. While ordinary beings might not have noticed, powerful entities like himself felt it vividly. Somewhere on Earth, a monumental power had shifted the universe. He remembered faint whispers of the word fusion, though he couldn't determine who had spoken them. When he questioned other powerful beings, they too confirmed hearing those words. Who has the ability to alter the universe? What secrets does Earth hold? Ego was both cautious and intrigued. With Quill now on Earth, Ego saw an opportunity to investigate. On the Milano. What do we do now? Gamera asked, watching the relentless fleet tailing them. Star-Lord turned to Rocket. Hack into Earth's communication networks. What for? Rocket asked, surprised. As he spoke, he pulled out a transparent panel and began hacking effortlessly. We need to call out the White Knight, Star-Lord explained. Only he can help us. I don't expect Earth's governments to do anything. If they don't nuke us, it'll be a miracle. The crew immediately understood. In mere seconds, Rocket completed the hack. Done. You're live, Rocket announced with a grin. You idiot, your voice just went out. Star-Lord snapped. Who are you calling an idiot? Rocket growled back, baring his teeth. As the two argued, their voices were broadcast across Earth, interrupting programs and reaching every corner of the planet. Who are these people? All over the world, people froze in confusion, trying to make sense of the bizarre broadcast. End of chapter.